2021 Continentals. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. Thanks so much for tuning in. We have a big day of competitive Netrunner in front of us. We are going to start our it's a top 8 cut today, so we have the top 8 competitors from yesterday who will be continuing into a a double elimination bracket just starting in a bit. So we're going to be going through some deck lists. We're going to be starting in about 10 minutes, but I'm very, very excited to be joined by a guest. This is somebody you might recognize from the card art of Paula's Cafe, 2018 Eternal Champion, standard ban list dev, and one of the active devs on Genteki.net. I'm joined by Lost Geek. How's it going, Lost Geek?
Hey everyone, it's going well.
Welcome. How's it been so far? How's your Continental season? You been watching, or did you play last week?
I did play in Europe and came third, so I'm looking forward to see who's going to be joining us in Intercontinental next week.
Well played. What were you playing? I guess
Thanks. I was on Max and Sports Metal, so like our Hive Mind Max deck and the Sports Metal list that pretty much everyone is playing in some different shape or form.
Awesome. So we have a lot of stuff to go through. We have a lot of decks to talk through. It's important to know now for the top 8 that the deck lists are public information. So we have all of them accessible. I think they might be accessible as well through a Google Drive that can be shared into that will be shared into the chat at some point if you want to look through and see what some of the decisions some of these players have made. But I think first thing we just want to talk about, it is an Eternal tournament coming up, Lost Geek. Well, I'm going to pull up that page that we have on Nisei. What can you tell me about this?
Yes, we have been doing some testing in a semi-public Discord server. Like there was a Discord server, but everyone was invited, and there was quite a lot of testing going on for a revamp of the Eternal system. So we started to try a point system instead of the old just ban and restricted list, or like later on ban list.
Mm-hmm.
So what we now did was first we tried a list with 5 points. Now we decided 7 points is a bit more granular and helps us to refine everything a bit. But generally, every card is playable, or like mostly every card. There are 2 cards that are completely banned, but everything else is free.
Yeah.
But some cards have certain numbers of points, 1 to 3 points on them, and to play a playset of these cards, you have to pay some points. And this is the points list is online on Nisei.net, and probably in the same article that you're showing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this will be a lot of fun. We have been doing some internal testing and now decided to host a tournament to see what people can come up with. This is open for everyone. We have some prizes from we tried to find prizes that are that have been given out before, but are like for the Eternal system. So we have crowdfunding for everyone and some ID alt arts, so Noise, Kate, and Andromeda, and a Noise playmat. So like everyone can try to compete for those.
That's super awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, Eternal is all the cards, and again, this might be something that's intimidating for newer players who are just getting into the game, because that's a lot of new Netrunner stuff to just experience, to figure out, to start deck building with. And do you know how often is it that you can just go back into Netrunner DB and look at an old deck that maybe won some tournaments 4 or 5 years ago? How often is that deck over the point system? I imagine that happens not irregularly, right?
Some of the decks definitely do. So, for example, PU decks have been hit by the points list pretty hard because they now have access to a lot of tools. They have access to, for example, Sting and everything that they didn't have back then.
Right.
So some decks are actually hit a lot by the points list. And for example, all the accelerated diagnostic decks are, because the card is banned, they're gone.
Sure.
But I think a lot of the, let's say, more tame decks, especially after the MWL already hit them back in the day, should also be pretty much legal, or maybe just need 1 or 2 cards changed from them. So
yeah, it looks like you can play an Andromeda list, right? Just off the shelf, right?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Run-based Scrim is definitely good and intact. It depends on what you want. Like if you want to go full ham and play Temujin contracts and crowdfunding, then you maybe have to see where your other points are going to. But generally, yes, it's definitely one of the decks that people should be prepared for.
This is the tournament I'm so excited for. There's just a lot of old cards that you might be forgetting that you used to play against these all the time. And of course, some of these are some of the most powerful cards, but of course the power level of everything is just raised. So it's kind of, this this fist fight between titans, which is really exciting to watch. I'm a big fan of the Eternal format. I know that when this came out, the point system came out, it was the beginning of I think the new ban list came out around the same time, so perhaps not as
Yeah.
many people dipped their toes into this pool, but I think there's some good reasons. This is next weekend if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, exactly. This is next weekend on the Saturday, so the day before Intercontinentals happen, and I think it's starts at 4 p.m. UTC, which I try to place so that it's both accessible for EU and US. So
Yeah.
I guess Asia and Pacific region once again has gotten the short end of the stick, but
Mm.
I try to do my best to make it available to a lot of people.
Well, hey, that's appreciated. That starts just next weekend, right before the Intercontinentals. So there's another huge weekend of Netrunner. Again, the Intercontinentals is something where the top, if I'm not mistaken, it's the top 4 players from each Continental Championship are
Yeah,
invited.
exactly.
So that is, I'm not sure the format at this point, but generally you'll see these 12 players, some of the most competitive players in Netrunner, battling off head to head across regions. And last year, I remember it was an absolutely exciting day of Netrunner. So
Yeah,
glad that's coming
it will
back.
be kind of similar to last year. So I know that it will be triple elimination. So
Mm,
people have 3 lives, play single-sided
Battle Royale.
as you do in Top Cut, but like it's triple elimination, so everyone has 3 lives to work with.
That's awesome. So super excited for that. Yeah, thank you for plugging this and putting the effort into not only revamping the Eternal format, but also organizing stuff like this. This is hugely appreciated.
Yeah, and at this point, I should give a huge shout out to Pinsel, who also worked with me on this list. This was like coming up with the points. This was his brainchild because before I had a convoluted list of like 3 different restricted lists that you then pick some cards from, but not others. And he then came and said, maybe a points list would make all of this easier. And we spent
Oh,
like one afternoon to work all of this out.
that's awesome. That's fantastic. I love to hear the sort of testing that goes on behind the scene with stuff like this because it's again it's definitely a very tricky seesaw, and I have no doubt that if something shows up from this tournament that seems like it could require additional testing, that is kind of the point of this as well, right?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
people should try to bring the most broken decks that they can come up with, and and demonstrate why some cards should be added to the points list or like
Yeah.
get some more points.
That's super cool. But hey, we have another big tournament today as well. It's going to be starting our first round in about 5 minutes. So again, we have the
Yeah.
top 8 players. This is, of course, the American Continentals. We have the top 8 cut. Let's jump over to the Cobra. If you have the Cobra link, it should be in the Twitch chat. But you'll see here, these are our players that showed up yesterday. We had about 70 entrants battling across 6 Swiss rounds. So that's a lot of games in Netrunner. And it looks like all the players on 27 points. Well, not all, because we did have to have an elimination cut. We did have one player who dropped from the top cut, unfortunately. So we have 8 players who are making it on today. And this bracket, how it works, if you're not familiar with how double elimination works, this is going to be a bit different than yesterday. This is going to be single-sided Swiss tournament. So, for instance, the first seed will be sitting down against right now it's the 10th seed. That will be our top 8 player, because it's important to know that 8th and 7th did not make the final cut. So our top seed versus our bottom seed will be pairing off, but they will be only playing one side of the matchup. And for the first round, it is the top seed's court to decide which of the matchups they want to play. They get to understand both of the identities each player is playing, and then they make an educated decision. Okay, I think my corp is going to be what I want to start with. And that goes down the table, and players will be continuing to play like that. If they win, they go on to the winners brackets, and we will keep playing Netrunner on this single-sided side until there's only one player standing. Because if you lose 2 games, and not 2 games in a row, but if you just lose 2 games throughout this Sunday, you will be dropping out of the top 8. So we're going to have, at the end of the day, somebody who hasn't lost 2 games. Sometimes it's an undefeated player. Sometimes they will lose 1 game in the finals, but it's still a bunch of Netrunner. The rounds go a bit faster, mind you, because it's not double-sided. So I think that the time it's only 40-minute rounds, something like that. It's a bit faster.
I think typically it's 45, but I
45?
don't know
Okay, perfect.
what's today.
Awesome. So if we look a bit at the meta today, we're going to have the deck list up. We'll see the pairings coming up very soon. I'm not sure if they're exactly up. I think they are up. So these are our players that we're going to see today. If on the pairings tab, we have Janktivist versus Stephen E, Cable Carnage versus TF34, The King versus Yasengrin SC, and Big Unit 3000 versus Not the Bees. That is going to be our first round, and you can see which opponents chose to run, which opponents chose to corp. We also have all the deck lists up. We're going to see which round we want to jump into first, but I think there's no big surprises at this tournament, at this top 8 at this point. We're looking at mostly HB and a bit of NBN, and then it's just strictly Anarch or Criminal. So I'm going to pull up the deck list and we can see what we can see.
Yeah, I've pulled up as well, so I can I can follow.
Awesome. So if we look at some of the HB lists here, I think that the only two HB identities that are presented are Precision Design and Sports Metal. Now, you played Sports Metal, was it last weekend?
Yes, exactly.
Can you describe for
So
maybe some of our new viewers what the game plan of that deck looks like?
yeah, so the original deck played a lot less ice than decks typically do these days. But the general idea was to just fast advance however fast you can. So they include 2 or 3 copies of Audacity. I think most of the sports medals that are in the cut today are playing 3 Audacity
I think that's correct,
and
yeah.
play 3 copies of Biotic Labor, and then just try to score the agendas as fast as they can before the runner can get to them.
Yeah, so we see that. You're right. We're going up to some lists have up to like 12 pieces of ice. And I think when this original archetype was published onto Netrunner DB, that number was about 5 or 6. So
Yeah,
why do you think
the original deck had 5.
there was an increase in ice over time?
Mm, I think I named my deck list Ice is Amazing because I think playing 5 Ice really does not respect the fact that having cheap but gear checky pieces of ice is really good in the early game. So in the early game, you can actually try to score behind ice, or at least make the runner scramble everything that they can to just find their breakers to get into your servers. And then once they hit the point where they have installed all of their breakers, like if an anarch has installed all of their breakers, they have spent 9 credits just to install the things, and then you just don't care anymore. So if you then get APOC'd or something happens to your board, you just don't care. You just say, okay, you you did pay 9 credits, you did spend time to find your stuff. I will now use this advantage that I got in the early game to just score out in the late game.
Yeah, no, it seems like a fair thing. And some of this ice, we've seen it do a lot of work, specifically yesterday in the Swiss rounds. We're seeing cards like Magnet showing up as a 3F, and that is not a very flashy card in the wrong meta, but in the right meta with a lot of cards like Botulus being strapped on top of ice. Oh my god, you're seeing some very aggressive run decisions be shut down pretty quickly.
Oh yes, shout out to whoever included that in the system update card pool, because when we first looked at it, it looked not like much because Magnet was never really part of the meta, but
Yeah.
with all the botulus around and everything that gets toasted on ice, it's really powerful right now.
Yusuf, if I'm not mistaken, I think we actually have the lobbies open up on JNet, so I'm going to jump over to that. We are in the competitive tab of Jinteki.net. It is worth noting that for today, these games will be password protected. Lost Geek, if you don't see the password, it is in the...
I have the password.
Excellent,
I've
excellent.
seen the Discord.
So we're doing that because I don't... Are we having open hands? I'm not sure why we do this. We'll find out soon. I'm not sure whether we're going to see open hands, but I think one of the biggest things right now, we're going to have 4 tables. I think we're waiting for one here. Is Lost Geek, do you want to choose a table that we should sit at?
In that case, I will pick the one that Cable Carnage plays in because, as a fellow SBT member, I want to know how he's doing.
Perfect. Okay, so we can pull up the deck list. If we're looking over here at Cobra, it's going to be Cable Carnage playing Corp versus TF34 on Runner. So let's just see really quickly before the game shows up what they're going to be playing. So Cable Carnage list, Cable was seed 4 going into this, and so they're going to be playing Corp if I'm not mistaken. So that's Sports Metal. And I think there's no big surprises here. Just as you said before, there's a bit more ice in this list. We're looking at 9 ice, which is actually on the smaller side to some of the other sports metals we're seeing today. We're seeing those Tranquility home grids. That kind of is the pseudo replacement for the old Violet level clearance that left the standard format a couple months ago, much earlier in this year. But that additional card draw, putting something to remote is definitely, it's good to drag the runner in that direction. And I think one thing that's interesting is you see 2 Jeeves and 1 Bass Chiriboga, and Jeeves came in and out of some of these lists. Bass also shows up sometimes as a one of. It's a really nice trick with something like a red level clearance. You can get that down as a pseudo biotic labor number 4. How do you feel about the Jeeves in this matchup?
It really depends. Like in our decks, we cut it in the end. We played around with it a bit, but Jeeves commits to the board too much, in my opinion, and also the slots are really tight in this deck if you want to keep a relatively high ice number. So in this case, this deck has to go down to 9 ice to be able to find those 3 slots for the Bass and for the Jeeves. Bass is also pretty good because it's another fast advance piece. So going up to 7 is really good because sometimes if your spin doctors need to recur Vesh runs or some other vital pieces, like some pieces of ice if you got APOC or anything, and you end up not having access to enough fast advance tools. Sometimes you just don't have a road to win. So
Right.
having another piece there is also really important. So I think it's what players have to decide on where they want to put their emphasis on. But for example, if a Crim puts down a Miss Bones, you're really sad because those Jeeves won't be sticking on the board.
It looks like we're off. Back on JDNet Lobby. We have good luck, have funs from both of these players, and welcome
Yeah.
to beginning of the top 8 American Continentals champion. And we have here Sports Metal Go Big Go Home. That's our HB identity of the day, largely. And it has a 45-15. It says whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, gain 2 credits or draw 2 cards. And against 419, who forces the corporation to pay extra credits to expose, there's a Mega Pre-Qualifier in server 1. The falsified coming down to expose that. And Cable Carnage did not protect that. They just put that Mega Pre-Qualifier on the table and said, you can come take that if you want. And that's kind of a big point here with Sports Metal. Agenda scores not only give them the additional tempo, but on top of that, the Mega Pre-Qualifier is that one of those agendas you just want TF34 to steal.
Ooh, an early gatekeeper res here.
Yeah, that
which is it is really good because you're getting the 3 cards, you're getting tempo forward, but also you're dropping down to 2 credits, which is
yeah, it's definitely a
might
bit
be problematic
awkward.
in the long run.
Now, 2 credits, not a lot of money. You can't even score out any of the agendas on the table, but if some of these agendas are stolen, like the Hyperloop extension, you're bouncing back immediately. Now, the important thing to know about Gatekeeper, of course, on the turn it's res, it is 6 strength, but from this point on, it will be 0. And you know how much 4019 loves his Amakua? That comes in at 0 strength, so that's going to be a really big deal of diversion of funds, legworks, any of that multi-access needs to come in a couple turns down the line. So 2-0, red level clearance off the top, already with 7 cards in hand. Going to go for that clickless install. Paying a credit to protect or to prevent the expose and jamming something behind server 3. So do you rush out an agenda behind a single piece of ice against the criminals with boomerangs or inside jobs, or is this just what a Rashida looks like?
I think it depends on what agenda it is. Like if it's a Mega Pre, you can definitely risk it because if it goes wrong and they've got an inside job or the boomerang or some way of getting in, they just get 1 point. Like
Yeah.
or if you like force them to install a paperclip, that's also just 5 credits down the drain. But it very likely is a Rashida or just Tranquility Home Grid or something along those lines.
Yeah, Tranquility Home Grid is something that doesn't work the turn you install it. Unfortunately, it eats its own install, so it's something you generally want to set up in a server. That's a vanilla, a brand new invention. This very bland and the run will get through there. But TF34 just casting that paperclip from hand, and paperclip's going to be a big thing to watch today because Arc Lockdown is showing up in so many of these lists, and it's a Hyperloop extension that is 3 more credits off the steal and 2 cards, I believe, off the Sports Metal ability. So still getting a lot of tempo off of this. Lateral growth.
This does look like oh, okay. I would have expected a fast advance here, so probably no fast advance tools in hand.
Yeah.
Or some other reason that stops Cable Carnage from doing so. So just decides to put some more eyes on that server and make the runner come get it.
And with a mixture today of criminal and anarch opponents, fast advance, the value of that changes over time based off of who can interact with it. Criminal not so great outside of economic pressure, but inside job here in the remote. So not opting to res. You're getting in here. That's a Jeeves model Byroids. 5 credits to trash. TF34 not opting. Interesting to see that one inside job out already. Server 4, if that's a Jeeves, what is server 4 looking like? Looks like a spin doctor.
This was one of the 2 inside jobs in this deck, so
all right.
1 more left to play around.
I take a full suite of boomerangs as well?
No, only 2.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So that's important to know. Sometimes you just want to bait those inside jobs out because it might be a while. We only have 2 cards in hand. 419 hasn't been drawing heavily. We don't have the class act. Maybe has access to mutual favor, but finding a decoder can be tricky when it's a 1 of in the deck. Sprint.
And there we go.
Getting
Tranquility Home
played
down on the board.
Tranquility, yeah, in server 5, not paying the extra credit, and that extra credit to pay to prevent expose matters a bit more once 419 puts down that Amakua that gains strength based off of how many times it exposes. But right now, Cable just going horizontal, looking a bit more like an asset spam deck, and something installed in server 3 on top of the Jeeves, so more likely to be an agenda than anything else.
Yep. Could also be a Rashida at this point.
Oh, that's very fair. And you brought up the fast advance. So there's 2 big numbers when it comes to fast advance. The first is 7 credits for biotic labor. The second is just 1 credit with Audacity if you want to throw your whole hand out. Boomerang now charging on this remote. None of this ice has more than 2 strength. Or sorry, 2 subroutines. So that Boomerang is going to sail straight through the magnet, still rezzing it to eat the Boomerang. Vanilla still only 1 credit tax here. And there's the Rashida you called there. Boomerang getting shuffled
But also
back.
one thing to keep in mind is that with the Tranquility home grid on board, the numbers also shift slightly because you can install the agenda that you want to score on that server and get some money from the install.
That's the second Jeeves out there in server 6. Jeeves also changes that math a wee bit. Now 3 credits means you're not going to be fast advancing too much outside of an Audacity, and that comes at the cost of your whole hand. We've seen 1 Spin Doctor already, not even removed from game, so that is hanging out there in archives. And sometimes it's nice to keep something like that in archives because of cards like Drafter that allow you to install from that spot, but we're jamming in behind the magnet. And again, I'm guessing TF34 is on Unity instead of Amina.
Yes, 1 copy of Unity.
A much cheaper new decoder, but a much cheaper solution than having to pay 7 up front. Checking the archives, nothing really learned there. That was the Jeeves that was over installed in server 3, just getting the 3 credits off the dirty laundry. And Cable going to head to res the Jeeves, just doing that Jeeves pad campaign trick.
Yes.
Click for 3, has a click left over. And Jeeves allows so much lines. We haven't seen a lot of Vitruvius counters, I think, over Swiss. I don't think we saw any at all. But the Vitruvius counter is obviously very impactful if you can over-advance a Project Vitruvius, triple advance, maybe a Jeeves click, get another advancement. That allows you to recur your fast advance pieces, allows you sometimes to just aggressively Audacity because you can pull back extra Audacities. There's a lot of options.
Yeah. There's a lot of things to do with the Vitruvius token, but in this deck especially, getting the Vitruvius token is really expensive because if you put something in a server and advance at once, that's a sign that there's an agenda in there, so the runner can work with the information.
Icing up archives. Now, I'm not convinced that this is the sort of deck that will have something like a sneaked or beta, a criminal card that would pressure archives. Largely,
it actually does have 1 copy.
Get out.
It actually has 1 copy of Sneak or Beta.
Oh, that's so cool. And this is what happens with open deck lists. That archives ice only matters if you want to really keep down things like Amakua, but with server 5 and server 6 being unprotected, that's not as relevant. So this is just saying, hey, that's not going to be a way for you to get cheeky accesses on HQ. And there's must be agendas in there. We haven't filtered too hard. We've drawn with Spin Doctor. We've fired a Rashida, some red level clearances, and the Sports Medal drawn. We've only seen 3 agendas so far.
Yeah, and TF34 definitely in a bind here because he either needs to, or he wants to do 2 things at once. He wants to draw into his deck to find his solutions, to find his Unity, to find probably Rizeki to put on board or something like that. But also, if you take too much time against Sports Metal, they will just run away with the game. So it's definitely a balance to be struck here.
And this is one of the things that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. 419 or Criminal in general is a bit different when it interacts with Sports Metal because it doesn't have as much disruption. I don't think it has as much strong multi-axis compared to something like Stargate. And those sort of abilities are very strong when dealing with Sports Metal. And a big part of this, oh, there we go. We have the decoder. A big part of this is the Vacherons and finding the Vacherons, the Project Vacheron, the 5-3 agenda at the right time means so much in this matchup. We're charging the remote. Unity getting through the magnet for 2. 1 more for the vanilla. We're going to be accessing with a single credit, assuming this is an agenda, but it's just a virus suite. Now, TF could trash that for 1. Now, this deck does not run Cyberdeck Sandbox, so that's not going to be a surprise economy card, but this makes TF34 a bit more wary of relying on an Amakua in the mid-game with this around.
But one thing that I definitely realized right now that is a surprise is that this deck doesn't run Amakua. There's no copy of Amakua in this 1-9 list.
Oh, that's super cool. That probably explains the no trash to some extent.
Yeah.
We have something jammed on top of the Tranquility home grid again. No ice. Come in and check if you'd like to. Preventing the expose on it as well. Getting the 2 credits for the Tranquility home grid. Repaying the extra protection you need to pay to a 419. And TF34 just clicking for credits. A Dirty Laundry could come out here on 2 credits to check server 5. But hey, we're clicking up to 4. We got 1 click here left, and we're checking server 5. 4 credits to their name means that they can contest the Tranquility. It's a Bass. Bass also goes down for 4.
So yeah, this is a hard decision here because on the one hand, you can't give them fast advanced tools to score, but on the other hand, going down to 0 credits is also really difficult.
Yeah, there's no economy cards in this list that you can play on off of 0. I think the lowest is probably either deuces or dirty. I guess a 1 credit, you could always expose that now that you know there's a Cyberdex Fire Suite in 3 if you have falsified, which would be a huge burst of economy. And Cable just using that G's model Byroid. We've seen that 3 turns in a row, if I'm not mistaken, jamming something in server 3, showing it's a spin doctor. And no real reason to snap res that to play around falsified. Not only is that interesting because the spin doctor draws you cards, but there's already an upgrade that TF34 knows what it is. TF34, there you go. Wish they had their own Jeeves. They're clicking for 4 credits. There's a Vacheron. Ooh. We're scoring out a Vacheron. What is this hand? With an Audacity on top of the Tranquility home grid, playing 2 fast advance pieces to get this 5-3 out of hand. Now, Sports Metal drawing 2, and this is an agenda that you don't often see scored as the first agenda in the game.
Yeah, it often is a sign that something went horribly wrong in the early game, but I think Cable is in a good position here.
Yeah,
because the economic situation for TF34 is really hurting.
Now, a diversion could come through. In theory, the Gatekeeper is only 0 strength. We know that there is 3 credits you could, in theory, offshore to deny the credit swing. There's also Spin Doctor in server 3. There's popped and rezzed, so any cards that were trashed away with the Audacity can come back. Audacity, mind you, forcing you to discard your whole hand. Spin Doctor shuffling back. The first Spin Doctor we saw in 1 unseen card. Cable starting with 7 cards in hand. Still Tranquility on the grid. Still a Jeeves on the table. A lot of option here. Spin Doctor showing up in server 5. Gaining 2 credits, a card in server 3. And again, the double install does play around 419 to some extent. You can give them some information they can't use as well and then hide something behind server 3. But server 3 is assailable. There are no defensive upgrades in this list. That's only 3 credits if TF wants to check.
It's definitely possible, but like it's half the money that TF34 has right now, which is really a problem. And there we go.
That's the aggression. Penny Shaver, console giving you credits on run, diversion of funds, having potentially a 9 credit swing. But there's a Cyberdex Virus Suite, and we're resing a Tranquility home grid, so Cable's still going to go down to 0 credits, but TF34 is not going to walk away with a healthy 5. Choosing to still go for the money, you can always replace that with the Axis if you think that the monetary swing is not worth your time.
Yeah, and here we definitely see the power of Tranquility home grid, because Cable can still now think about using Audacity to score something out of server 3 because of the 2 credits gain possible from Tranquility home grid.
Yeah, it's the economic pressure is a lot less. Vitruvius though off the top. TF34 is now on 5 agenda points. Again, that was 0 credits. R&D could only be a vanilla, and still with only 1 credit, that shouldn't be too big of an issue. But now we're on game point here. This deck runs 4-3-2 agendas, so we're looking at 2 more Vitruvius and 1 of those rare luminal transubstantiations, which is now in server 3, and it looks like we might just Audacity this out. Oh man, there you go. Starting their turn on 0 credits, that's okay. I'm gonna score this, have 3 credits, and a whole turn left over.
And let's draw some. Why not?
Why not? So both players now on game point. Something going back into server 3 here. We're looking at Rashida's likely, another Spin Doctor. I don't know if an agenda would go straight in there. And this is the point in the game where the last Vacheron can be such a big deal because Cable is threatening to close the game before the Vacheron can tick down in the score area.
It's definitely an option that the card in server 3 is a Vacheron at this point, because that's where it is the safest. You take away 3 credits from the runner to get them, and they probably don't give them 3 points in this game because this game will not take 4 more turns.
You're right. Server 3 could be triple advanced Jeeves trigger into Audacity if you have the perfect hand there. Now, TF wants to respect that. They could just go pull down the Jeeves. That would be most of their money. They would have 4 credits so they can click off the Penny Shaver at that point.
Yeah.
But again, 3 credits. That means R&D Ice, if they want to res it, and at this point, a Drafter could be, a problem. Especially if you fire it on top of the Tranquility home grid, gain 2 more credits. But we're checking archives here, so Gatekeeper, Drafter are all resable. Hagen isn't. We're going into archives. Cable's going to act, probably pop that Spin Doctor that was in server 5, shuffling 2 unseen cards. So we're going to see 4 cards that entered that, I think mostly through the Audacity. And we're looking at double Drafter, a Biotic, and Rashida.
There's still 1 Biotic Labor left, 1 Audacity left in deck. So a lot of fast advance tools available for Cable here.
TF34, 3 clicks left, only 6 credits, and this is not a deck that runs things like Maker's Eye. Maybe it has a single legwork, but a lot of times it's just going to be like hot singles in your area. Giving it a thought. Again, HQ is only 2 credits. R&D, you could force a res, and if Cable's on no credits, they're not really threatening to score out. Again, because Audacity does trash your whole hand, you can't double Audacity in a turn that easily.
Although, to be honest, even from 0 credits, Cable can score here by installing something on a Tranquility Home Grid and Audacity. But that
Really? Oh, yeah.
does mean...
Yeah.
But it does mean that he has to have the last copy of Audacity in hand.
All right, we're charging the remote server Magnet. 3 strength, 1 subroutine. Again, there's just end the runs here. We're going to access 3 cards. Penny Shaver. Going to get a lot of money. There's the Rashida. Almost definitely coming down. Not enough credits to trash much else. I don't think that Cyberdeck's Fire Suite has any play in this specific matchup. No Amaku in a 419 list. That's quite an interesting change. And you're right, 2 Audacity out in the archives. That's a really big deal. That really lowers the odds. But again, this is the thing that happens so often with Sports Metal. We're on simply turn 11, and there's only 11 cards left in R&D. This thing just chews through its own deck. Credits are pretty tight, but there is 4, technically 5 on the Penny Shaver if you want to spend a click liberating that money.
Yeah, but the click is so important. I could also see just running R&D here to force them to rest something or get another access, because I don't think they ran R&D this turn.
And when you
No,
see
they didn't yet.
You see 2 drafters in archives, right? So I think the big threat in R&D would be a drafter, because drafter installs Rashida. Yeah. That's like a 5 credit swing potentially. We're going HQ. That's a mega pre-qualifier.
Ooh.
That is a 2 points in hand the Cable could have scored out, replacing that with 2 cards drawn. TF34 6-5, both now definitely on game point.
Question now, does he have it?
Tranquility Home Grid to gain 2. It's a Vitruvius. It looks like he has it. The last Audacity in hand, scoring out again. He could have started the turn on 0 credits. It would have been fine. 16 minutes will be this game. Both players under 50 credits throughout those 12 turns, and that'll do. That was a good game.
Good game to both players.
I wonder if Cable drew that Vitruvius or whether they had it, because that's kind of the, I'm going to say issue, but that's the power of Sports Metal, right? When you try to interact, when you try and pull them down, sometimes you just accelerate them. Sometimes you just allow them to draw into their combo pieces.
Yeah, especially in those final turns where, like right now, R&D only has 6 cards. Cable has probably access to a lot of the tools that he needs.
Yeah, exactly. Good game. You want to dive into another one? I think we probably still have 3 games up.
Yeah, but then again, these Sports Metal games go really quick, and I think most of the we got 2 PD.
Yeah, we got some PD, right? Do you want to dive into, we have a Yasengrin SC versus the King?
Sure.
Heck yeah. Does anybody know who's watching? Who is oracling for the King today? Because that's always good to know.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, we're tuning in the King. This is Brandon, a player from Canada. Brandon is visually impaired, so the way that he operates on Jinteki.net, somebody oracles for him. So they operate Jinteki.net. They basically explain the board state, and they can't give them any, any sort of counseling, can't give any sort of strategic decisions, but Brandon is there calling the shots, and he is an absolutely immensely competitive player. On the other side, we have Yasengrin SC, a content creator and a competitive player. Check out his YouTube channel. I'm a huge fan. We're playing Precision Design, and it looks like we've rebirthed into an Omar. This looks like a max Apocalypse list, and this could even be an Apocalypse turn. Let's see if that Managarm Skunkworks on R&D could hold off with only 5 credits. It seems pretty safe. Oh, it's Disperse. Perfect. So Disperse is oracling today.
So asking for action here. This is probably an Apoc turn then.
There. So we just turned in. Those looks like there was at least 1 out of the ashes popped earlier this turn. And so now Yasengrin's back on no board state. We are a couple turns in. Apocalypse, mind you, a very, very powerful card. It says if you made a successful run on each single central server, just wipe the board. Take all the corpse cards, put them in the trash. Take your cards, just flip them over. That's not a big deal. With 1 click left and only 2 credits, this is where the open deck list is such a big deal with Max, because you can look at the heap and you can tell what are the exact 4 cards in Brandon's hand, and this is going to be a bit easier after the labor rights. Labor rights, mind you, when you have no stack left. Just basically build your own deck. You're not worried about trashing anything, and we're generally looking for a Stargate. It's a good way to close the game. We see 1 there in the heap, so we're pulling back labor rights, dirty laundry, and a second dirty laundry. There's still 1 labor rights in the heap. Probably that means, well, definitely I think it means the second one is in, or the third one is in the grip.
Yeah, I'm right now trying to assess what is the content of the grip. I think there is definitely one IFA in there.
Yeah, it's always a fun game
But
to try and do this quickly.
I'm still I'm still playing this puzzle game of look at the heap and
Yeah.
determine what's missing.
I'm just going to leave the heap open because Brandon doesn't have a board state, but that's expected after the APOC. Now, Yasengrin is rebuilding. Card on HQ, upgrade on archives. Now, this sort of PD deck runs multiple upgrades. You'll see a lot of the Anoetic Voids. You see Chrysium Grids. You see Managarm Skunkworks. And Chrysium Grid is quite powerful against Omar, preventing that run to be considered successful in archives. And Brandon's drawing up. So now those 3 cards that were shuffled back, 2 Dirty Laundries, are back in hand. We're poking R&D with the Dirty Laundry. That's a sandbox off the top. The first points for Brandon, again, Yasengrin, is on game point. This list runs, I believe, 9 agendas. It's the whole neutral suite, and that's all the sandboxes.
So but importantly, this deck does not run fast advance, so this means before Yasengrin will be able to score, they will need to build a remote and use it.
And still protect against an Apocalypse, right? This list runs 3 Apocalypse. We're looking at 2, 3 in the bin. So with 1 more Labor Rights, there's a threat there, but Yasengrin taking the time just to stabilize. And this is where you get to the end of your deck. The economy that Brandon has access to is actually very limited, unless you want to spend one of your Labor Rights cards on something like a Liberated account and take that time and money to kind of spin up. But again, if you can hold up the storm, that deck sort of, it does fall apart. You have just very limited options.
Definitely.
It's also worth knowing with the whole neutral suite, that's on top of global food initiatives and the single luminal transubstantiation. So this does favor the corporation, who can win the game by scoring only 3 agendas, while Brandon will have to steal 4 agendas, no matter which way, which amount or which agendas they steal.
But I definitely do think that Yasengrin has managed to at least stabilize his board state now with Ice on every central, with probably some defensive agenda on archives, be it a Chrysium Grid or Managarm Skunkworks. So this does not look as dire as it did a few turns ago.
And that is the second Labor Rights, and you see they're pulling back the 3rd Labor Rights and double liberated accounts. So exactly there where Brandon says, I just need economy. I have access to all my breakers. I can get access to Apocalypse. The issue is money. So just, going to liberate accounts, hitting that sure gamble button to be able to threaten. Because at this point, you have 2 options. You can either spend your money and resources running the server, which can be difficult if Yasengrin gets an Anoetic Void, a Managarm, border controls on server 2, or you can just say that server is unassailable. Let's go wipe the board. So we'll see here, Brandon has a Labor Rights and a Liberated account in their stack. 3 cards in their hand. I'm not sure if we know what those are. Again, it's still pretty tricky. Access to all breakers. And do you know if this PD deck, sorry, I don't have the deck list open right now, but whether it is running a single copy of that Arc Lockdown? Because that can be absolutely disastrous with 3 decoders.
That is a good question. Let's see, Yasengrin. No, he is not. He's just running 3 hedge fund, 3 seamless launch.
Okay. So it can be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken,
more tame variant of the lists.
I'm still trying to figure out what cards there are. The 3 moshing in the bin, that would be a dead card in hand. Looks like there's 1 Dirty Laundry, right? Because that came back. We're charging the remote server.
No, the laundries are also gone. The only thing I could assess is that IFA is missing from the heap.
No, I think I see 3. Yeah, there's 3 still in the heap, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, then never mind.
No, this is just such a hard thing to do under pressure quickly. It's fine. But we're running here. We're running into server 2. We have an on-sell 1.0. Patrick Gower showing up there on the art. What a strong Bioroid here. And the 3 subroutines are all very interesting with only 2 clicks. If you want to break this with MK Ultra, you install it for 2, and to fully break it, you're going to spend another 9, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which is a heck of a lot of credits.
There is the option of just breaking 2 subroutines and using a click for the last one, but in any case, this is a really taxing piece of ice.
Yeah, Trashman installed runner card again at some point. That's not that big of a problem if you have no board state. They have to start ripping up your face down cards, and sometimes that gives you access to more options. It looks like there's a daily cast stuck face down, and that second card, I don't think we'll know at this point. So we're clicking through the install a card, the runner cannot steal, so it looks like that liberated accounts is probably going to go. Firing that first subroutine. There you go, liberated has been liberated.
But I think the funny rules interaction here is that if Brennan should run to the server again, the trash one installed runner card actually trashes one of the face downs now.
Exactly, yeah.
So he could use this to free his MK Ultra if he needs to.
Yeah, I think you're right. That is the MK Ultra, right? I think it has to be.
Yeah,
So
I
it's a
think
cast and an
that
ultra. But we've
yes.
hit the Managarm here. And this gives King 2 choices. Well, technically only one. If you want to spend 5 credits, then you can access this and trash it for 3 more credits. Now, Brandon understands what is in this remote server. Definitely a very good defensive upgrade. A second ice, server 2 as well. Hedge fund on top of that. You send 11 credits. And here's the fork. I don't think it's possible for Brandon to threaten Apocalypse specifically this turn because he doesn't have one in hand. But this remote server is getting scarier and scarier, and this is precision design. So if the 2 cards in hand are seamless launch, this could be a global food initiative into the win. And there's always at least one seamless launch in hand. With 15 cards left in R&D, there's a chance to be 2. We see
There's one seamless
1
launch
in
in
archives.
Yes.
Yeah. 3 advanced assembly lines out, 1 tranquility, a Managarm, and then a bunch of face down cards that came in off the Apocalypse. So
Definitely
Brandon,
a difficult situation here.
yeah, not a lot of access to cards left. We have 1 Liberates, a Liberate in the stack, and then some cards that I have no doubt Yusengra knows what's in hand. I have to figure out what to do here. Again, still needs 2 more agenda points. There's only 15 cards left in R&D, and the deck runs 9 agendas. If you assume there's one in server 9, or server 2, excuse me, that's 4 more agendas between 17 cards. In terms of spin doctors, we haven't seen any yet. And that kind of favors Yusengra into the late game if he really wants to rebuild, bring some of his ice back, his defensive upgrades, his assets. I'm not sure if it's going to come to that. Yusengra might just be able to try and push out here.
Funnily enough, Zengrin follows the newer tradition of precision design decks who decide to cut 2 of the Spin Doctors, so he's only playing 1 copy in this deck.
Oh, get out. Oh, that's awesome. You don't need that, Jackson Howard. It's a crutch, I've been told.
Yeah, I mean, have you read the ID? It says recur a card. That should be enough.
Yeah, that's enough. That's awesome. And mind you, 6 hand size. This is the new HB identity from System Gateway. And coming out of the gates is a very, very obvious competitive contender. But with only 2 cards in hand, you don't need 6 hand size. 2 is enough. Brandon, they're giving it a shot. And of course, Omar does give you a lot of pressure. That 12 influence doesn't matter when this was rebirthed into. We were starting as max. You get to the end of your deck. You say, okay, I'll become something else. That's fine. So Brandon giving it a shot here. Yeah, I have no doubt if we scrolled up in the chat log, we could tell what at least 1 card in hand is. Because it's almost always precision design scores out, oh, with a seamless and returns it to hand. But that's a Stargate from hand, so that's one of those cards that we're playing around. R&D is a Hagen coming in at 6 strength. So if you want to install the paperclip and then break it, you're going to have to spend 4 and then another 4. So that's 8 to get a fire here. And of course, with only a single spin doctor, this can be pretty problematic. Now, the Chrysium doesn't stop you from scooping out agendas if that is what's on archives. Paperclip coming down. If you let the Hagen fire, you will lose the Stargate. So I don't think Brandon just wants to bounce off of this. We're going to go through, see 3 cards here. It's a Drafter, Rashida, and the single spin doctor. What do you choose here?
Difficult decision. Probably the piece of ice, because Brandon can't allow more ice to be stacked on R&D, but difficult choice, definitely.
His money is now really low, and we know there's a Liberated Counts in the deck, which is a 6 credit install. So Spin Doctor's going to go. Drafter and Rashida will be drawn off the top. And Drafter, very powerful piece of ice. It's going to be at least 5 credits for Brandon to strap down the MK Ultra, break it for 3. Now with only 2 credits, he's on 7. Again, if there's a global food initiative in their remote server, that's only a 3 credit score with double seamless, if that is what's going on. But no agenda, I think, costs more than 3 credits to be scored out with seamless. Brandon just clicking for credits. Yusengra server 2. What you got? We're getting an advance. We're getting another advance. A 3rd advance. It looks like it's a Luminal.
Ooh.
So this puts Yusengra on the line of having to score out 4 agendas. Now you're never too upset scoring out a Luminal Transubstantiation. Interestingly enough, he did not seamless launch it, which give him an additional click, but this allows him to use the precision design ability to add an unseen card to archives, install in server 2, and advance it once. And I don't think there's any cards in this list that can be advanced that are not agendas.
No, they're not. This means this is probably the Global Food Initiative.
Yeah, so advance, single, seamless from hand with only 4 credits. That means Sengren has to start his turn, with 3 credits to his name. That means he's
Yeah,
unlikely to
but
be able to res.
yeah, but the combination of Skunkworks and Ansel means that Brandon can't simply use all of his clicks to break,
Yeah.
because then he won't have any to spend on a Skunkworks,
Could you
since he's only on 4 credits at this point.
just run in, click the last on the Ansel, have 2 clicks left?
Yes, technically you could, but I don't know what upgrade might then suddenly appear on that server. So probably,
It'd have to be
depending on where.
Anoetic.
Yes, that is correct.
But it also means the Synchron can't score out. I think there's some interesting options here.
Yeah, for sure. But at this point, I don't know if Brandon can afford to lose one of his cards and still have a chance to win this game, even
Yeah.
if this gains him a turn.
So Brandon has to decide here. We know the top card of the deck right now is a Rashida. So if you want to go for the Stargate play, you're only going to see 2 new cards. And it's very difficult to win off that. Again, Brandon does need 2 more agenda points. The global food initiatives are the 5-3 in this list, but they only count themselves as a 2-point agenda in the runner score area. Lots of thinking going on for sure. So this is looking like the last turn of the game, so take your time for sure. There's no rush here. These are still timed rounds, but we still have a fair bit of time in the round. Turn 13, pretty quick. But that's what the PDX can do. And you see this, surviving an apocalypse, rebuilding, still having good defensive remotes. It's kind of the thing that PD can do. Brandon giving this a think. Again, we know the 2 cards in stack. I don't know if we know the 2 cards in hand just yet. It looks like all the overclocks are out. That is a big card that's worth playing around. We've played 3 gambles. All the APOCs are out. All the laundries are out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point all of the money cards are out, which is kind of problematic for Brandon.
So if we're on 2 out of the ashes, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So there's 1 influence floating left. Is it like a Deuce's Wild that sometimes shows up in this list?
Let me see. That there's one DJ Fenris.
Oh, it's a Fenris in hand.
What can Anna grab with DJ Fenris? I guess
DJ Fenris,
Steve?
you can grab Steve. So running HQ allows you to get that pseudo recursion. You pull back 2 of the same card. I don't think there's anything else that attractive. I think you have access to Smoke, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I think Smoke doesn't have a stealth credit for some reason, because
oh yeah, the rules are weird, right? Yeah, the way the rules work.
Does Shaper have any more Gmods?
I think Cabinessa, but at this point, she doesn't really do much.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. But I have no doubt that there's some games where having access to a Steve can be quite strong.
Oh yes, especially if you give the choice between APOC and APOC.
Yeah.
During an APOC run, that might be really hurting.
Yeah, even just like overclock and overclock, just so you can run archives, you'll be fine.
Oh yes.
All right, so Brandon has to figure it out. So his outs here are contesting the remote. It's very hard for him to win off of central servers. It looks like there was an agenda, for what it's worth, in archives for the last couple turns. That was what was iced up pretty quickly. There was the Chrisim on it, but that looks like that was the card that was returned from the precision design ability. We're going straight into Stargate again. It's only 2 new cards here. I believe we know it's Rashida on the top. Hagen is going to be all of Brandon's money. He can't really save a credit and trash the Stargate. That's just not how the paperclip works. And we're revealing Rashida, Drafter into seamless launch. So no agendas there. And top decking the Rashida isn't going to help you Sengren win or lose next turn if he's just scoring out of the remote server. Now again, if there's only 10 cards after this in R&D, there's only 3 more agendas if we're assuming server 2 is an agenda.
I think there are some good chances that at least in HQ or archives there's at least 1 agenda, I think, because otherwise this is a really lucky draw for Zengrin by having all of the relevant agendas on the bottom.
There you go. There's a global food in hand. King only has 2 clicks left, and Sengrin didn't res there knowing there's agenda in hand. My guess is he knows he needs the money to be able to score out on server 2. And now with only 2 clicks left, that Mana Garm is definitely entirely safe. So Sengren can have perfect information. Hey, I can only spend 1 credit, let's say this turn, if I want to score out with a Seamless, or even without if it's the last or second last off-world office in the remote.
Yeah.
We're going back into HQ. Seeing a card here. It's a Chrysium Grid from HQ. Now Brandon can't trash that. That's one of the 2 cards, so you're hoping the other card is an agenda here is your only option. Unless you want to check archives. But we did see agenda just being pulled out, we're assuming from archives. The chance of there being 2 in there, I think those will have to come up on the apocalypse. There's almost no way there was 2 agendas during the APOC. Brandon thinking this could be his last click. And again, this is double elimination. None of these players will be out of the top 8 cut, but being put down to the lower bracket is, a lot more stress. A very small margin of error at that point on. What do you do here? I think you just slam HQ. I don't think Archives is as good.
Yeah, but I also kind of feel like HQ isn't good, so I think it's a choice between 2 bad options.
Yeah, HQ is the better bad option, right?
Which both might also be able to lead to something, but I think it depends a lot on how the game went. And since something was grabbed from archives, and it's probably has been an agenda, I think the chances are pretty low that something is an archive at this point.
So Brandon thinking this, knowing what's in their stack again. Okay, we're just going HQ here. We know 1 card's Chrysium Grid. Perhaps we'll see the other. It's a drafter, so nothing else in HQ, sweeping out the only global food initiative. And now if this is anything else besides a food, we should be good to score here. Up to 4. That is the last or second last off-world office. Good game. What a close game. Both players down to 1 credit or fewer. 6 to 8 agenda points. Surviving the apocalypse. Sengren pulling it through with the precision design.
Really close game between both players.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. And again, this matchup is I believe a fair bit more difficult as soon as you're playing against a sports medal that has access to a single. Sometimes we've even seen 2 arc lockdowns. But with a single arc lockdown, this matchup gets way more difficult, where you can start targeting labor rights or the apocalypse, or you can really pull some problems, pull some pieces out of their well-oiled machine.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well played to both. And that, I believe, is the last game, so we should have results coming in quite soon. I'm just going to jump over to Cobra. So I don't think we're going to have a visual bracket, so I'm not the best at putting this together. So these are our pairings. Our winners for the first round: Janktivist taking against Stephen E. Cable Carnage winning on the Corp side against TF34. Sengren winning as Corp. And it's not all a full Corp sweep, but not a Bees. Big Unit winning against not to Bees. So we have our second round. Now half of these players will be in loser brackets. Half of these players still the top brackets. So our top brackets will be Janktivist, Cable Carnage, Sengren, and the Big Unit. We're off to round 2. It starts in about 5 minutes. Awesome. Oh, show hide identities. Yo, huge. Thank you. That is such a big help. There's a button that lets you make this a lot easier to look at. Found it.
Yeah.
Lost Geek, are you around for another round?
I would be, but I don't know how. I think Soccer wanted to maybe also commentate for
good.
next round, so I could do another one.
Yeah, sure. We can get Sokka to jump in as well. All 3 of us can run this.
Sure, why not?
Cool. All right, so we should be joined in a bit by Sokka. So we have round 2 already, and again, we will be 2 of the players will be out by the end of this round. Again, the loser brackets, half of them will be eliminated. So this gets a bit pretty tense for sure. The round is going to be starting in about 5 minutes. So we're going to be looking at these lists. We can see who is playing what. Janktivist on Corp, Sengren on Runner, Steven on Runner. So the Runner deck is a Xayah list, and I think that's actually really interesting to look at. So it's going to be Xayah versus controlling the message. On the King side, it's Max. I think that's probably there's some really splashy deck lists going on. Hey, Soccer, are you joined with us? How's it going?
Hey, it's going well. How's it going?
We can hear you. So we're joined by Sokka. You might know Sokka taking the APAC Continental Championship just 2 weeks ago. Also, I believe a former Canadian national champion. Is that correct?
Currently reigning for the last 2 years, not because national hasn't happened for 2 years.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, welcome. How's it been? How's your Continentals been so far?
It's been fun. I've been mostly just been spectating, prepping with people, watching the last 2 Continentals. and Intercontinentals is creeping up on me, and I'm starting to get worried now.
Oh no, it's I'm excited. Intercontinental is always such a treat to watch. We're going into this.
It's exciting. It's going to be an exciting format.
So we're gonna go into round. This is round 2, and I think the match that we want to see maybe is Stephen E is playing Xayah versus TF34 on, I think it's Controlling the Message, and that's notable for a couple reasons. Firstly, TF34 has been playing Controlling the Message for a while now. In fact, coming to second place finish at Worlds last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, lovely. And we have a Xayah list on Stephen E, and this list is interesting. Xayah as an ability, it's basically, if you look at this list, it's just a good stuff criminal. So the options are playing 419 with Amakua, but this looks like it's a non-Amakua list and has some splashy includes in terms of influence. We're looking at a Botulus, a singleton Botulus on top of the boomerangs, on top of the inside job, so a nice way to deal with 1 or 2 subroutine ice. We're looking at Amina, though, on the Codegate side, the decoder side, which is very expensive, and we've seen a lot more players play Unity. We're also looking at interesting resources. We're looking at 2 of Red Team, allowing for that early aggression on central servers, forcing them to res up, maybe ice up archives if they don't want to, and a verbal plasticity, a fair few cards from System Gateway on top of course, the 3 jailbreak, which I feel like Xayah gets a bit more value as well from. What do you think about this list? How does this look compared to 419? The economic pressure is kind of traded for, accesses and money.
Bosky, go ahead.
I have been distracted for a second. Sorry.
It's all good. So
I'm just trying to set up
no, of course.
Set up here.
I think TF34 is also CTM list, if I'm not mistaken. Let me find it. On Seed 5. It's also
Seed 5.
kind of interesting. Because if you look at the tag punishment here, there's some interesting ice. Of course, a lot of assets. We're looking at Regolith Mining License as well, which is a really fun asset from System Gateway. But the big thing is, while we have 3 hard-hitting news, there's no kill package. And the tag punishment is actually kind of narrow. We're looking at 2 market forces for the economic swing and a single psychographics, which of course is all you need with 3 BL in the list. Sometimes you can score out a single agenda if they really go into it. But on top of that, you have cards like Salam's Hospitality, which on its own, I don't think it has any hard synergy with any of the other cards in the list. We're not like looking at their hand. This is mostly to play around Apocalypse, to really goof up that max list that gets to the end of the line and where technically every single card that's in their hand.
Yeah, definitely. It's all of the max variants. I think you can either just call labor rights and hit. If you see 2 labor rights in the heap, you can try to hit the 3rd out of hand. You can try to hit the symbol chips and whatever they're trying. So if it's an Apoc, let's hit the Apocs. It's, I think, a really versatile card.
Another card.
So,
sorry, go ahead, Saka.
Xayah's got 3 penny shavers, and the 1 of Miss Bones with the 2 red teams. I think because TF34 doesn't have air enhanced security, Xayah has a decent chance of being able to maybe actually keep the board under control.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's a good point. That early aggression and getting the economy. Some of the lists we see will run a single Citadel Sanctuary, which helps a heck of a lot against that Controlling the Message tag. Now, Xayah doesn't have Link, so maybe that card works less well, but we're going to have to pay to clear the tag. We don't have Deuce's Wild. We have no other tricks, so you're going to have to clear some tags, but not at least the AR enhanced ones. Definitely.
That'll probably be a problem.
Looks like our game has started and we're off. Sorry to jump in. We're in. Do you have the password, Saka?
I don't. I'm sure I can find it though. Yeah. Or can you send it into the chat?
Yeah, I'll just message you.
Mm-hmm.
So we're off to the races. Welcome to round 2. We're at the lower brackets. I feel like I should know this. Give me 1 second. We're at the lower brackets right now. So one of these players is not going to make it on into the tournament. And we have 3 installs here on Controlling the Message without an AR enhanced security. Not too many strong things you really need to contest on turn 1. Maybe Rashida. That could be an issue. But we have the 1 of a verbal plasticity coming down. And if there's any turn you want to install this card, it is turn 1. Because that's going to be boosting the power of the draw for the rest of the game as long as you're clicking to draw. And this deck outside of the diesels is going to be clicking to draw a fair bit.
Yeah, I think once if Stephen E is able to set up their economy and be able to have a decent amount of economy coming in drip-wise off the Rozekis, they can get a lot of value off the Xayah by just getting central runs. And I think CTM can lose a lot of games that way, where you get repeated value out of central runs.
That's the thing. Stephen E has to respect the hard-hitting news always hiding in the wings. With the daily business show up, the quality of draw is going to be a bit better. So we're going to see at what point Zaya feels comfortable with their economy. The 2 orbs are definitely going to help in a couple turns. And then you're right, going in and getting that access is getting that additional value from Zaya. We have 3 jailbreak in the list and Paperclip hitting the bin.
And I think one thing definitely to keep in mind is that TF34's list is only playing 1 Mumbled Virtual Tour, so checking random remotes is pretty viable, and the risk is rather low to suddenly have to trash something for 5 and get hit.
It's also, in terms of the assets in this deck, we're going to have to zoom out a fair bit. TF34 going very horizontal very quickly. But this list doesn't have any fast advance pieces outside of the psychographics. So if TF34, if they don't want to sneak agendas on the table, and server 6 or server 7 easily could be a Beal, they're going to have to build a remote server. And if you look at some of the ice in the list, the high end of the ice is things like an Endless Eula and an F2P. We saw TF34 Our Worlds just saying, okay, this is a wraparound. I'm going to jam agendas behind it at some of the top tables, and that worked. It's a bit more difficult against Criminal with things like not only the Botulus, but things like Inside Job and Boomerang. But it's going to take a while for TF34 to actually have a reasonable scoring remote. TF34 getting that filtered draw. Spin Doctor on the table. We have double daily business show. Mandatory draws. Look at 3, keep 1, put 2 on the bottom. And Steven is still setting up. Double Rozeki. Daily cast. We're zooming out far.
Yeah, I like Steven's approach here, and which is how I like playing against CTM, which is why you probably don't see me play a lot of stuff like Freedom or like really aggressive, like get in your face decks, because I like sitting back, setting up my money, and having a little bit more control over what's going on in the game. And I think especially when you look at TF34's deck and you look at the tag punishment, a lot of it is not like, it's not super impactful tag punishment. There's no exchange of information. Especially. So you're on 2 market forces, 1 psychographics, and the biggest one is the self-growth program.
Yeah.
And if you look at breaker-wise, are we on Amina? We are on Amina.
Yeah.
So like Amina's the most expensive one that you wouldn't want to get bounced, but a lot of the times against CTM, you can get away with not even using Amina.
Yeah, it's just the magnets I think you have to watch out, maybe an Enigma. But we have Boomerang there on the IP block, and Trace 3 you could get through. We're going to opt to use the Boomerang to save some credits and take some money away from TF34. Now, they are making 3 credits a turn with the Commercial Bankers group, but that will slow them down a small bit. Still, Rashida firing off in server 8, I believe. So a lot of options here. We're looking at 10 cards before we start returning things at Daily Business Show.
Yeah, with the Mumba Temple and the Bankers group running on the board, the Boomerang doof is just to keep your own money going more than anything, and just to cycle the cards out of your hand.
So 12 credits, we're getting 4 in. Steven is at the point where they can consider trashing things. And one of the nice benefits of sitting back and waiting for your money to accrue is one of the best ways to deal with controlling the messages board is to trash multiple things in a turn. The trace only fires the first time you trash a card. So if you pick out multiple targets, that can save you those tags you have to remove. And now server 2 and server 6 haven't been rezzed. What do you reckon those are on the table? Do we just have agendas? Is one of those a Mumbet Virtual Tour?
It could also be another copy of Spin Doctor or something like that that is not necessary right now, but otherwise, maybe one of them is an agenda.
We have Jeeves that maybe at the point don't have to be res. We have Maryland. A Regolith mining license shows up as a one of, which, you know, if you don't need the money, you'd rather build board state than spend the clicks liberating 3 credits at a time. There you go. There's a Regolith. Now, a new card from Gateway. A click for 3 credits. Hard-hitting news coming down on top of that. So, hey, you ran last turn. And TF34 has a lot of money coming in, a lot of access to money. They're getting to strength 13. Zion doesn't have Link. This isn't 419. So those tags are going to stick. Now, Steven, in theory, could float a single tag if they wanted to. It's just a market forces. And with the other tag punishment socket, that returns a card to hand, or?
Yeah, if they have a single tag, you return 2 cards back to hand.
Okay, interesting. So that definitely slows you down.
But like you don't really want the verbal plasticity to get trashed either. So you probably just clear 4 tags and drip for 4 and be okay with it.
So Steven will have to take a turn off again. Yeah, drip for 4 makes that turn a lot more palatable. You're still progressing your board state and at least or your game state, not just losing straight 8. But TF34 now down to 2 credits. So 1 harding news down in the bin. Their money's going to take a bit to recover, but that click for 3 and Regolith mining license does help a wee bit. And we have server 9 showing up. So TF34 looking at the point they might consider pushing an agenda, and they're going.
But to be honest, for Steven E, there's definitely also the option of just running on all the econ assets, trashing them, and just keeping the text.
Yeah, I actually like that. At 16, you trash the bankers, trash the regolith. You could even trash the Mamba Temple. You leave TF34 at 2 credits, and then you get hit in the head by market forces.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I think the punishment here. I think we're on 2 market forces, if I'm not mistaken.
We are. Yeah, we're on 2 market forces.
So daily business show. That's the only blowout, mind you. Psychographics doesn't do too much if they have 2 credits, but market forces can definitely change that. And it looks like that might be the line we're pursuing. Commercial Bankers Group controlling the message, tracing 4, TF34 not boosting here.
I imagine we pay 4 for this trace.
If you don't
just to get rid of money.
If you don't have money, they can steal your money. Paying 4, boosting the trace.
Yeah.
Regolith coming down for 3. That's 3 more if you want to go for the temple and really destabilize TF's economy. And again, this is not a boom list. Deck lists are available, so Steven knows this is not going to be lethal, potentially in a turn or two.
I wonder if Steven should have pressured the Spin Doctor click 1
before, so those don't get shuffled back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair idea.
Yeah, that's a good option. But also running Server 6 is an option now, because if it's a Mamba Virtual Tour, you don't have to trash it now.
That's true.
If there's any turn to check that, I think it's now.
And only 2 credits. Sometimes you're worried about that second Harding news. If that connects, you're definitely buried. I don't know if Steven is going to consider, like, do you clear tags from this point on in the game?
I like this clear tag here, because we know the money situation. It's a Maryland campaign.
All right, so being res credit neutral. TF34 not resing it, not needing it in the early game, just keeping that as a kind of a surprise, a question mark of sorts, a way to also duck diversion in the right circumstances. But let's see if we have the market forces. Again, we're drawing 3, bottoming 2, so we're going through deck really quickly. That's some market forces. Now with only 2 credits, it's only gain 2, lose 2.
Yeah, that's not that great. And we don't have the news. So that's good news for Steven E here.
Daily cast being pulled down as well. So the verbal plasticity, it's staying. We haven't seen a lot of this card. We see competitive play, so we're going to see a bit more of it. That's how much I wanted you to gain from forces. 4 clicks.
That's good.
Only 3 tags. Starting to clear the tags again. The Rozekis do make that a bit easier. And a new card in server 10. That is a Commercial Bankers Group. TF34 is very quickly gaining credits with both the Maryland campaign and the Bankers Group.
Yeah, finding the Bankers Group here is huge, because we're going to have to interact again next turn probably to get that out of here.
There goes the plasticity. You can't trash my Rozekis. You could return them back to hand with the right punishment, but Steven's board state slowly rolling backwards. The second ice on HQ, and mind you, that AP block does get a fair bit better with a tag still on Steven's side, but we're building a remote server here, and I don't know whether the best remote server in this list might just be double magnet. I believe that's the only code gate in the list, so it's difficult. You can't double boomerang. You'd have to do boomerang and inside job. We got Miss Bones coming down. Nice. That's perfect. 12 credits to start cleaning the board up. The Bankers is coming down for 2. Maybe you want to hit the Maryland.
I think you'd actually just hit both Bankers groups. Maryland on 4 is okay.
So we're going for Maryland.
Looks like we are going.
Okay.
And of course, with the tag floating, Steven might be just pressured to keep trashing things, whether you want to bring down a daily business show. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you get as much value out of the Bones before it gets trashed. Because if you leave Bones here at 3 credits, if the Corp trashes it, that's not really good for the Corp.
Yeah. And TF34 down to 2 credits as well. Again, they need to spend pretty good money resing the remote server. We haven't seen a Mamba's Temple since the first one is gone, so they're going to have to pay real credits, and some of their ice costs 6. It's going to be a fair bet. Steven, 2 credits on the orb. We're going again. We have Miss Bones. It's a Mamba Temple that can come down for free. You will have to worry about the tag. But Miss Bones done her whole work. A clean 12 credits right off in 2 turns.
So one thing that should be going through the runner's head here is that, like, you only have 1 Bones. You can't keep this up forever. And if you have to be able to convert this early pressure and this early, like, taking tempo away from the Corp, and you have to convert it into a win somehow. And if you continue just trashing things off the board, that'll be like a really big ask to be able to keep that up from the runner's perspective.
It's worth knowing Zaya's ability. We have R&D open. We have multiple jailbreaks in this deck. This ability has not fired once this turn. So
Yeah.
there is some money locked into R&D if you want to go there for single accesses. Jeeves was the card in server 12, access to not trashed. Now TF34 is spending 3 clicks to click for credit, getting 1 click back.
We're thinking of if we want to throw something in that remote.
Just drawing last click. Something you don't often want to do, but the Jeeves kind of forces you in that direction. So Steven now surviving through hard-hitting news threat for the last couple turns. There are 2 cards face down in archives that have been there for a bit. And just clearing the tags down to only 1 single tag. Server 9. Something installed server 13, server 14. We're zooming out a wee bit again. In terms of the cards and the remotes, we're looking still at a single commercial bankers group. The Marylands are all 3 in rotation. And Steven clawing out of the hole. Short gamble, popping them up to 9. Still with a single tag.
Yeah, we're going to try to look to clear this soon. If you get self-growth programmed here, that is not good.
TF's list is running very few agendas, right? Like, we're looking at only 8 agendas?
8 agendas.
So we're looking at...
We got a degree mill.
Bologna's a single degree mill. The Beals and a headline. So there's not too many agendas in rotation. The deck has been just shuffled. Spin Doctor shuffling back in Market Forces and a commercial bankers group. So any work that was done with the Daily Business Show has now just been undone. Second spin in server 13 to draw 2. TF34 is going to be scoring out what it looks like a tomorrow's headline, giving 1 tag back to Steven. Not going to be able to capitalize on that tag, but this is not breaking news. You have to clear it. Steven calling this one rude.
Because they did gain the tag from tomorrow's headline and now Market Forces for 6 trades instead of 3.
Oh, the Market Forces hit off the Jeeves. Oh, that is super rude.
That's huge.
That is really, really nice.
Well, 12 credit swing on a board like this.
Yeah.
You see, this is not closed accounts, which, mind you, is no longer in the standard card pool, but Market Forces definitely doing some work. Gaining the money from that feels really good. Server 15, 16. 9 has an advancement on it. With Jeeves on the table, you're threatening out to score any 5-3. A Bologna would be quite nice. And Steven dropping down to 1 credit to get the class act. The other, draw-based resource in their deck.
Yeah, it almost definitely is a 5-3 as well. There's no like NGO friend or anything in here.
You could go for a big Beal, but yeah, I think the Bologna would be nicer for the money, right?
Yeah, it's a 3-pointer with the single advancement of some sort, because Beal would be a 3-pointer.
Yeah. Mamba Temple coming up, resing that Maryland for 1 credit fewer. Feels good, and we're going to triple advance. G's getting clicked, the 5th advance. Now we're on game point. Bologna scoring 5 credits. TF34 now with 9 credits. Steven still not hitting the central servers, spending many turns in the mid game, the early to mid game, trashing the board, but the board just keeps coming back.
Yeah, that's what'll happen against CTM. That's what'll happen against CTM. If you gotta find that balance. You gotta contest the board, but you can't. If you contest the board too much, CTM will always be able to reinstall things. So
we're dropping down our multi-X turning wheel, hitting into a jailbreak, getting our first Zaya value, accessing with only 3 credits. Zaya gives her credits after the run ends, so we're not going to be able to steal Bologna off the top, but we're going back in with a dirty laundry. Mind you, this is a card I believe we've seen already, just getting for the credits and the turning wheel accesses. And TF34 cannot fast advance. This is not calibration testing. This is not a San City grid deck, and there was a Bologna on top. So we're now game point on both sides. 2 credits to 9.
That's a way to tie up the game.
So the top cards of R&D was Beal, Rashida, Bologna, and Steven E managed to find both of those.
It's really
here we go.
Quite something.
There's 2 Beals left.
Things are looking pretty bad, but Steven getting those really important accesses. We'll see if another hard-hitting news comes down here. Credit differentials not favoring, but a card just in server 9. Steven showing no breakers. We haven't seen a boomerang come down. A paperclip in the bin is a bit too expensive to play at this point. And a single advance again. So if server 12 is a Jeeves, it is a Jeeves. You can take that down in theory, maybe slow down the 5-3, but server 16 could be a backup Jeeves. Let alone server 9 could just be a Beal, and maybe you force them to the Jeeves as a, to slow them down, to put them on the wrong path. Steven seems upset with the board state right here. Now, again, you need only 2 credits to score out this agenda if that Maryland survives. So just running server 9, they have 2 credits again. They can spend Resing Ice. A Magnet will just do it. Spending 1 credit of real. real money to end the run here. Steven doesn't have any tricks, I don't think. I don't think we have Sneak Door Beta in the list. No, nothing like that. The Rozeki's taking up a lot of the MU.
What do you think Stephen E's going to go for here?
I don't know. I think you could try, like, I think you have to run a lot of everything to force the credits down. Now, the problem is if server 9 is a Bologna and it looks like a Bologna, it's one thing to be able to trace through an IP block. It's a second thing to have 5 credits when you access.
I mean, it could very easily, like, it's a 50-50, right? Like, it could be a Bologna or it could be the degree mill. And degree mill is just a blank agenda.
Yeah, that is true. I think there's only a single degree mill in the list, though. Oh, yeah, right, because there's only 153 left on either side. So, yeah, no, that's a good point. Just even considering this, a diversion of funds has a possibility, but even that, you'll have enough money to get through. You're having 2 credits come off the top of the Maryland.
Yeah, that unfortunately that doesn't work because you'd have to doof and trash Maryland, and the corp will still be at 4 credits, which is enough to score.
Yeah.
Also, since we don't know the outermost piece of ice, it might even not hit.
Yeah, for sure. We there are like just hard end the runs, like cards like Magnet in this list, a wraparound still.
Oh.
There's still a lot of money to work with the Mamba Temple. So we're just charging R&D here again. If it's a hard end to run, you could
running a bit. I think Steven is just running a bit to see where the magnets are and see if he can find a single access somewhere.
Charging R&D.
They maybe could have clicked for another credit to break Endless Eula. So if R&D here is Endless Eula and F2P, you could get through with 6 credits.
Yep. With only 1 Bologna left, it's, you know, your outs are a bit narrow, but that's a wraparound. Lovely new art. So that's going to be not necessarily end the run. We do have 5 credits. We can install our paperclip from the bin and pay 1. You can also bounce off this to get turning wheel counters. If you want to go back for the last click and maybe see, well, you only have 2 clicks left. You could maybe see 2 cards off the top of R&D depending on the innermost ice. That's the Mamba Temple credits down. TF34 still on 9.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. Like, it's only Endless Eula that can cost too much money. But for you to force an Endless Eula res, unless it's on the outermost of HQ.
But even if they res the Eula, the Maryland, they're fine, right?
Yeah, you'd have to make them res the Eula and trash the Maryland. So we're gonna go for the Jeeves.
So a server 16 is not another Jeeves.
No, it could be.
It could definitely be. If we look in the bin, we only see 1 Jeeves out so far.
So I think it is.
Server 9, mind you, could still be a 3-2 agenda. There you go. Jeeves res for free. 2 Gs on the table. That was 10 credits you have to force out. That's a GG from Steven. 5 advance. It was the final. Bologna, degree mill still floating out. And TF34 is going to take it. You see that game, the back and forth, the multiple states of the amounts of tags. But TF34, definitely an expert at this sort of archetype. And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the run for Steven, falling at the bottom of the lower brackets. Good games to both players.
Yeah, it's a tight game. Steven was able to pick out some agendas out of R&D. I think you could have maybe like ran centrals a little bit more when R&D was open. You get some Zaya value out of that as well. But I don't know what their hand was looking like, and if they thought that maybe they had the tools to keep the board down, which they did for quite a while.
Yeah, that's a big question. The difference between 419 and Zaya, and it's hard to tell. Like, very obviously, the difference between 40 and 45 cards, but you know, that 419 exposed does slow the corp down, does force them to pay credits, and Zaya, I think, only triggered once or twice this game, which is unfortunate, but perhaps, you know, if you have to deal with the board and sit up early, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think their clicks were really taxed, so they had to look what they spent their limited resources on, and maybe looking back, going Tag Me was not the right decision, but it's so hard to decide, and even looking back now, I have no idea if it was correct or not.
Oh, do you want to jump into the Nada Bees versus the King game? We have some more time in the round. Sure. It looks like they're still going.
Yeah.
It says I'm not allowed. This is embarrassing.
I did get in, so the password should be correct.
Okay, I'll
Janet blocking you out. Gotta refresh.
Yeah, I'm going to try and refresh. All right, so we're in the middle of round 2. If you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the American Continentals 2021. This is the top cut. We have 8 players entering today. We should be down to 6 players at the end of this Swiss round. I'm in.
So Brandon up against some, I would say Reg Sports, but I'll explain why it's not Reg Sports in a second. But Brandon doing the Stargate plan. Looks like he's got a Vacheron, which is very important. Although Greg has 2 2-pointers scored, so there's only 2 Vitruviuses left in terms of agendas that are actually worth 2. One really interesting thing that Greg has decided, who's not to be's, Greg decided to cut the Hyperloop extensions for a 3rd Vacheron.
Whoa.
He says that, I was talking to him prior to the tournament, and he's a fan of jamming Vacherons a lot more aggressively. So if you have like 10, 11 ice, I believe he's on 11, you can put the Vacherons in the remote. You can maybe even pre-advance them, or you can score with Biotic Audacity off the board. And it sounded like he was more a fan of that play. He thought that if you turn Vacheron into an active agenda for yourself, he felt that he liked how that went. So that's the major difference between this sports medal and the rest of them.
Yeah, we've heard strong words about Vacheron, and it's proven, obviously, through the whole month to be a very, very powerful ability. We're going in here with Stargate, revealing a Vacheron and Spin Doctor Rashida. Now, there is a card in server 7, but if that Vacheron hits archives, it's important to know that that text is entirely blank. Vacheron going in there.
Server 7 is a GS model Bioroid because it was ran like 0th liquid out of ashes.
Lovely.
We checked that.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Huge turn here. So, Brandon with only 2 credits. We need to look at cards like Overclock. We only see 1 in the heap. There's a chance there's 1 in hand, but you need to get archives this turn. We know the Spin Doctor is coming up in 2, so you can mandatory draw, install the Spin Doctor, and fix this issue. But the game is definitely there in archives.
So there's 2 Overclocks in the bin. So there's 1 Overclocks somewhere.
Oh, right, yeah. 6 cards in stack, 6 in hand.
So if we take 2 credits and play Overclock, then we get in... Oh, actually, Black Orchestra is on the board. So 6 credits is the maximum amount of credits that we'll need to break anything. So let's see if we have that. Is there Dirty Laundry?
We can Dirty Laundry. There you go. On the remote. That's going to put you up to 5. So you can do credit, run archives.
Yeah.
The Dirty Laundry from hand.
You can break any ice in sports with 6 credits and a Black Orchestra on the board.
And Brandon knows all the ice in the list.
Very, very important play note, and I've seen people play this wrong against me, and I've made a big note about whenever I talk about sports and playing against sports. If your plan is Stargate, you have to check face down cards before you Stargate, just to make sure that Spin Doctor is not on the board.
And you saw the Out of the Ashes generally. Oh, they also have the Overclock. Massive overkill. Natabe's just going to hit the concede button again. None of the ice is going to keep you out of the server, and that Vacheron there in archives does not trigger there. So that will be 7 points exactly. Now, the 3rd Vacheron in his deck, whether that was a liability based off the Stargate matchup. So the king is still in it, but I believe that is the end of the road for Not to Be's. Falling out of losers brackets, and again, there's we're focusing on the continuing forward. Huge congratulations to both Not to Be's and Stephen E for making it this far in a very competitive field. So good games to y'all. So
yeah, I'm disappointed we weren't able to catch Not to Be's runner. I had a very, very spicy runner with it's an APOC max with Run Amucks and Wanton Destruction and Swift.
Oh, I have it open right now on the stream. Yeah, you see Swift and Wanton Destruction and Single Tread Lightly, a card that I don't think anyone, especially as a one of, it's so hard to respect, even if you know it's in the list. That's actually really interesting with Double Apocalypse, and of course,
it's a really well-teched deck actually, because if you actually think about like you're playing against PD, you're playing against sports, these are cards that you don't want to see.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. And the Swift, of course, just on its own, as long as you're playing a run event, helps you. It gives you that Out of the Ashes pseudo extra click to deal with Chrysiums or border controls or any other nonsense that you have to deal with when pulling down the whole board state. That's awesome. That's a really cool deck. Shame that we did not see this.
Yeah, and like Swift helps with, as you just said, it helps with Chrysium Grid, but the Run Amok helps a ton with Chrysium Grid because you trash the ice on the way in, or they don't res, and either's good.
Right. It looks like that might be it for round 2. I'm just refreshing Cobra. It looks like that is. So if we look at round 2, so in terms of the winners brackets, we didn't see. It looks like Janktivist took the win off Cable Carnage, and Big Unit dropped Desynchron down to the lower bracket. So again, we have now only 2 players at the top bracket. It should be Janktivist versus Big Unit, and then we're gonna have TF34 playing against Desynchron or Brandon. I think at this point there's like somebody waiting, right? Yeah, there's only 3 rounds. Or have I goofed it up? I think I might have goofed this up.
Nobody's waiting.
Oh, nobody's waiting. Okay, so there's 3 rounds. So 2 lower brackets and 1 upper bracket.
Yeah, two players that drop out.
And if you look right now at the identities, we're looking at a lot of HB now. It's TF34 only representing NBN. Otherwise, we're entirely HB, and it's a division between Maxes and the 419s. So round 3 should be starting in just a bit. If you're just tuning in, by the way, it's American Continentals. Welcome to Nisei's Twitch channel. If you want to give a follow or subscribe, if you have Amazon Prime, or just the regular subscribe button works too as well. My name is Andre. I'm from the Metropol Grid. I'm super excited to be here. I'm joined by both Lost Geek and Sokka. How's everyone doing today?
Pretty good. I think both of us.
I know. It's awkward with these 2 people. It's like,
face.
who's going to go?
Yes.
Yeah, I need to ask direct questions.
Yeah, but I think at this point I will also drop out of the stream. So this has been amazing.
Hey, thanks, Lost Geek, so much for joining. And again, we talked about this earlier in the stream, but there is an Eternal tournament coming up just next weekend, and Lost Geek has been a huge proponent helping balance and create the new Eternal balance format. So if you want to get involved in that, check that out. It's just next weekend, and Eternal looks like a heck of a lot of fun. So Lost Geek, thanks so much for joining us, eh?
Yeah, thanks for having me, and have fun with the next few rounds.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So Sokka,
Can we just
mention
how in round 1 and round 2, 3 out of the 4 wins were Corp wins?
Yeah, that is what it's looked like. So it's only been 1 runner squeaking a win through the whole time. And in terms of the structure, right, for the first round, you can choose what to play. I think there was only 1 player on a top seed that chose to play runner. I think the King chose to play runner. I think all the other opponents chose to play Corp, which kind of shows you how people feel about their Corp versus the runner deck. And so far, Corp is dominating in the top cut. So
it's unfortunate there for Brandon losing after choosing runner. It's a favored match. Picking the APOC Max against the PD, and I'm sure I'll talk with him a bunch after the tournament when this is all over about it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the case, but there is some Yomi type pseudo math here where if you pick runner for your first round, sometimes you plan into the future to know that okay, if I play runner first round, I'm more likely to play Corp second round, and sometimes that's the strat, take a weaker round 1 for a stronger round 2. I don't know if that's worth pursuing, but it's worth noting that after the first round, you have to play whatever side you've played less often. And sometimes it'll come to random if both players are in the same camp.
Yeah, so sometimes that'll be consideration if you think the game is close. Like if you think both matchups are about the same for you in this specific pairing. But I think in most cases, you generally just try to win the first round and then just let RNG decide your matchups from there. And I agree with what Brandon decided is that I think in his position, I would have picked the Max against PD matchup as well.
So we have 3 rounds. The tables are coming up right now. We have Sengren versus TF34. We have Janktivist versus the unit. And then it's Brandon versus Cable Carnage. Sokka, do you want to choose which direction we point the camera?
Oh, man. We got PD419. We got PD. So we got 2 PD419s. And we've got Sports against Max. I think a PD419 match would be an interesting one.
Okay, PD419. So do you want to do Yasengrin versus TF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it.
We'll check out the matches in the lower brackets so we'll watch the 2 players in the winners bracket at some point later on.
Yeah.
For sure.
They are the ones that are most likely to continue to be in this tournament. And it looks like we're off here. So welcome. This is the beginning of round 3. It's a double elimination today on American Continentals. We have Yasengrin here, Sengrin SC. Check out on YouTube. I'm a big fan of the channel. Give him a subscribe. This is a 40 minimum deck size on the newest HB identity from System Gateway. That +1 hand size, it looks a bit like cerebral imaging. It's not as important compared to the second part of the ability. Whenever you score an agenda, you may add 1 card from Archives to HQ. And Sokka, what is that 1 card you add from Archives to HQ?
I've been told that it should be Rashida. Shout outs to a brick, but most of the people use it for seamless launch.
Seamless launched a very powerful another system gateway HB card in operation that says put 2 advancements on a card that hasn't been installed this turn, allowing you to never advance cards of 4-2 and even 5-3 agendas. And Yusengren's list, this is not the banned Vacheron type list. This is just a neutral agenda suite, food, sandbox, and off-world office, a single luminal, but any card installed in a remote server has a threat to be scored the next turn. Now 419 TF34. I don't know if we saw his list just yet. I'm just going to pull it up real quick while the game spins
Yeah, it looks
up.
like we chose to go the Unity direction instead of the Amina. We've got a Sneak Door Beta, which is uncommon in 419 lists. Just trying to get more accesses. 2 inside jobs, 2 boomerangs, a Docklands Pass in there as well. So Sneak Door and Docklands Pass in this list.
Yeah, that's a lot of HQ pressure. And HQ pressure into this deck, a lot of times if the remote server is good, and the remote server, mind you, can be quite good when it comes to having things like Anoetic Void and having things like Manic Arms Skunkwork. So sometimes, the agendas just go straight into the remote. So that might be tricky for the HQ pressure.
Yeah, it'll be really... it'll be a problem for Yusengren if their hand gets clunky. But if PD goes out of the gates as they do most of the time, then a lot of this HQ pressure from archives won't be that relevant.
We see actually this is some 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's only 8 agendas in this deck. I think I've been saying 9 this whole weekend. That's a problem. So it's only 8 agendas, and the runner has to steal 4 of them. That is obviously a huge ask. These global food initiatives being fake points. We've seen fake agenda points be a big thing in this game. We're also looking at a single Anoetic and Chrysiums. All those defensive upgrades on top of the Managram do punish that 419 who wants to get those successful access on central servers. But we're off 2 ice here on HQ. I have no doubt we spent a credit there to prevent expose. Bravado coming in and seeing that seamless launch that hangs out on HQ for the entire game. It's there. There's a 3 of in the list though. Not too much of a gathering of information, but double sure gamble Bravado into Earthrise is such a start for TF34.
Yeah, it's a dream start there. It's a career fair off.
Yusengren is out into server 1, preventing the expose. And again, 419 says the first time the corp installs a card each turn, you may expose that unless the corp pays a credit. And often that credit is even more impactful. Information is one thing, but once an Amakua hits the table, but TF34 is not on Amakua, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really?
I think that might be the case. We have a diversion of funds here, slamming into HQ. Yusengren has only 4 credits to res ice. That covers most of the ice in the deck. I just want to double check about that Amakua thing. Yeah, no Amakua.
Yeah, no, we're not. No Amakua. This is actually a pretty good play. Although it does throw a diversion of funds away.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the big picture, you're throwing away diversion of funds, but you're forcing an ice res, or you're stealing money. So you're probably forcing an ice res, and then you can get to this Rashida. And now the corp has no money, and they're going to have to click up. And that's exactly where 419 wants to be.
Yeah, Rashida, obviously a huge hit on turn 1 or turn 2. Gives you that money and that card draw to set up. So you're not clicking for credits. You're not clicking for card draw. TF34 getting down that turning wheel. Now, Yusengren doesn't have a lot of money right now. It's going to be hard to protect server 1. Yusengren taking that back, forgetting about the 419 tax. So it looks like the thing they wanted to put in the remote server. They didn't want to give an ability to have it be exposed. Also kind of showing that server 1 ice might just be 4 credits exactly to res.
So one of the problems with PD in general is that you have... Wait a second. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so you just have hedge fund to gain, that's actually, good money. And, the rest of your money relies on having a board. So you have to, get a stick of Tranquility Grid, Advanced Assembly Lines, Rashida. It's, small amounts of money by having a decent board state. And, of course, your agendas are, a big source of economy.
Yeah.
So, if you don't find a hedge fund early and you can't play that, that's why we're in this situation right now. And it's interesting to note that Yusengren actually chose to cut a Tranquility home grid. So we're only seeing 2 here.
Now TF34 going for that aggression, the turning wheel getting up counters, trashing Rashida off the top of the deck, stealing a global food initiative, one of the 4 agendas necessary. And global food initiatives are also very important. If 2 of those are out of the game, Yusengren has to score 4 agendas as well. And there's a Tranquility home grid. For only 4 credits, TF can take that down. If you want to really contest the economy, that definitely does go down. It's going to force Yusengren to continue to click for credits until a hedge fund does find its way into that 6-card HQ. Dirty laundry just on archives.
We're not risking the R&D with Yusengren at 4 credits. Yeah, I tested 419 against PD a lot going into APAC, and they like a big part of the game. Like 419 is up for a vast majority of the early game, and it's just whether or not a question of 419 being able to keep that pressure and being able to stay up. And what I felt was one of the biggest things was whether or not PD can stick a Tranquility home grid. And a lot of the times that's dependent on whether or not the 419 can draw their bones. And it looks like we had to pay 4 real credits to trash the home grid. But if Usangren finds another one and puts it in the remote, it'll be a tough ask for TF34 to trash it if they don't find a bones.
That being said, it's only the second Tranquility home grid in this list, so Usangren is going to have to, draw really well. Ice on Archives, we've seen this a couple times now. Generally, this shows up to fend off Amakua counters, but this list is not playing on Amakua. It's a Sneak Door Beta respect. We've also seen a Crisium grid on HQ, which was exposed, not protected, so full information what's there. That's a Spin Doctor down. This list, I think, only runs a single Spin Doctor.
We have no more Spin Doctors for the rest of the game.
A huge access. Turning Wheel now can be converted into... Ooh, actually, the Spin Doctor can come back. It's a drafter. May add a card from Archives to HQ. May install a card. So that could be either the Rashida, which only 2 clicks left to 1 credit. That's not going to stay on the table. The Tranquility Grid representing the biggest trash cost, but the Spin Doctor presenting utility immediately. You can res that to draw 2 and recycle back in those Rashidas.
Yeah, so I think that's the right play there. Picking up the Spin Doctor, putting the Tranquility Grid in the remote.
Miss Bones there,
Wow.
coming down, running the remote. So then Tranquility is 4 credits. That's a tall ask. It's an anti-sure gamble, but Miss Bones having 12 credits to spend on installed cards. So that's 10 credits of value if you're consistently scrubbing the board. Usangren still in 1 credit, clawing their way, and it's so hard to pay that 419 tax once per turn, every turn, when you have this low credits, when you just need to get to that 5 credit threshold. But it's a Spin Doctor in server 2, eating the ability, not being protected.
Yeah, the problem here, which is why I don't like. I'm wondering what's in server 1, because there's nothing that you can res on 2 credits except for the one of Tithe, which
is probably assembly lines, right? Just to eat
the
treasure here, because you could res, but we got a Sneak Door Beta. This is not a passport. Sneak Door Beta hitting HQ. That seamless launch that's been there from the beginning. We're gonna
bones the Crisium.
Crisium, yeah, bones. A nice way to deal with that. 5 is so much to trash. But Crisium Grid now in the bin, and that Sneak Door Beta pressuring. Hey, you resed Ice on HQ, but Archive is the weak spot, and 2 credits. It's just a bit too little. The Tithe is the only res here in this list. Turning Wheel, converting those into multi-access. We're going to see 4 cards. Sandbox. Huge hit. A seamless launch. A second and a third. Full house there. TF34 halfway to what they need. Their credits all down to 1. We're checking server 2 there. That's a Spin Doctor. Now Usangren wants to draw 2. Pop that and remove 2. I don't think we're going to see what's in server 1 now. It's just a double Rashida returning. So server 1 was not contested. Miss Bones still 3 credits. Turning Wheel entirely empty.
Yeah, I think your call is correct. I think. Oh,
it was the second Tranquility. That's huge. And Tranquility home grid is a bit interesting. The first time each turn you install a card, unfortunately, that eats itself the turn you install it, so you don't see Tranquility on top of it. That's a Luminal on top.
Did we just expose the Luminal?
We exposed the Luminal with only 2 credits. What is this remote server? Whoa, okay, hold on. We need to look at the Usangren's list to see how cheap the ice is.
It's typical PD ice.
There's no vanilla. Its Tithe is the cheapest. Otherwise, we're jumping up to 3 credits. This remote server seems impossible to keep out if TF34 has a simple boomerang in hand.
Well, so the thing is, we're gonna pay 3. And then TF34 can boomerang afterwards. So this is a great play by the 419. Because you force a res and then you can boomerang it afterwards. Whereas you don't want to randomly guess with your boomerang and you res the other one. I think that was the threat. And I think the reason that the Luminal's going in there is because it's safer in that remote compared to HQ getting sneak doored.
Yeah, 1 and 6. Maybe you feel a bit better about that, but now it's in the remote server and Usangren's on 0 credits, so nothing really to do here. You can install to gain 2 with Tranquility home grid. It's a Manigarm Skunkworks. That does help a bit. You do have the credits to res it. New card server 3 looking like an assembly line. We're out of Spin Doctors.
Yep, it's assembly lines for a bit of money, which is enough money because assembly lines would bring Ysengrin to 5, which is enough to res what is probably a Gatekeeper on the inside and the Skunk.
You can also use assembly lines to install the Tranquility this turn to get 2 more credits if you have like another upgrade, right?
Yeah, so we're asking why we didn't like we could have just actually installed the Skunk Work in the remote, gain 2 off the home grid, and then went seamless advance the Luminal.
Yeah, for sure. And the Luminal gives you the whole turn back. You return the Seamless. In fact, you could return Rashida, but mind you, the Rashidas are out of archives. They were spin doctored back in, lowering the value of the drafter pretty considerably. We're going just Bravado into archives. You know, that's still an access, not a valuable access, but it is still credits. TF34 wants to slam down that Unity.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if that line was just missed with the gain 2 and then score with 2 clicks and 2 credits. But I think like at the same time, there is a little bit of reason to not do that because if you think the remote,
it still looks safe with the Managarm.
So the problem is, and like the question is whether or not TF34 is willing to do this. But if TF34 can force the ice to be rezzed and force the Managarm, then we're back down to 0, and now you have to like put something in the remote again.
Yep.
And yeah, it was a naked Rashida there. So that was probably the goal, is to score out, because if we score out that Luminal, the Rashida goes on the remote, and then you get a Rashida trigger this turn, which seems quite a bit better.
It looks like an advanced assembly line, and maybe the Ysengrin is hoping for that. A lot of times that's not a card you want to run, but the fact that it denies Tranquility home grid. But we're just scoring out the Luminal using a seamless launch. This was going to give you 4 clicks after it resolves, 1 credit to your name. Returning the Rashida, though, for Marquez and HQ, so not going for the seamless launch. Not a thing you need to do when you have 2 others in your hand. As Rashida in server 1 not being protected from the expose, clicking to 3 credits to Ysengrin now on the board. 6 credits to the name, a Rashida on top of a Managarm. That looks pretty safe at this point. TF34 having that Earthrise Hotel, 2 cards a turn, 3 cards with the Class Act, returning 1 to the bottom. So if there's a breaker, if there's a mutual favor, if there's diversion, they're going to be able to find it pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're the PD stabilizing here, which is what happens from what I found when you're playing 419. Like it's pretty hard to keep the PD down, and it's just whether or not like you found a bunch of agendas. But it looks like Boomerang Doof is going to be pretty good. I was gonna say though that TF34 doesn't have money on the board, so there's 2 Rozekis, there's 3 daily casts, and we haven't found those. So like we're drawing cards, but the money's not gonna go anywhere.
This is not an Audacity list. Going down to 0 credits while user Rashida will still fire next turn means that Snake Door Beta will connect. What we know now in hand is a Gatekeeper and 2 Seamless Launch, if I'm not mistaken. Rashida and the remote server are going to draw 3, gain 3 on top of mandatory draw. And again, anything that goes into this remote server on top of the Managarm is just additional value. And Anoetic is in this list, 20 cards left in R&D. And with that many cards in hand, Anoetic, it is still pretty expensive to use, but it's not the cards as much as the credits that are the cost at this point. Install cards.
I wonder if,
it's an office.
Not
protecting it. Hedge fund to 9.
Yeah, so hedge fund is perfect because I think so. Now you're threatening the ice on archives.
We're putting so much value in this Managarm, saying, "Hey, it's a Gatekeeper. Sure, a Magnet. Excuse me. You can't deal with that right now. A Unity, a Boomerang, maybe an Inside Job. The second ice, and then the value of the Managarm on top of it is still a lot. This thing is not Ash exactly. If you're familiar with that old card, it doesn't require any additional cost from you, but 5 credits, 2 clicks, that is a tall ask.
So, what is the math here? Because we do have 2 Boomerangs and 2 Inside Jobs. So you go Boomerang, the Inside Ice, you Inside Job, you get in with 3 credits.
You don't have 2 clicks.
2 clicks. You do have 2 clicks. Boomerang, Inside Job.
Because Inside Job is a click itself. Yeah, you need the perfect hand. And you know that one of the Boomerangs was just shuffled back, so you're unlikely to have another one in hand, or at least less likely, right?
I think if you have it, you go for it.
Yeah, you have the full information.
You're at 4 points. You get yourself to 6, and you just need 1 more good access to win the game.
Now, Ysengrin is thinking here. I think if you have even a Tithe, you'd be okay strapping it on server 1 just to eat the 1 credit for the Inside Job.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And it's a value.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right.
It's a value install as well because you've already eaten the 419 trigger.
Earthrise Hotel again, that's seeing 3 cards. You get to pick 2 of them. Mr. Lee, eat your heart out. So a lot of access to options. Do you know in terms of the list, I'm looking at it really quickly. In terms of the inside jobs, we're looking still at 2 and only 2 boomerangs. Now, both of those have been shuffled back into the deck on a successful run. Miss Bones as well will help deal with the Tranquility. If you're running this remote server, what you're prioritizing, say you do get in, I think you prioritize trashing the Managarm over the Tranquility is my guess.
I think that largely depends on your hand. Like if the remote is too expensive, you might just trash the Tranquility to hurt the corp's money and try to win the game on centrals.
Mm-hmm.
I
think that makes sense. And you know that turning wheel is spinning up, even off the Sneak Door beta runs.
We've accessed this Gatekeeper a couple times.
Yeah, I think we know half the hand, right? We're assuming it's Gatekeeper and double Seamless, maybe even a second Gatekeeper.
Yeah.
But hey, free turning wheel tokens aren't too big of a, like, that's nice. That's the high end of the multi-axis and TF34's list, barring the Docklands and maybe even a legwork. So getting down a boomerang, just smashing through R&D again. Bagalter is the killer, deals with Drafter relatively well, at least once per turn. Unity also can come down. Only 1 credit to install, breaks the magnet for 2.
I'm extremely surprised that this Archives Ice is not being rezzed. Like, I think it really does tell us that there's no agendas in HQ.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's like Bran or Ansel, like, what do we have those? We've got one of each.
We got 1 Ansel, yeah.
Yeah, like, anything else, Gatekeeper is, like, maybe you wouldn't res Gatekeeper. Hagen, you trash the thing. Magnet's fine, it costs 3 credits, you end the run. Drafter's amazing because you get money off your home grid and you add a card back to hand, and Border Control is just a 3 credit end the run.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably the remote server 1 that they want to keep the money for. This list also runs Border Control, a card immensely powerful, but we haven't seen too much of it outside of PD for the last couple months of competitive play, but that does change the math heavily on server 1. Inside job gets eaten by that at some point, sort of. But we have no Fractor. We're going in. There's the Brawn in HQ. 6 credits to res this big old barrier.
Yep, so we got 4 non-agendas in HQ. Brawn, Gatekeeper, 2 seamless launches. At the very least.
Yeah, and there's only 8 agendas again. It is an off-world office in server 1, so there's 4 agendas between 26 cards. So 1 in 6. It took me a while to do the math. I'm not embarrassed.
Yeah, this is one thing that you'll notice about PD, and it's not something that's immediately obvious. Is that like the agenda suite in PDs is just so busted. You have 8 agendas, and runner has to steal 4 of them.
Yeah,
and it's like. It's not like it doesn't seem that bad, but once you get into the game and you realize that the corp is trying to rush, you're trying to steal agendas. So like right now, with the Seamless coming down for the off-world office, we're probably are we gonna pick up Seamless back?
I think you do because you want to score the food, right? And so you want the double Seamless into the food.
Yeah, that's fair. And like so now that there's 4 agenda sword, there's only 4 agendas left.
Yeah, I mean you have them still.
And, like, 19 in R&D, 6 cards in HQ, and you have to find 2 of the 4 agendas. That's hard.
Now, TF34 is building towards its inevitability, right? Because there's still, we don't think there's an agenda in HQ. And so if they just keep running archives, keep getting that HQ run off Sneak Door beta and getting the turning wheel counters outside of the, that is going to eat the Sneak Door. That's quite nice. Yeah. But outside of the single spin doctor that's already been used, there's no sprint in this list. There's no shuffling. You can just lock the top of R&D. And then Sengren's going to be in a situation. I don't think they have any ability to shuffle the deck.
Well, the thing is, like, you gotta lock the R&D meaningfully. So we found the Bagalter, which is step 1. So now we cost us 2 credits to check the top card of R&D, which I imagine TF34 will go for. And then I think like Sengren goes card and remote, second ice on R&D next turn. But let's see here. We're seeing 3.
It's all about that food. Mind you, that food is such a big deal for the corporation here. And 3 cards on the top of R&D, no trash. We're getting a turn wheel token back, no steal as well. So now Sengren, unless they have that agenda in hand, whether it's snuck through somehow, we haven't seen R&D for a while. It's all about the food. Otherwise, we're going to have to score 2 4-2s to try and close the game. And Sengren is an awkward spot. Installing on R&D.
Honestly,
it's a mana guard.
I like Sengren's position here. Like it's one of 2 scenarios. You either have the agenda and you put it in the remote, and it's either GFI and you win the game, or it's a tempo positive sandbox or off-world office, which is also just fine. If you don't have agendas, second ice on R&D. If you have the second skunk on R&D, that's great as well. But I think second ice R&D is more or less good enough. And you know, like you have no agendas in hand. There's no agendas coming up. You can spend a turn or two setting up here, and like you're looking down 419, but like 419 with no Rizeki stripping is it's actually kind of hard depending on what their hand is looking like.
So we saw in R&D a Manic Skunk Works attached into the root of that server. And one thing that's always important to understand is Manic Skunk Works has a little diamond next to its name. It's a unique card. So if Synchron wants to res that R&D defensive upgrade, they're going to have to destroy the one in server 1, trash it, which obviously has an impact on how defensive that server is. So there's some interesting play here to fork between R&D pressure and the server pressure, making that server a lot more approachable. We know that we saw a Gatekeeper and a Brawn. That has a chance of that being on top of R&D, besides in what might have been seen off the top of the deck from TF34. TF34 trying to figure out how much time is left in the round. We'll hopefully figure out relatively soon again. I don't know what happens when you go to time in a top cut.
The higher seed wins.
Oh, beans. And that right now is TF34 at least. That seems like an anticlimactic way to end a game. We still have 23 minutes, so that should be more than enough to find a 7-point plus victory for one of these players.
Yeah, time won't be a concern for this game here.
TF34 has 3 clicks. Just drew up with a Diesel. Their Earthrise Hotel, I think, dried up the previous turn. So Diesel looking at 4 cards, returning 1 to the bottom of the stack. At this point, we've seen most of the deck. Again, you're drawing very aggressively with the Class Act. You're looking at a lot of your cards. So the Paperclip hasn't shown up yet. We haven't seen a Mutual Favor. We haven't seen the Unity, but this can't be too far away. And we're hitting a shortcut button here. Just bouncing off the magnet. If you're reading that in the chat log, that means they're just running HQ, getting a Turning Wheel token, trying to lock the top of R&D. Throwing into the bin, we have a Paperclip on top of a Mutual Favor. The Mutual Favor kind of suggesting that the Unity is already in hand. Card in server 1, Tranquility Home Grid. You can get those credits first before having the money to play for the expose, and we're preventing the card from being exposed here. HQ getting a secondary piece of ice, preventing those bounces with the Turning Wheel. Now I think we still know the top card of R&D because TF34 saw 3 2 turns ago, or was it 4?
Yeah. We don't currently know the top card. But Yusengrid perfectly drew all of them.
Oh yeah, they drew that turn. Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Okay, so the top card is now new. With only 7 credits, something like a Brawn is not a horrible face check, but that is a lot of Yusengrid's money. Something like a Gatekeeper could fire here, and a Gatekeeper it is. 6 strength coming in. Draw up to 3 cards, reveal up to 3 agendas. That's exactly what you need if you're looking for the food right now. But this will only be 0 strength for the following turns if TF34 wants to mount an attack. But again, a card in server 1 does threaten to be a food. You only need 3 credits to score that out with double seamless launch into advance. But 4 credits might not be enough to protect that remote. Still
there is no rebirth in this 419 list. We have 2 influence on Unity. Just responding to chat here.
Oh, there's the Unity coming down. Now the Diversion's coming in. That is a lot of pressure. Going to slow down the game for sure. Yusengrid can't score out on no credits again. This is not Audacity.
Is this a Hagen?
I don't know if we know what this one is. Resing of advanced assembly lines, gaining 2 credits.
Oh, it's the Brawn.
It looks like it's the Brawn.
Right?
The Brawn here will end the run. Yeah, could be an Ansel. That would be pretty annoying. Bogulta doesn't have the strength. Only no subroutines in all. Man, Ansel here would be amazing. Oh, they're using the AL to try and install a card, but of course you can't do that mid-run, so it's just a drafter. The drafter actually does fire.
Ooh, that's huge.
Not only will that bring back something like a Rashida Yahim to jam into server 1, it will trigger the Tranquility Home Grid. Oh, boys, correct. Fire all subroutines. That is so big.
Oh, actually, like Ansel was what we were looking for.
Yeah, Ansel would have been amazing there.
Ansel would have forced the turning wheels to be used, and you would have to like go in on HQ. Because otherwise you trash the turning wheel. I mean, you trash the turning wheel either way, almost. Actually, you trash Unity.
You trash Unity, yeah, because the magnet. So what do we pull there? We trash the advanced assembly line. Sorry, there's a Rashida in server 1 on top of the grid, and then a card was added. A hedge fund was added from Archives to HQ. So Yusengrid going to see a lot. We only have 9 cards left in the deck, but there's a big chance they found the food here. It's 1 left in these 13 plus 9 cards.
this is yeah, like we put a second card in, put another card in the remote here, gain 2 credits, hedge fund. If you have void, put void, like void GFI hedge fund here should be GG.
Yeah, you can't afford the expose, but there's the void.
There's
There
the
you go.
void.
And again, this costs nothing to res. You might want to pop res it just to play around the falsifieds. But again, you have a card in the remote, otherwise it looks like an agenda, so maybe that's not necessary.
Yeah, so there it is. If this is GFI, there's no like embezzle or anything. This is probably like we're just gonna be looking for 2 agendas out of centrals here. And keep in mind, if that is an agenda in the remote, there's only 3 agendas left. So you got to find 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Now, in terms of diversions, that's all 3 of them down. So Synchron just needs to start their turn with only 3 credits if that's the food in the remote. So there is only a magnet on the remote server. TF34 has access to all their breakers. I think economy is a limiting factor at this point. Paperclip is in the bin. Unity and Bugalter are there. A border control on the remote can be a problem. Forces out a breaker. You have to spend 6 and then 2 more for the magnet and then still run back and then deal with the Managarm. I suppose you could keep the credits off the border control and save a credit, but money seems like it could get tight if you start contesting. Again, Anoetic Void on top of that, but yeah, this server looks unassailable. Managarm to Anoetic is, as we've probably all experienced, is a bit good.
Yeah, you can't run the remote.
Second resing this, sort of playing around the falsified. Now, server 1, you could guess that face down card, whether it is an agenda, whether it is an asset. It's looking like it would be an agenda at this point. Synchron saw pretty deep into their deck, so doesn't change too much else. Managarm's still in R&D, so if TF34 wants to commit to go through the Gatekeeper and the Drafter, which only costs, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4 credits altogether, they still need to deal with the Managarm, and Anoetic on its own might be okay to contest the remote. Is there any chance that you can force the Managarm res, bounce, and then charge server 1?
No. You have to spend 4 credits running R&D, and you don't have your Bugalter $2 anymore.
Yeah.
So with 3 credits to run the remote, and you have to spend 2 of that on the magnet, 2 unknown ice, and like it depends on the cards in HQ, but this void trigger should be relatively safe. If there's 2 seamlesses you have to keep in hand, there's 4 other cards still, and especially if like you waste resources going R&D and then you spend resources going in the remote, then HQ is especially safe. So you can just increase the density of agendas in HQ if you have agendas in HQ, and that won't be a problem.
TF4 thinking this one through again. There's still a fair bit of time in the round, but if this looks like your last turn, you want to make sure you nail it. 5 cards face down in Archives, unlikely that there's going to be agendas.
I imagine we go R&D here because there's two seamlesses in HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Did we?
The Brawn is still somewhere too, but again, Archives is now pretty flush.
Okay, so that's interesting. So last turn we fired a Gatekeeper. We drew 3 cards and didn't shuffle back any agendas. And then we fired Rashida. So like there is a chance that there's 2 agendas in HQ.
Yep.
But I imagine TF34 will probably go for R&D here, and we're probably just going to see pay 4, click through the skunk. Actually, you bounce once, and then you pay 4, click through the skunk, and you C5 out of 9 in R&D and hope that 2 of them are there.
It's important to know in terms of what TF34 has access to. 7 turning wheels is a lot. Again, bounce gets you up to 8, but this deck doesn't run overclock. There's going to be no surprise, credits during a run. This deck doesn't run legwork, so the multi-axis, now that 7 turning wheels isn't a lot, it's not going to be suddenly a lot more, barring the Docklands Pass hitting the table with only 3 cards. TF34 has to play around the Managarms on the 2 servers that they're likely to want to pressure. Again, HQ, as you said, Sokka, you did draw a fair bit.
Yeah, I think if you go for HQ, you have to dump, like you're either dumping turning wheel on HQ or dumping it on R&D, because at least for me, and obviously I think like TF34 might have different luck, ripping low chance singles out of HQ, but with 2 seamlesses in HQ, you know that there's 2 duds in HQ, which makes that less appealing to me.
For sure. Synchron probably feeling pretty good here, and again, only having to keep 3 credits with double seamless. We talked about the Anarch matchup that has cards like Imp, has cards like Stargate, Wanton Destruction, ways to fight these sort of strong operations that HB's been playing across the 2 archetypes represented in this top cut, and Criminal has to just get those accesses.
Yeah, and keep in mind that like yesterday, 6 rounds of the tournament and 2 rounds of the cut has come down to this. This is elimination. Like, if you lose the game, you're out.
This is why we love
So
this game.
yeah,
The tournament scene is it's absolutely so exciting when just to see how these players expertly pilot these things they've been working on for such a long time. All right, TF34 trying to figure this one out again. What happens if this is not a food, right? Like Sengren can score with even a click remaining and jam another 4-2 from hand if they have it, right? Double seamless, return to seamless, install.
yeah, that totally works.
No.
Yeah, like I think from the runner has to assume it's the food, so they have to you probably have to play as if it's the last turn,
Yeah.
because as I said, like Gatekeeper draw 3, Rashida draw 3. You have to play as if it's there.
Yeah, it's important to know seamless launch only puts double advancements on a card that's already been there. We're going to dirty laundry here. We're going HQ. Now, if we're going to break this drafter, that eats the once per turn Begalter ability, so you're only paying 2 up front or after the refund, and it's 2 for the magnet. You think we're going to dump some turning wheel tokens, or we're just going here for a token and some laundry?
I would just go for a single. Yeah.
Border control there. So we know half of HQ if we think it's double seamless into border.
Yeah, so they were just running through the math there. With the dirty laundry, it let you access HQ. So now you've got 8 turning wheel counters. You've got 6 credits, which is what you need to get into R&D. So I imagine we're just going to run R&D.
Click through the Managarm.
Pay the 6 credits that we need. Click through the Managarm. Yeah, and access 5.
All right, so Managarm, mind you, you can deal with this with 2 ways. You can either spend 2 clicks or pay 5 credits, and TF34 has more clicks than they have credits. Well, not exactly, but they will once they hit R&D. So this looks like it's line. Now 8 turning wheel axes. Each one of those turning wheel, you need to spend 2 power counters to see an additional card. So that's 5 cards at the top of R&D. That's a huge piece of multi-axis. But again, just the amount of agendas in the deck. We're assuming that there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 left through R&D and HQ. So they'd have to hit more than half of them. We're going in. Gatekeeper, paying 2 to break with Unity. This is the drafter. This will be 4 credits. We're credit perfect on this line of play. This is so wildly close. And Sengren definitely going to go res that Managarm, trashing the Managarm in the remote server. I don't know the timing window on JNet, how well it works. I think you need to start resing it just about now.
Yeah, after the break here.
There you go. So it's a new card. The one in the remote server is being trashed, and TF34 does exactly have 2 clicks to deal with this. Spending 2 clicks. And we're going to see 5 cards here. This could be it. That is off Sandbox off the top. 4 down, 5 down. Did they find it? Food as well. So it wasn't a food in the remote. That is the last food. Sengren couldn't find it off the top. TF34. 2 agendas and 5 axes of what might just be 3. We don't know what's in the remote. It could also not be an agenda. I assumed it was. But good multi-axis there. TF34 finding the line, credit perfect. And that is, unfortunately, the end of the road today for the American Continentals for Sengren SC. Really well played. After a terrible start is what it's called from Sengren. Yeah, definitely a hard fought battle to get to just this point. But TF34 finding the line and pursuing it and working out in their favor. 2 foods, 2 sandboxes, 8 agenda points. Technically 10 if you count the numbers, but that'll do it. Well played to both players. That was quite an exciting game.
Yeah. That was very exciting. There wasn't the food in the remote though, so we still had another turn even if we whiffed that access.
Yeah, assuming it's an agenda, right? I guess it has to be. I think Sengren has to be scoring agendas with turning down 7 counters. So yeah, it looks like they were going to go for a 2 agenda play, which unfortunately it didn't end up mattering when you find 2 agendas on R&D. But well played to both of them. Good stuff. Okay, we have 2 tables left. I just need to check because I think one of the tables might accidentally have hands available. So I'm just going to jump to another thing and then just peek my head in to figure out if we can actually start this.
I can look.
Okay, perfect.
It looks like Big Unit defeated Janktivist. Big Unit playing 419 against Janktivist's PD.
Okay. If you want to jump into Cable versus Brandon, we're able to watch it, and it looks like quite the game. Cable has 2 Vacherons and a Mega Pre-Qualifier. One of the Vacherons has 2 counters on it, so it's going to be a couple turns, but if they can hold up a couple turns, that will be 7 agenda points. While Brandon here is on only 5.
We're against the double clock APOC max.
You see that Quetzal over there?
Yeah, Ketzel just breaking Huggins. It's okay if you don't have Claude on the board or Stargate on the board, which I guess Stargate's not what we're going for. We're just going for the Claw Lock.
Yeah, the Claw Lock. So these are the sort of max lists that are running multiple clots. We saw the Cold War brew between the different Continentals. We're now on 2 clots on a lot of these max lists with access, just the recursion of cards like Simulchip with recursion through labor rights. And a lot of these sports metal lists are running Arc Lockdown. We don't see anything in Archive so far besides a Mega Pre-Qualifier that looks to be the first card that was trashed. Brandon getting a click back
Brandon
off
was
red
getting
level.
people in. Brandon was getting people in Swiss with this, and this will be a big one for the chat as well. Brandon decided to cut the Arc Lockdown for a second CVS, off the idea that people who are playing Clot are now teching with 2 Clots. So Arc Lockdown gets a little bit worse, and if people don't know your list, they're going to play around it anyways. So with 2 CVS, we're going to try to install the CVS and score on the same turn. Looks like we're jamming in the remote here.
Yeah, and this is only one more turn that Cable has to hold on for, so has to check what's in this remote. Mind you, the clock can be dealt with the fast events can be dealt with the clot, so we're overclocking to this remote. There's a sorry from Cable. Might be a problem. We need 3, 6, 9 credits. We have 10 here.
We have enough.
Cable asking to undo, wanted to click for credits.
They realized that they only needed 9. How many Rashidas are in the bin here?
We're looking
at Rashida in the bin.
Just a single Rashida. And so also 1 CVS as well. So you can deal with the clot if you have some sort of red level clearance into fast events, into CVS. So like the clot isn't always going to guarantee you can stop the fast advance.
I wish I knew what the 8 face down cards here are, but based off of the face up cards,
probably a lot of ice, right? Because of APOC.
I'm hoping that we see Rashida here. And then
it's the last CVS. That's huge.
Oh no, we can't trash that.
With that 1 credit that Cable unclicked for means that the king can score an agenda out and be able to purge depending on their hand. That unclick for a credit that Brandon so graciously allowed Cable to do. Absolutely massive.
Oh, it's like, can I click for a credit?
I'll do it. That's fine. That's fine.
Of course you can.
Be my guest.
Oh no!
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's the second CVS.
That is so wild. So now we're just running HQ, trying to get the cards out of hand, the fast events out of hand. The imp coming down. Only 1 last run there, sacrificing the imp. Cable asking for a GG. Does Brandon have the audacity? Probably can't afford the biotic labor. Would need something on top of it, like a lateral growth. So we'll see. Because you also still need to res the CVS, so it's audacity or bust, if I'm not mistaken. And we've only seen 1.
True. There's no laterals in this deck either. Although lateral wouldn't be lateral's enough because we don't actually need the CVS money anymore.
Oh yeah, touche. Yeah, because of the imp, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no cloth threat anymore. But unfortunately, there's no lateral growth. So biotic is not it. I'm hoping that we see my tried and true fast break.
What do you pay for to draw 3, gain 3, install 3?
Draw your dig for 3 cards, install your agenda, audacity it out.
I don't know, Saga. That kind of sounds like a bad game changer, you know? All right. So yeah, Cable is saying there, like, okay, well, the clot doesn't matter if they have an audacity in hand. It's also worth looking at cards like red level clearance. There's 2 in the bin, but you can always use that to clicklessly for a credit, draw 2 cards. So no matter what, this will be the last turn of the game. The Vacheron is at 1 counter, so close to hitting midnight. And there we do. We have the red level clearance. It looks like Brandon doesn't have it and needs to find it. So starting with a draw 2, based on what you see here, you can get the click back. You can also install a card if you find something like a Bast Chiraboga. I'm not sure if that's in Brandon's list. Not sure if the credits will allow that play.
No, we cut that. We did cut that we're on 10 ice here. Red level, click 1 to draw 2, and a pause is not
a good start.
And yeah. See, the thing is, like, we're looking at this with like, there's a lot of outs, but you know, there could just be 2 audacities or like 1 audacity in archives face down, and there might just be like very limited outs here.
Yeah, mind you, if that 1 audacity is in there, I guess it's somewhat likely it was played, and that means some of the face down cards will be trashed if, you know, outside of the apocalypse. I don't even know if an apocalypse fired this game.
So actually, that's not true, because if you audacity the cards that Audacity trashes should be right next to the Audacity in the face-up cards, I believe.
But the face
unless
down
they...
ones shuffle, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, so they move all the face-down cards?
I think Jinteki shuffles face down cards, but I might not be correct.
Right. No, I think that's true, actually. Never mind what I said.
All right, we're installing a non-agenda from hand. So again, not an agenda. We don't have Bass, so there's not a lot of options here that can get you out. Again, we've seen 2 CVS. I'm just going to quickly peek into Brandon's list. We're going to pull it up just real quickly. In terms of what we're looking at, what we're dealing with in terms of installables, it's just Rashida, Spin Doctor, CVS, and Tranquility Home Grid outside of the ice. We have a single fast break, triple biotic, triple audacity, pretty standard stuff.
So the thing is, what you can do, and we're actually credit short off this, so I'm not actually sure what's going on, but if you're installing, you could install a Spin Doctor to draw 2, and then you can like biotic audacity to score.
Yeah, that's true. That's a clickless draw 2.
If you're missing a card.
Yeah.
But like, so I guess my read on what's going on is that there's 1 audacity face down in the bin, and there's 1 left in the deck.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is that we can't find the audacity, because I can't imagine we don't have the agenda, because there's 2 Vitruviuses and there's 2 Vitruviuses and 1 Megapre. Yes. So it's unlikely that we don't have the agenda here.
It's also worth knowing that there's 1 Spin Doctor removed from the game, 1 in archive. So also you need to find that Spin Doctor. But you're right, Spin Doctor to quickly draw 2 is the option here. This is not Jackson Howard. You res that, you get 2. You'll still have 3 clicks left. The red level clearance, we've only done 1 of the abilities. Oh, actually no, because we don't have 2 clicks now. Because we install and then draw. So even if you Spin Doctor, you only have 2 clicks left.
And we don't have the money for biotic audacity. So we are installing Spin. We are drawing 2, but I think that's it.
It's on top of the CVS.
I don't think there's a combination of cards that Brandon can use to win the game here, because biotic audacity costs 5 credits.
Yeah, this is not a Jeeves list. Sometimes you can like stitch together a lot of ridiculous operations, but this is not the subliminal lists, or let alone no Jeeves.
So there's no laterals in the list, and there's 3 red levels in the bin already.
Yeah, lateral would be a real threat here. Lateral plus biotic plus audacity, I think, might get you there. But again, this list is not a lateral.
Yeah.
Oh, lateral is in the list, is what Chad is saying. Oh, the list has 3 laterals. Yeah, check that out.
Did he kept the laterals?
Where do you give someone deck advice?
What do I know? He kept the laterals.
Okay, that's huge. That actually opens up the options fairly. We are looking at the archives right now. We see no laterals, so chance in hand very high. We see only a single biotic, again, very high. So if you lateral down, you're into 6 credits. Right, you're down to 6 credits. You have 1 click left. You're biotic. You're at 2. You do advanced audacity. You can score 3-1 out of hand, or 3-2.
Yep.
Excuse me. So there's a possibility here. And Cable, I've no doubt, is absolutely sweating it while they sit there looking at their Vacheron.
Oh, we're shuffling red levels back. We're gonna fast break here, aren't we?
That's sick. So fast break, if you have it in hand here, you're gonna pay 4 credits to draw 3. I think you gain 3 credits back. So it's 1 credit to draw all of these, so you can start clicklessly drawing through your deck until you have what you need.
The problem, I don't know if fast break makes it work, because the problem with fast break is that it actually costs a click to play.
Yeah.
And if you install the agenda with the fast break, that means you can't use lateral anymore.
Yeah, because it eats the install. You have to install it itself. So that's gonna be pretty difficult. And again, it's only Rashidas and Spin Doctors on top of the Tranquility. And there's no window to well, if you install Tranquility, let alone it eats its own ability, you can't res it halfway through the fast break installs.
Yeah, like we'd have to we redraw the RLCs.
Well, but if you use the RLCs just to clicklessly get credits, does that help?
That's enough. Because you play the fast break, you go down to 3 credits, so it costs you 1 credit. Oh, and then you can double red level. Oh, it looks like we're clicking draw. We don't have the fast break in hand.
So this is not looking great with only 1 click left to 4 credits. I don't think that's a concession. Oh. So many outs being considered there. I just think you don't have exactly the cards that Brandon needs, because there were options there. There were definitely options, but passing the turn back means that the Vacheron is going to lose its last power counter or agenda counter, and it'll be 7 points. So the Vacheron's just still putting a lot of stress on it. You need to get those agendas so early. And even with imps in the list and Stargates, it looks like Cable got those just soon enough. I nearly had the guaranteed win line. You remember that? Can I unclick for a credit a couple turns ago? What a game.
I mean, That's not a guaranteed win though. Oh no, it is. Sorry, because you trashed the CVS, and it is a guaranteed win.
Yeah, because they can't score out with the clot.
Yeah.
If we drawn an agenda last turn, we had it, is what Brandon is saying. So they might just not have had the agenda.
From trashing. Yeah. So he had the audacity and didn't have the agenda. That's crazy.
Good stuff. What a game. Okay. So that was the lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like that is the end of the line for Brandon, making it really far in the tournament. One of the top seeds going into the top cut, but Cable Carnage is going to continue. I just want to double check because I really kick myself if I say the wrong thing here. But yeah, that was the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's true. So Brandon finishes in 5th place, and we go into a top 4 now.
So we have 4 players left. We have Janktivist, Big Unit, TF34, and Cable Carnage. And I forget, I think Saka, you said which of those two from the top bracket, which one has won?
The Big Unit.
Big Unit
beat Janktivist. So the Big Unit is sitting in the finals, waiting for the other brackets to catch up. So next game will be Cable Carnage against TF34. And the winner of that plays Janktivist.
Perfect. So it looks like it was runner sweep that round, which means we got 2 419 wins and a max win. So right now it's TF34 versus Cable Carnage. And again, both of these players are still in the lower brackets. Whoever wins this will play against Janktivist, and Janktivist, or whoever wins that match, will go on for Big Unit. So Big Unit's still sitting undefeated. So if I'm not mistaken, this is the quarterfinals. I'm not very good at this. I'm going to say that with a question mark, and hopefully someone will correct me.
I mean, I would call this...
the lower semifinals.
The semifinals of the lower bracket. Yeah.
Perfect. So we have TF34 versus Cable Carnage. It looks like TF34 will be running 419 versus Sports Metal Go Big or Go Home. How do you feel about that matchup specifically? I feel like 419, without having that sort of destruction that you see in Anarch, without being able to deal with the Vacherons, it feels like it's a bit, hard of the cards. How do you feel? You probably have a lot of experience playing against 419.
So the thing about sports is that like sports against 419 always has a chance. I would say it's not favored for 419, and that like the sports metal is favored, but like the 419 always has a chance. Like you find a Vacheron early and you kind of set yourself up, and I would not put it past TF34 to be able to do that. I see TF34 as a rather aggressive player, and like he likes to like get his accesses in, and he likes to make runs for accesses. He'd make a lot of runs for accesses, whereas like if I was playing, I wouldn't. And I think that'll serve him well in the sports metal matchup because it'll get a lot of chances to pick up those 2-pointers and those Vacherons, and that's what the game will be on.
Hey, you know what?
TF34.
I think either the bracket is wrong or something's goofed up here because it looks like TF34 is on CTM. So maybe Cobra's long?
Cobra says
runner corp, yeah. I don't know what's happened here. Sorry, we're just gonna alert. Yeah, this seems weird. Is Cobra wrong? So we'll see if this is, because this is the opposite of what Cobra says, so we might have to restart this match. We'll figure out which side is perhaps incorrect. If you're tuning in, by the way, welcome to the 2021 American Continentals. My name is Andre. I'm from the Metropol Grid. I'm joined by Saka, multiple national champion, continental champion this year from APAC as well. Okay, it looks like, so Cobra is correct.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going
to... New runner ID, CTM.
Very powerful. 12 influence, that's probably okay. Okay, so we're just going to sort this out. It looks like we perhaps got this backwards. So otherwise, how it works right now in the upper brackets, we have a couple players that are waiting for this. Big Unit now can sit down and, go out for dinner, go for a walk, do the laundry, whatever you need, because they have to wait for 2 matches to figure out who is going to be matching them in the finals. They are safe. Being undefeated is obviously such a benefit in a system like this. And we've been seeing a lot of Big Unit go undefeated. Fight Night, at least the side that was streamed on the Metropol Grid, we saw the Big Unit do so much work, taking down an entire field, undefeated players.
Oh, this is interesting. In the first round, they played against each other. Round 1 of the cut, Cable Carnage in 4th seed, TF34 in 5th seed, and Cable Carnage decided to corp against TF34.
Oh, so they're
So
assuming they don't want to do the same matchup twice?
no, they assumed that they switched sides.
Mm-hmm.
But you are supposed to just follow Cobra.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
Cobra will try to match you based off the side that you've played the least. And it looks like that's Cobra decided that they're doing that matchup again.
Okay. So we will believe in Cobra again. Cobra decides at this point, exactly just like Sokka said, the side that you've played the least often. So we're going to see that 419 versus Sports Metal game.
Yeah, it looks like Cable Carnage, they both ran twice and corped once, is what they've done so far in the 3 rounds. So I'm surprised. Because it looks like Cobra just takes, like, if you have the same number of times that you've.
Hey, stream, are we back? It looks like we're back. Sokka, are you here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here.
Apologies for that. We should be back on. That OBS just shut down on my side. So we're good. Welcome. Sorry about that. This is the lower brackets semifinals, I think what we say. We have a game here, Sports Metal, go big or go home. So gain 2 or draw 2 cards when agenda is scored or stolen. We have a Rashida in the remote server. This is Cable Carnage from excuse me, both these players in the lower brackets right now. So they're fighting to stay into this tournament. We have a 419 coming down aggressive. We have a Dawkins pass. That HQ pressure matters a lot. You need to get as many access as you can to find that early Vacheron and talk about those agenda steals. The Mega Pre, not something you're too excited to steal, but that Vitruvius is quite good.
Yeah, we found that early Docklands pass. Cable Carnage iced HQ and installed a card in a new remote, a Mega Pre and a new remote on turn 1, and TF34 just slammed the Docklands pass and bravadoed into HQ. No res from Cable Carnage, and that's where the Vitruvius came from.
We've seen the vanillas come in and out of some of these decks, but paying 0 to protect your Rashida on turn 3 or turn 2 is absolutely fantastic. Rashida, such a strong card, giving you the options. It's a Jeeves model Byroid behind vanilla, choosing to protect that, and Spin Docker digging a bit deeper. Now this, of course, is Sports Metal. It has the possibility of fast advancing out pretty heavily, and especially for very few credits. In fact, sometimes no credits on the right board state with Tranquility, Home Grid, and Audacity. So the economic pressure that comes from TF34, this is no longer biotic labor territory sometimes. It's definitely a different game here.
Yeah, that's finding that Docklands pass early is exactly what TF34 is looking for, and it's a 1 of in their deck. And I would say that's more important than the sneak door early. And then now you find that sneak door, you can get those accesses. Cable Carnage is already pretty much on the back foot, 4 points down.
Hyperloop being stoled from just an empty server. Cable Carnage has no problem giving that to the runner. It looks like a luminal transubstantiation of biotic labor is going to score that out. An extra click with Jeeves, let alone 3 more with the luminal. Down to 3 credits, continuing to push out here. That's the second Spin Doctor hitting the table. Definitely good 2 points. And again, that Hyperloop, it's only a 1-point agenda. That 3 credits, let alone the trigger from Sports Metal. You don't mind that. That generally just powers you. It makes you more powerful. And we're installing on top of the Jeeves, and if that's an upgrade, I think that either has to be a Tranquility Home Grid or a Cyberdex Fire Suite. And if we haven't seen So far, I think TF34's list is very interesting for 419. Generally, one of the cards you can expect to be in every 419 list is Amakua, one of the other cards that cares about exposing things, but this list is not on an Amakua. So the CVS itself, the Cyberdex Virus Suite, purging viruses matters much less. In fact, not at all in this matchup.
Yeah, it's actually really good for Cable Carnage here. One vanilla in the deck is going to do a lot of work with no turtle, and you also don't have to worry about icing archives or putting the CVS in archives, as that's usually a big thing when you're playing Sports Metal against 419.
Well, actually, there's the threat. Yeah, Gatekeeper's huge here. The turning wheel came down, wanted to force Cable to res here on 3 credits. The Gatekeeper will allow a big draw. But the one thing that works well with the Docklands Pass, and we've seen so far, I think every player playing against TF34's Corp ice up archives because of the Sneak Door beta threat, which does fire off Docklands.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Cable Carnage decides to do, because you don't necessarily need to ice archives if you can just control your agendas with Spin Doctor and Sprint. And let's see, we did actually cut a sprint, so they're on 2 sprints instead of what I would say is the usual 3. So there's 2 sprints and there's 3 Spin Doctors. So if we can just keep agendas out of HQ, and you can potentially, if TF34 finds the Sneak Door, they can waste time with this hitting the Sneak Door. But it looks like we are going for the ice on HQ on archives here.
Yeah, it's a Hagen. I believe that wasn't protected for the expose, so Hagen is 4 to res. It will trash the Rozeki if you crash into it. So Jeeves just clicking up for 4. That is your Jeeves model campaign.
Jeeves campaign.
Jeeves campaign, excuse me.
Yeah.
So Cable is drawing up, and we're out 2 Spin Doctors, and spending those Spin Doctors so early, obviously a great card, gets some of the good stuff back into your deck, but on top of that, this is a great card to recover from an Audacity. Sometimes you have extra agendas in hand. Vastron is not something you want Audacity into archives. So having less options to aggressively Audacity. Rozeki and Daily Cast ticking up on TF34 side. A Boomerang is going to be hitting HQ here. Assuming the diversion might go through, at least forcing Cable to res on the innermost on HQ.
Wow, we're just going for it. What's this inner ice? Like 7 credits, you can res every single piece of ice deck.
So we're looking for a Hagen. I think a vanilla would be best case scenario here, not paying anything to keep them out. And it is a drafter, not going to end the run, but going to give you some value. Ooh. Only 1 card face down in archive, so actually the value is a bit more limited, but that card's coming back. You can install something with 1 click left for TF34. It's not like a Rashid is going to sneak in here. And it's a Hyperloop extension in server 7. If TF34 wants to run and take that, the diversion of funds is going to be repaired largely.
Yeah, the drafter is not what you wanted from Cable Carnage here.
Yeah.
You wanted an end the run ice, but the doof you could say was necessary because we wanted to prevent a biotic score because Cable was at exactly 7 credits. Very, very risky doof, and we got rewarded there because it was just a drafter on HQ.
TF34 just clicking for credits. Cable Card is clicking for credits. There's a Hyperloop on the table, and TF34 says, I'm not touching that. I don't want to give you the credits this turn, or in which you can consider scoring out. So still just 1 point on the table, which if TF34 takes it, they are on game point. If they can find one of the last 2 Vitruviuses, or sorry, Vacherons. No, I meant to say Vitruvius.
Vitruvius, yeah. I expect him to take it here. Yeah, you go to 5 points. 2 Vitruviuses left in the game for you to win, and you can still just steal 2 1-pointers, and there's still 1 Hyperloop and 2 Mega Pre's left. So you go to 5 points here, and you just take what you get. Like the thing with 419 against sports is like you can keep them down, you can play your deuce, but you're gonna run out. So you're gonna have to win the game eventually, and taking this 1 point going to 5 will be a big step.
And TF34 has found all their multi-axes, I believe, in the deck. Just the turning wheel and the Docklands Pass. I don't think there's anything else. Sometimes you see a legwork, but the Docklands Pass being a more permanent solution to the multi-axis problem. So Breakers is the thing that they have to materialize. We've seen nothing so far, and this is the matchup where you can't just like slam Paperclip into the heap. There is an arc lockdown you have to worry about. And Bravado going into what is the Hagen server just to get the money. And now we're charging server 7. Going to steal that Hyperloop, put themselves up onto 5 points, 3 credits for the corporation. We'll see which way the sports metal ability triggers. Draw 2 or gain 2.
Yeah, imagine you draw 2 game 3 here, and then you're at 6 credits, and you can score 3-2.
Lateral growth, Mega Pre on the table. This is a 3-2 with the Biotic Labor. And Tranquility Grid a bit awkward on top of the Jeeves, right? Like you're not going to get value from that Tranquility, unfortunately. But a second lateral growth.
It's such an awkward spot.
Yeah.
Because you don't want the Jeeves and the Tranquility to be in the same server. However, if they're not behind the vanilla, then they just get trashed to the bones.
For sure.
So the only reason that they're still on the board is because there's a vanilla protecting it. So I imagine this grid is just going to sit there and do nothing until Cable Carnage decides that they need money and they don't need the Jeeves anymore.
Yeah. So there you go with the Jeeves click, lateral to install, triple advance, the Mega Pre gives you a click left, and that's a second lateral. So Cable Carnage is making good money there when scoring an agenda, choosing to gain 2 credits. So not too expensive, even on top of a Biotic Labor. And now, technically, Cable Carnage is on game point. And with the Jeeves on the table, there are some interesting lines of play. I think 4 credits might be a bit too little, but you can never underestimate cards like Red Level Clearance. But it's possible to fast advance out of Vacheron from hand with the right tools.
Bones Penny Shaver getting thrown out. I don't think we're going to need more than one's Bones, and we're already at 21 credits, so Penny Shaver will be a waste of time. I think that's a good call.
Jeeves draw for 3 and just gain a credit, discarding 2 cards, Cable Carnage, 5 at hand. So what are the lines if you want to score a Vacheron out from hand with a Jeeves on the table? Biotic triple advance Audacity?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what that is. So you need 7 credits. If you have lateral growth, you could lateral to do it from 5.
We've seen 2 so far.
No, but the problem is that you can't lateral Biotic, have an agenda, and Audacity unless you have 5 cards in hand, which we do.
Boomerang, we're gonna come HQ here. We have an inside job, so we're gonna get through the magnet. We're gonna get through the drafter, and we can see 2 cards here with the turning wheel. The problem is if you steal an agenda and it's not a 3/2, you are just gonna give Cable Carnage money.
We're actually seeing
3 cards, right, because of the Docklands. So red level Biotic Audacity has the fast advance pieces in hand. Doesn't have the money. Will be 1 short after red level clearance, let alone we haven't seen the agenda. You need to find the Vacheron. There's only 2 within the 26 cards. But a mutual favor is going to play that Unity. Clicklessly, it's a decoder. Mutual favor, the new special order. We're going to start here with red level clearance.
I wonder if we had it here. We're at 4 points.
You'd need 6, right? 6 credits? Or unless you draw lateral?
You need to lateral here, yes. Lateral Biotic Audacity Vacheron is the game.
So see. Going to gain a click after gaining a credit. So just click, let's say, on 6. Installing on top of the Tranquility Grid means that there's no Jeeves trigger here. But this is a Hyperloop. So we're just going to Biotic out the Hyperloop here.
This makes a lot of sense. So we're just going to score.
Still
we have the Audacity and there is 1 Mega Pre, 2 Vitruviuses left. And you're just going to score the normal way with 3 3/2s and a 3/1 as for sports.
So fast advance is a thing that Criminal does struggle to deal with. The multi-axis still, you got the Docklands pass. We gained 3 and drew 2, and it's important to know that Cable drew 2 cards at the end of their turn. So if they drew agendas again, there's nothing they can deal. There's no way that they can bury them. And with a single Uni on the table, you can deal with the magnet. Let's see if we have a way to break the drafter. And we're just bravadoing to double Gatekeeper. That is a server that TF34 can deal with. The double Codegate server is the only server they can deal with.
I was just going to ask you if you thought R&D might be a drafter. Because a drafter here is like game losing.
Vacheron. So giving Cable Carnage credits back, you only need 1 credit, and this card does nothing until probably the game's going to be over before this matters.
Yeah, that's really good for Cable Carnage.
Bravado game 8.
Which is like, the fact that I just said this is really good for Cable Carnage, and TF34 just stole a 5/3 says a lot about the card.
Yeah. Absolutely immense. And again, this is the sort of card the Annex will definitely be throwing into archives as much as possible. It doesn't trigger from there, but there's no more, even not that it would have worked, but Film Critic, those sort of abilities to deal with this agenda. It's Criminal doesn't have access to anything besides maybe there's 1 neutral card, I think. No, even that one doesn't work. What's the name of that one? That's from Ashes.
What are you thinking of?
There's that 1 credit one where you name the agenda or something, and then you don't have to steal it. I still don't think that one works.
Whistleblower. It's a 2 cost.
Okay.
You add it to your square area. If you look at the text of Vacheron, it says when it is added to the runner's square area. So if you Film Critic or Whistleblower it doesn't turn it off.
We're going back in, and that is Vitruvius off the top. Whoa! 2 good single axis, taking a 3 points and a 2 points. TF34 doing in Cable Carnage. Did you have it? Asking Cable Carnage just needed to find one of those few agendas now that Vitruvius at the top. It's going to be one of those few agendas necessary.
I think he did. If he doesn't have it, then you would draw. And I honestly think if you have it, you still draw.
Yes.
Like I was expecting Cable Carnage to draw there, and I think like it looks like if he did draw,
He would've been
would
fine.
not have lost to that Vitruvius steal.
Yeah, you only need one credit to Audacity out, so the draw there is generally pretty good. Not going for the draw.
Oh, sorry. I actually know why he didn't draw. He probably doesn't have agendas in hand, and we know that there's a red level in hand, so you're trying to red level into the agendas.
Okay.
Which makes sense. Which is why you need the extra money.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, with Tranquility Golem Grid, you can fly pretty close to the ground on the money. I mean, Cable says they have it.
Oh, he says he had it.
Yeah.
He had it in hand.
Oh no, they're just gonna show click up to 3.
So they could have drawn there. They could have drawn there on the Vacheron steal.
Yeah, they had the Mega Pre, but it's hard to tell,
no.
obviously, which way to go. But Sports Middle, there you go. The Mega Pre was in hand. So that was one of the just the 3 other agendas that could have closed the game from that point. So good game to both players. Cable Carnage, such an immense showing to get this point. TF34 still hanging on, going to be in the lower brackets, playing against the other. There's one more player, excuse me, I don't know the name off by heart, that's waiting for the lower brackets to figure out who's going to face off against Big Unit. TF34 representing the only non-HB left in this tournament. Well played to both players.
Yep, TF34 will be playing against Janktivist, and it isn't confirmed by Cobra yet, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, Janktivist chose to run round 1. So Janktivist ran Corp. So yeah, so Janktivist should be running, and Janktivist is running with Max against TF34's CTM next round.
Okay, so we're going to CTM. And Janktivist, you said on Max, so let's see what kind of Max that Janktivist is playing. If we look at the spreadsheet. Okay, my OBS is holding on. This is good. Oh, what's seed 1? Seed 1? Oh, thank you. So it's
Janktivist is on APOC Max with Simulchip to Clot. The one that we saw come out of APOC, played by Ranji.
So this is interesting, and I think a big part of this is understanding TF34's CTM list, and we know TF34 has been playing competitive CTM for a really long time, coming in as a finalist at Worlds in 2nd place. But that list specifically, while it does have 3 hard-hitting news and only 1 trap with the Mumbet Virtual Tour, its tag punishment is based off of economy. While there's a single psychographic, so we have cards like Market Forces as a 2 of, and then I think you know the name better of that card that lets you return cards to hand. But I think the biggest thing is that deck has 2 Salem's Hospitality, which is a nice text card against these Max decks, especially with open deck information. You can wait until the mid to late game where Max has drawn or trashed their whole deck, and then they're holding in hand multiple labor rights or apocalypses, and you can play a single operation to absolutely destroy the recursion.
Yeah, it's a good tech call here, and we've seen Max dominating like the last 2 tournaments, and Max is still doing well. So yeah, like I imagine there is 2 Salem's Hospitalities, so it's a high chance that we'll see one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think from Janktivist, like Janktivist just has to play and draw their cards fast and try to rebirth out of Max and play the first labor rights before the first Salem's hits the table, because otherwise you lose your labor rights, and the value that the CTM deck is trying to generate will matter a lot more.
The other interesting include is that this is another very good meta inclusion, is that we haven't seen this in a long time. I don't know if I've ever seen this. CTM running 3 magnets for only single influence. This 3 cost, 3 strength, and the run. You're paying influence on not a face check compared to Enigma, but with a deck that runs 2 Botulus as a way to deal with ice in the early game until they find their Black Orchestra and pay 6. That's fantastic, potentially. It's disastrous even on some of the Apocalypse runs if you have those in Central Servers.
Yeah, I think Janktivist will have to keep that in mind and just expect magnets to be places, and maybe not even install the Botulus.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that might not be a decision that you can make, depending on the hands that you draw. But it looks like we're starting here.
All right, so we should be in. I think TF just says be right back in a minute, so we'll see how this starts. Now, if you're the Max in this matchup, again, I'm assuming this is your game plan, but correct me if I'm not perfectly nailing it here. your first goal is just to establish as much economy as possible, you can let the board go horizontal. Again, TF34 is not running AR enhanced security. They're not running the sort of agenda suite that will make the apocalypse a bit more tricky. If I'm not mistaken, the max deck doesn't have too many ways to generate additional clicks besides the one amped up. So if you need to clear that tag, the CTM tag after the APOC turn, besides amped up, it's going to stick. And a single tag punishment in this list, there's no exchange of information, I don't think. Yeah, so a single tag is not too detrimental.
Yeah, especially like self-growth program is and like effects that bounce cards, like Amani Sanai self-growth program isn't that impactful when you're playing APOC Max, because the only card that you care about getting bounced back is like a liberated that you didn't click, which is something that you can control, right?
Yeah.
So you just click your liberateds. If they bounce a daily cast, that sucks, but it's like it's a click and 3 credits. It's not the end of the world. And the other cards in your play area are more or less not that important individually.
Yeah, I'm just showing self-growth program on stream. This has been a one that I've only seen back at the days of Tag Me Liza, because this was a way to deal with some of the tag prevention or the meat damage prevention, things like paparazzi. But this thing can rip up a board state. It's very frustrating if you're tagged, your money's not good, and then the things that you did rely on to close the game, perhaps you have a Stargate or something, that's going to return to your hand. That's going to be interesting. I really want to see how those Salem's hospitality play out. It seems like it could be a really, really big deal.
You know, I imagine like if you find it turn 1, it probably won't be played. But
for sure.
Like I think what TF34 is looking for is once the max has about 10 cards left in their stack, I am perfectly like I'm expecting Salem's to be played and just calling Laborites and trying to hit the Laborites out of hand and hoping that there's none left in the deck. And it'll be a question of, is the Laborites there? And it'll also be a question of whether or not we drew the Salem's. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Janktivist's plan is. I'm not too familiar with Janktivist as a player, because I know that a lot of people might want to contest CTM's board.
Yeah.
So we'll see what direction the Max chooses to go right out of the gate in the matchup, because that'll be a big factor in how the game goes.
If I'm not mistaken, at the APAC Continental Championships, you were also running a Max Apocalypse deck, but I think yours was on the Out of the Ashes variant. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I wasn't playing Simulchip or Clot, and I was playing 3 Stargates, and I was playing 2 copies of Out of the Ashes.
So for those who might not be too familiar with the differences, why did you choose to go that way? And perhaps can you pinpoint how these decks would play differently? Is the Simulchip just for the sports medal matchup, I take it?
Yes, entirely. What the other Max deck is trying to do, so the one that's picked up a little bit more that Ranji played and that Janktivist that we're seeing right now, the idea is that if you have 2 Clots and you have 3 Laborites and the 2 Simulchips, you can Clot lock even through like Arc Lockdown most of the time against Sports Metal, and it shores up that matchup a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that I chose not to do that is because in my testing, I actually felt that if you can just consistently get money and install Stargate and hit Stargate, I found that my win rate was already quite good against Sports. So I felt that I didn't need to weaken the deck in other matchups to try to beat Sports, because it does weaken the deck. I think that's why you see Botchless in the deck, is because it synergizes with the Simulchip for the matchups where Cloud isn't relevant, which is what you're seeing here.
And we're off. Hey, this is the lower bracket finals, so these players, one of them will be pushed on to the finals of the American Continental Championship 2021. The other one will have made it this far, but will be tossed, unfortunately, out of the bracket. So this is it. This is the one big game before the finals. Janktivist is on Max. We've seen so much Max for the last couple Continentals. We're going to continue to see her today. It says when your turn begins, trash the top 2 cards of your stack, draw 1 card. If you're newer to Netrunner or maybe to some card games, that could sound terrifying, but I promise you, getting through your deck, finding your options, especially cards that you can play from your heap, this is just pure gas all the time. And on the other side, been watching competitive Netrunner for a while now. Should be no surprise to see controlling the message. Only 12 influence here, but such a strong ability. The first time the runner trash is installed Corp card, it's going to be a trace 4 to take a tag, and there's such strong tag punishment in this game. The landscape has changed a bit since the rotation of some of the cards this year when System Gateway is released, but Controlling a message still has a lot of strong options. We are dirty laundering into server 2 and finding a daily business show, throwing out an Apocalypse and a Botulus. Do you toss an Apocalypse if you probably want to have one in hand to throw that one out, huh?
We're probably the Botulus. We're just recognizing that there's 3 magnets in the CTM, and we're just going to take a little bit more time setting up and getting our breakers in the bin. APOC just means that we probably have we either have a second APOC in hand or we just have like a bunch of money and gas in hand, both of which is good for Janktivist. I thought the Dirty Laundry was really interesting because I think I would have gone, if you're going to play the Laundry, you go HQ R&D because what are you looking for? There's no Ares.
Yeah.
We're not sneaking an Ares on the board. So the only card you're looking for is a Naked Beal, because I think if you access a Rashida there, I don't think it's correct to trash it.
And you mentioned Naked Beal, but we've seen TF34 at Worlds just do Naked Beals or wraparound Beal. We've seen that sort of play style, understanding okay, maybe I'm not favored in a long game, but I'm not saying that's the case now, but TF34 can play like that. If we're looking at the heap, we do see Black Orchestra there and MK Ultra Janktivist just throwing down that Liberated accounts, clicking up for the money. You see the board stafed. And again, credit differential does matter in this matchup if the runner is running because of hard-hitting news. We just have a Maryland campaign, that daily business show, which should never be underestimated, filtering the draw on top of the Spin Doctor, allowing you to draw on the runner's turn to get additional value. And something behind server 4, I've had worse. Being played to draw 3, we see a Stargate and a daily cast hitting the bin. Janktivist has 8 cards in hand and a fair bit of money.
I think Janktivist is just looking, in my view, we're looking to get this last hit off the Liberated. We're all looking to play a moshing here after the I've had worse and install maybe a daily cast and play a sure gamble. Just get your money up, get solid economy, because I know that it is a trap, I think, to run, because you make a run, you spend resources, or maybe even you don't. And I think the Corp is usually, especially with Bankers Group ticking, which isn't the case just yet, but they might be looking to play a hard-hitting news on you, and that'll slow down both of your tempo, but CTM will have an easier time recovering that tempo, and you'll be playing CTM's game, which is not what APOC Max wants to do in this matchup.
Using Overclock to check the remotes, that's our new version of StimHack. It's 4 credits on top of that, the one you pay. That lets you trace through the IP block, and it's worth knowing that out of the 9 ice, I believe, in this deck, 4 of them can be managed without paying extra credits. There's a lot of hard end runs, things like Magnet and Wraparound. But actually 5 of them you can pay your way through, including this IP block.
Yep.
So we're going to pay 3 to 3 access to cards server 4. This deck does not run things like Sansan City Grid. So that's a Rashida. If you want to do and trash that, it's 1 to trash on top of a Trace 4. And
you probably trashed it. You just pay 4 for the Trace here, and then you hit Liberated, and hopefully you have a gamble in hand.
Yep. And this Trace is during the run, so you can use that extra additional credit on the Overclock to boost into that Trace. And there you go. Just have the gamble. Throwing out the Paperclip, and mind you, not an Arc lockdown list. So that is safe in there. It's the Salams, it's the cards in hand that are a bit more targeted.
Man, hit the Liberated, play a gamble. I promise I can't see their hand.
So TF34 is still on 10, and again, 4 remotes built. The Apocalypse, that card on R&D, if it needs a hard end to run, we're only looking at, I think, a Magnet and a single Wraparound. Everything else you can pay through, let alone the Rebirth into Omar targets central servers really heavily through archives. But jamming into the remote server and just saying hard-hitting news, just bringing the credit differential down, boosting that to 10. So Janktivist is going to have to spend more than half their credits to not go tag me as soon as, I think we're on turn 4, turn 5.
That's interesting. I think this is fine for Janktivist. You just you'll happily trade credits here. We don't, with just one more hit on a Maryland. The threat, you don't want to trade credits if the Corp is dripping with Bankers Groups, but there's no Bankers Group right now, and we've just installed a card behind the remote. So worst case scenario, this is a Rashida, and that, mind you, is the 3rd Rashida in the deck after seeing 14 out of 35 cards, which is unlikely. And the only other card, it could be a Beal, which is just fine because TF34 goes to 4 credits, triple advances, and goes to 1. And that gives you ample time to restart your economy. Looks like we are going to run that, though.
Yeah, checking this with the Dirty Laundry, that will give you 5 credits back if the run is successful. TF34 could choose to spend to boost the Trace in the IP block. I don't think it's something you want to do. Actually, spending 1 to make it awkward, and that's actually favored to Janktivist, to TF34, because they could understand the trash cost of this, making sure that Janktivist accesses with only 2 credits. That's a Regolith mining license.
Yeah.
A new card from System Gateway allows you to just click for 3. And there's a liberated.
I was gonna
down.
say that's the. I was just looking at the list, and Regolith, aside from the third Rashida, was the only 2 cards that you would actually want to contest. That is in that remote, and looks like we did find that one of Regolith. We're not resing it and clicking for 2 and playing hard-hitting news, so that's really good news for Janktivist here.
Now, if you look at the heap, you got to watch at the top. Max always trashing too, but there's a couple cards that you need to follow when you're looking at the heap. Firstly, the labor rates. If the Max loses all 3 of them, they're going to be in a really bad situation. That is their universal recursion. On top of that, Rebirth coming in already. That card is going to have to be labor rates back if you want to play it again. And then it's just the Apocalypses on top of access to breakers. And I think Janktivist can afford to Apocalypse by only installing 1 breaker, maybe even none if they're lucky. But 19 to 14, we have finished off. Was it a Jeeves used to finish off the Regolith? That's amazing. And a new card installed in server 4.
Yeah, Janktivist just drawn a card, losing Moshing and Liberated, which is huge. You want those Liberateds as much as you can, but draw a card, gamble, take 2 credits, discarding Paperclip. Looks like we're setting up for potentially Apoking, which is, I think, what you want to do here.
Losing an Overclock and a Clod. Again, that's 3 Overclocks out. So Janktivist is going to have to be playing with real money, not house money at this point. Deuce's Wild Exposing. There's a wraparound on R&D. Sorry, we have to zoom out. Get your reading glasses here. We might even go a bit further. Apocalypse could change it. And we're just going to run into this, forcing the res. So it looks like an Apoc turn, specifically if the Paperclip comes down 4 and then 1 to break, getting through this now 0 strength barrier. That's a Beal off the top.
Yeah, getting extra reward off this Apoc timing, which is lucky, I would say, but man, the number of times that happens would make it seem like it's a common occurrence.
So we see an F2P there into HQ. Rashida Yaheem's 2 of them are shuffled back before the Apocalypse lands with the Spin Doctor. And you see in Archives, we're looking at a self-growth program. And that's going to be destroy the whole board, paying 3 credits for that Apocalypse. Now, there is going to be a Trace 4 here. And a single tag on this board state doesn't matter too much. Market Forces is just a 6 credit swing. It does still sound like a bit. But there's no exchange threat, Psychographics on 1. And we know where the self-growth program is, let alone there are no cards to return. So Janktivist is just going to pay 4, and not floating a single tag does matter if you find IP blocks. We know that there's an F2P in hand, and we're going to go sideways here.
Yeah, Janktivist is hoping that we trashed a bankers group that was installed naked off that APOC. That would be really, really good, because if TF434 has bankers groups and finds Rashidas here, that's what the corp is looking for.
TF34's list doesn't have fast events outside the psychographics. So we've seen this where if TF34 still has the claw to make a board state, they have to build a scoring remote unless they can land tags, which is largely on Janktivist. If they don't run, those tags are not going to happen, albeit don't run it is not going to be a winning play in the long run. Janktivist slapping down the daily cast. Card in server 7. We dirty laundried HQ. Nothing gained off information. Seeing the singleton F2P still hanging out there. So the ice on R&D is not the F2P. We're looking still at multiple magnets, multiple IP blocks. We've seen the one of wraparound, and I believe we also have a data loop. What's the name of that card?
Endless Eula.
Endless Eula. Yeah, so you can get through that with 6 credits. Server 8 jammed in. Server 7 not res, not fired. Could be a temple. Nowhere really to use those credits. And we are moshing to the bottom of the deck.
So we haven't. So that's the thing I was talking about at the start of the game. Is did we find that?
Salem's?
Salem's in time.
Exactly.
And Max is at the bottom of the deck now. So it'll be interesting because Janktivist only has 2 clicks, so it's not safe to play labor rights. But it looks like we are going to go for it just to respect the Salem's. Yeah. And I imagine we're going to pick up labor rights and rebirth as at least 2 of the cards. But the thing is, we're going to draw a card off the labor rights. And if the dream would be to top deck the rebirth and then play the rebirth last click.
Oh, they got it. Yes, that is the dream. That's a 1 in 3, and you're right. Unless they have other draw in their hand. I don't know if we see an I've had worse count here. We're looking at, I think, 3 in the bin. So they get the rebirth, and that means not only that can they become Omar, but they're not forced to trash the top 2 cards of their stack when their turn starts. So that's a really big deal.
So this is significant because if like you could play I've Had Worse and draw the rest of the cards and like you wouldn't lose the rebirth, but this is significant because now there's a labor rights in the deck
For
and it's not
Salam's.
going to get
Right.
so we can Salem's and hit the labor rights that's in hand because there is one in hand and one in deck right now, and we'll still have a labor rights left.
So as much as possible, Janktivist needs to make sure that they only have one labor rights in their hand at the end of their turn.
Exactly.
We're just gonna
So
protect
I
archives
expect
there.
the labor rights. The other card in the deck right now is Deuces. So it's a 50-50 for that draw. But I expect Janktivist to not do that, and I expect that we're just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave the labor rights where it is until Salem's gets played.
And we found it. There's the Salem's in hand. If you haven't seen this card, you get to name a card. The runner reveals their grip and trash all copies of the named card from their grip. So not only is that a big deal with open information, but like TF34 can just go into the Google Doc and they can just figure out what exact cards are in the hand. We do know which ones are in the stack. We know that there's one labor rights already in the grip, and there could be multiple Salem's, right? Like we did see that same Salem's 3 times. It's unlikely that there isn't 2 of them in there. So you could just Salem's the first labor rights and then wait, I guess. I don't know if that's a winning line, but you have a lot of power with 2 Salem's in hand with a max with only 6 cards left.
Yeah, I think if you do have 2, then you play one right now to hit the labor rights. And as you said, like you could just go look at the deck list and figure out what the other 4 cards in hand are.
I think we know 1 Apocalypse. Yes, so there's 1 Apocalypse, 1 labor rights. Oh, I'm never good at this game. The amped up is at the bin already. 3 liberates are out, 3 gambles are out, dirty laundries, we're looking at 3 as well. I think there's 1 botchless in hand.
Yep. So we got Botulus, APOC, Laborites.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I don't know. Technically, they shouldn't be looking at the deck list during the game. That's something you're meant to look at the start of the game. So apologies if that is something that's actually not within the rules. So how this works in a tournament, generally when you sit down with your opponent, you show each other your deck list, you get some time to review it, and then you go into the game. So you're not meant to have the deck list open at the same time. Apologies there.
It's a simul chip.
All right, so it's a simul chip. So they're nailing Apocalypse or naming Apocalypse. So the Apocalypse hits the bin. We know Botulus, Laborites, simul chip. And the simul chips don't go that far with a deck that has so many magnets. I think you could always simul chip back in your what's it called, your Stargate, but at this point you also need a target to destroy for the simul chip. Rashid and Server 9, Janktivist is running.
Yeah, I like this. We're just going to get some value off our board here. Like, I was thinking that you could draw 2 cards and then play one of your Laborites to shuffle APOC back just to keep that as a threat.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Janktivist is recognizing that there's no need to do that. Like, you have 2 daily cast ticking.
That's
there
a huge hit. Degree Mill. Not only does that shuffle cards back into your deck, which is honestly kind of interesting, it lets you get that face down card, which is a paperclip back into your deck and largely refresh the daily cast. But this is on game point, and TF34, if they're drawing up into agendas, just click 3 for draw is really awkward. They might have to throw cards into archives. Hope Server 10 is a spin doctor, but there's still a lot of agendas left in their deck, and Janktivist is very flush with credits to find the 3 Bolognas.
I fully expect you either check the remote, but 3 out of the 4 clicks of this turn is going to be run HQ.
Yeah.
Either 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4. Looks like we are going to check the remote first, though.
That's a banker's group. You could consider leaving that. Again, hard-hitting news is a threat. You have 22 credits, so it's just going to be a turn of clearing the tags. It's not going to be anything that much worse unless you want to float a single tag. Banker's group down. We think on archives it might just be an F2P as well, which is only 4 credits to go through. Dependent if you want to not float the tag. We're taking a single tag here. We did see the single self-growth program. 2 market forces.
Honestly, I think I leave that. I don't think I would have trashed that banker's group. Like the corp is 16
That's
credits.
it. That's a headline. That is 2 tags. TF34 just getting a bit pulled apart there after the Apocalypse, not being able to stabilize, and just the pressure of an open HQ. Well played to both of them. TF34 playing a really strong CTM for so many tournaments in a row, but Janktivist is going to take it and is going to go on to the losers finals now, if I'm not mistaken. Well played to both of them. And we saw the threat of Salem's Hospitality, and while it did not technically blow the game out, you saw Janktivist had to respect it. Very difficult to respect it, and it had strong implications on how they played their game. Yeah, Janktivist is saying there on the top deck where they shuffle 3 with the Laborites, drew 1. If they hit anything other than the Rebirth, Salem would be a huge problem. I think that's correct. Well played to both of them. Good look at the rest of the tournament. So we are on to the lower brackets finals. So we should jump over to the Cobra thing, to the Cobra bracket. If you want to follow at home, the Cobra bracket will be pasted. It constantly is. The stream bot says what it is in the chat. So that is going to be a runner win. We've had 4 runner games in a row, and that's going to leave us the game between Janktivist playing Precision Design and Max versus the big unit who's on Sports Metal and 419. Wait a second. Do I have this wrong?
Yeah, we've got Janktivist against big unit here.
But isn't big
Looks
unit?
like we've already been paired.
So wait, who's undefeated right
paired.
now?
Big unit.
So this is the finals?
Yeah, this is the finals.
What?
This is game 1 of 5.
Welcome to the finals, y'all. So these are the last 2 players, and I thought there was 2 rounds that we're waiting on, but this makes so much more sense. Welcome to the finals. Wait, no, this is winner finals. Am I? This doesn't make any sense.
No,
to me.
winner finals was big unit against Janktivist in round 3 when big unit.
Okay, so
beat
Janktivist drops down. Okay, so this is the finals. Oh man, okay. I need the visual bracket. I struggle to work with this, but that's okay. We'll get there.
So my understanding of brackets, double elimination brackets, is you have the finals where like if somebody wins the game and the tournament's over, so the actual finals is not part of the top or the bottom bracket. It's a separate thing.
Right.
So you have a top bracket and a bottom bracket. So the winners finals or the top bracket finals is after the 3rd round in a top 8. So that would, or it is the 3rd round in a top 8. So that was Janktivist against Big Unit. So Big Unit won. So then Big Unit has to wait until the bottom bracket finishes its games. So now we just finished that. So now we've got Big Unit who is playing runner, playing 419 against Janktivist's PD. So if the Big Unit wins here, then they will take the tournament and finish first place. But if Janktivist wins, then it will force a second game where it will be the winner wins it all.
Yeah, that's super important to understand that Janktivist has a lot of a much longer trail to get to that American Continental Championship name. 2 games they have to win in a row. Big units on 1. We can dive into the deck list. We know we're going to start with at least 419 versus Precision Design. Now, do you feel like that Precision Design matchup for 419 is maybe more favored or less favored than the Sports Metal, the one of 2 HB options we're seeing in the top cut?
So if you're looking at Janktivist, Max against Sports Metal, so the other matchup is better for you, and I think it's actually Max favored because you have the double silent chip, double clot. So like Sports can always like pull off some crazy stuff, and they can always draw really well, as is the case in most Netrunner games. But I think the Max is favored against Sports. So it's actually the PD 419 here that, in my mind, it'll be much more closer call of a game.
So Janktivist,
I expect that if it goes to a game 2, I expect Janktivist to take it. But it's whether or not that we will even go to a game 2, because I think most of the time 419 should be favored against PD.
As PD, this is interesting. It looks very similar to what we saw Sengren playing. So you're looking at that standard 8 agenda point suite. It's all neutral besides the Luminal. So again, the runner has to steal half of the agendas in the deck. They need 4 agendas, while the Corp can get away with only scoring 3 if they draw properly. I think some of the other interesting quirks, we're looking at only a single Spin Doctor, and Advanced Assembly Lines has proven to be quite a powerful card, either reacting to Apocalypse, which isn't going to be a thing in this matchup, but getting additional value off the Tranquility home grids. We have defensive upgrades, Managarm's Kunk works, Anoetic Void, and Chrism Grid is very powerful on the proper service when it comes to HQ pressure, perhaps, with the Criminal. And I think a pretty standard ice sweep, but the Macrophage is standing up. 1 link on the 419. We'll see if the 419 is running Amaku. They generally are. We've seen some lists that aren't.
Yeah, I believe this is card for card the list that Rotom played at Euros, cutting down 1 Spin Doctor. Oh, sorry, it's not. I'm looking at a wrong list. The Tide is not in here. That's the telling card.
The Tide, yeah.
Yeah, there's some cute plays that you can make with Advanced Assembly Lines. I've never seen it happen. It's great in theory, but I think that's all it is, and that like in practice, I've never seen it happen. Although it doesn't seem like it's impossible for it to happen. And the line is, when you have advanced assembly lines, you can install something in between the runner's clicks.
Mm-hmm.
So if they, for example, install a boomerang on a server, you can respond to that by resing your advanced assembly line and putting a second ice on that server.
Yeah.
And that's pretty bad. Or you could, maybe they boomerang HQ and they're getting ready to doof, and you advance assembly line to Chrysium grid onto HQ. So there's some plays that can be made here, but I expect unless the assembly lines is like protected in the remote, we'll probably be checking naked assembly lines most of the time for 419.
Hey, it looks like we're off. Welcome to the finals of the American Continentals 2021. My name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I'm joined by Saka. How's it going, Saka?
It's going good. We've got long day of Netrunner, long weekend of Netrunner. It's all coming down to the finals here, and we've started already. Hey,
we've started. So again, Big Unit is in the winners brackets. They have to win a single game of this pairing to take the title, while Janktivist has to win 2 games in a row. Can't drop a single game here. So Janktivist has a bit more work. We are starting on 419 on the criminal side. Big Unit is running this criminal with 1 link. The ability says the first time the corp installs a card, you may expose that card. You're just going to always do that unless the corp pays a credit. So that is a drain, because Janktivist is paying a credit to protect the card in server 1 on Precision Design, our newest HB identity from System Gateway. A smaller deck, only 44 cards to get +1 maximum hand size. And whenever you score an agenda, you may add 1 card from Archives to HQ. Sometimes a seamless launch, sometimes a Rashida, but we have a good start here. 3 ice coming out. And we'll see how Big Unit responds to this. Server 1 again, a single ice means inside job, boomerang. There's a lot of ways to get in here. Even sometimes we've just seen diversion of funds, res ice on HQ, run server 1. Falsified, going to start.
It's important to note here. Oh, we're going to falsified here. It's a Tranquility home grid. That makes a lot of sense. Because I feel like if it's Rashida, a lot of the times you'll just install it, let them expose, and then just res the Rashida.
Mm-hmm.
But Tranquility home grid is really, really, really good for Janktivist here, because I think if you can stick a Tranquility home grid, your economy will be able to hang on against 419 for the early game, and that's the hardest part of the game for PD to get through. So the Big Unit really needs to find a way to get into this remote, and and they really need a bones to be able to trash that home grid, because 4 credits for 419 early is usually very, very hard to do.
It's a heck of a lot. Now we're running with the Bravado into the HQ, the border control. A lot of times you find that on the remote server. Both subroutines firing, and this is nice enough on HQ. It allows you to pop this to eat a diversion of funds. I don't think you want to do that if you have no ice on HQ, but now we're running to the remote server. Only 2 credits means we can't res. We'll see what we find here.
I don't know about this.
It's a virus suite into a Tranquility. So the Tranquility more likely to come down here.
So Janktivist did mulligan. So my read here is that there's actually probably 2 agendas in HQ, and we actually needed to ice it. Because I don't think I would have res that in favor of protecting the Tranquility. But it looks like the Big Unit chose not to trash the Tranquility.
Yeah.
So we're keeping that economy source. I think that's I don't know. Like we'll see if that if they come to regret that later on.
So Cyberdeck's Virus Suite hitting the bin again. This is something that Big Unit needs to deal with, because you don't want to be surprised with your Abaku at 3 strength running into something like a Drafter and the Purge happens, let alone later down the line, some things like a Cyberdock Sandbox can make this a bit more credit positive. We're bravadoing the remote, 5 credits, something installed in there, firing the Tranquility home grid, paying to prevent the exposed, and it's just a magnet. 3 credits to end the run. Going to bounce off of that, take their money, go home with the Bravado. And we have some good card draw ticking around. Class Act hit the table on turn 1, followed by an Earthrise, and now the daily cast means you got a lot of start of turn triggers, and you're going to feel pretty good setting up your turn. Unity coming down, a cheaper option than the Mina for sure. Spending 2 influence on a new card from System Gateway allows you to contest that remote server for only 2 credits, or actually now, wait.
2 credits.
2 credits, right? Yeah.
2 credits once we get another breaker down.
Yeah, so we're going to need another breaker there. Card going on top of server 1. It looks like one of those is going to be an upgrade for sure, and this deck does have a lot of them. We're looking at the Singleton Anoetic Void for 4 influence, double Mana Garm, and it could still be another Cyberdeck's Fire Suite. So Earthrise drawing 2 off the top, with the Class Act looking at 3, bottoming 1. And R&D is wide open here, but Big Unit understands that the agendas do have to go through the remote generally.
Yeah, as the 419, you play the remote game against PD, and PD, Jankvis has been using the Tranquility to gain credits and prevent the expose, so we're really only gaining on and nullifying 419's ability, and I think this is like you haven't played a hedge fund yet. This is a great start for PD.
Rzeki coming down that money orb. You want to see it as soon as possible. Sometimes seem to be too slow for the matchup, but looking okay here. Hedge fund going to be paid for 4 after gaining a credit. And the cards brewing in server 1, this is the strength, of course, of seamless launch, specifically in precision design as well, that any unadvanced card in server 1 represents any agenda. You can score 4 2s, 5 3s even with the right hand. So anything could exist here. An upgrade on HQ, probably a Chrysium grid.
It was exposed. It was a Chrysium grid.
In fact, a Chrysium grid. You're right. Not paying the credit there on the exposed. You got to keep track of that chat log. Saving a credit a turn. And those exposes might matter a bit more once an Amakua hits the table, in which those the lack of paying the credit for the protection does give strength to the turtle. Deuce is wild. Going to draw 2, gain 3. Keep going through the deck. Big unit. Multi-axis. What are we looking for in this deck? It's just usually a legwork, maybe a Docklands Pass, but definitely a turning wheel or 2.
Looks like we just have 1 turning wheel. That is the only multi-access in this list. So there's no legwork, there's no Docklands Pass. And I think that's exactly what you want against PD. You're as I said, like you're playing the remote game, and you really want to play the remote game as plan A. And multi-access. If you're able to stick with the remote game, multi-access isn't necessary, and you just want to find other cards like Inside Job and Boomerang.
We have a whole breaker sweep. Paperclip has just hit the bin. This is not a deck that has Arc Lockdown, so that will be safe in there. Throwing out a Boomerang as well either makes it obvious that you clearly have all your breakers, or there's more Boomerangs in hand. So it looks like we can go in for the pressure. We haven't seen a diversion of funds so far. It maybe is tricky with both the border control and the Chrysium, but icing up R&D, drawing a fair bit that turn as well. Gonna go ahead and protect that expose.
Jankivist has spent 2 turns here not triggering the Tranquility home grid.
Yeah.
So I think...
Is there food in there?
It'll be interesting to see how the next turn or 2 goes, because Jankivist really, really wants to be able to put an agenda in the remote and put a second ice on the remote. And they want to be able to score out a sandbox as soon as possible.
And as soon as all these breakers hit the table, you're not spending that much to deal with the ice, barring a Gatekeeper when it's rezzed. I think on sell is maybe 5 credits after refund. 4?
6 and you gain 2.
6 and 2. So yeah, you go back to 4. So the ice is not too taxing. It's the defensive upgrades in this deck that really help you hunker down.
Yeah, you really need to set up your Skunk Void combo. We are only on 1 Void, and it is worth noting that the big unit does have 1 copy of Pull-Up in their deck. So on any HQ run, I expect this Chrysium grid to be rezzed for that reason.
Whoa, we got exposed on the falsified credentials. One of these cards in server 1 that's been there now for a bit is an off-world office. That magnet's only a 2 credit tax, followed by, I would hope, what's an Anoetic, which could in theory keep unit out of this remote server, but otherwise a Mana Garm is just going to be 5 credits plus 3 more to trash. Haven't seen a Miss Bones yet.
Yeah, this is really bad for Janktivist. The big unit found it, found the falsified. Based off of Janktivist's play, it does seem like those were both upgrades, or it's like there's probably isn't anything that you just leave in there.
Yeah.
But they figured out that it was an off-world office with that falsified, and we should be able to rip open this remote here, which is it's really bad.
Anoetic and not opting to use it. Cards in hand, 6 cards in hand. We haven't been seamless launching. That could have been scored at last turn instead of icing up R&D. Yeah. I wonder if the hand is really flooded. Again, this deck only runs a single Spin Doctor. I don't think there are sprints, so the amount of, hand carving, hand manipulation is pretty minimal.
So I wouldn't say that this is necessarily HQ is flooded, because if you consider like the long term of this game, like if you trigger Void and then you score the off-world next turn, the runner's just going to run again and trash the Void, or like force you to use it, and you can't really continue using it.
Yeah.
So I think like the best thing Jankivist could have done there is maybe trigger the Void and then put a second ice on the remote, and maybe put a skunk in the remote. Which would have been really, really good if he had that. Looks like we did have another ice though.
Assembly lines going into the remote server, going to get 2 credits on Tranquility, allowing the expose, and then rezzing for 2 more credits, getting a card in front of server 1. So definitely a lot of value, specifically with the Tranquility home grid. But big unit again has access to all their breakers. Their economy is all right. We are still waiting on the diversions.
I'm really surprised the big unit has had 2 chances to trash this Tranquility home grid, and they chose not to both times.
Yeah, maybe waiting for the bones, but yeah, 4 credits is a fair bit, but that is going to give a lot of value, specifically when they have to pay or feel like they have to pay for the 419 every turn. Dirty Laundry on top of the Paragon. Mind you, Paragon, not Penny Shaver. A very interesting include, giving you that credit up front, not having to click them off of the Penny Shaver, the new criminal console, but also giving you that pseudo scry ability, which stacks a bit awkwardly sometimes with Class Act, but still definitely a good ability. Cyberdex Virus Suite in Archives. No purge, no painful credits.
If you're playing against CTM, you definitely want the Penny Shaver, but in this matchup, you're probably really just making one successful run per turn, so Paragon's a very reasonable choice. It's an idea that's floated around for a bit for 419.
Bravado hitting top through the drafter, only paying 2 credits after the Bagulta refund off of R&D again. Yeah, Paragon's only once per turn. The big difference between this and Penny Shaver. Card back into server 1. Tranquility home grid paying out 2, returning 1 of those just to prevent that 419 ability. Janktivist has no clicks left here, discarding a card 6 hand size, mind you, due to the identity.
So we need this to be a big ice. We want this to be like Ansel or Braun if you're PD on the remote, because the way that you win this game is to drag the runner through this remote as many times as you can. So wow, we're playing our third. Is that the third falsified?
That's the third falsified. Guessing.
Yeah.
I believe it was Acid, or was it Agenda? I think they're guessing.
They guessed Agenda.
I guess Agenda.
And hit the Skunk, which of course is an upgrade.
So an upgrade in the remote server, res for 2 on this unique. It's either 2 clicks or 5 credits. Otherwise, a run will end, which, makes your ice a lot more taxing. Specifically with the Biroids, sometimes you do want to click through. We are having, I think, an Oncel 1.0 and a Braun 1.0 on this list. Janktivist is thinking. And you're right, a singleton pull-up is such a big deal. No longer with the Anoetic, and again, recursion in this list is minimal with a single Spin Doctor, but even just trashing a Mana Garm for paying up front 3, it's pretty good.
Oh, that's true. Chat pointing out that it's 3 failed guesses for the 3 falsified.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it was still a great card, and it did a lot of work, even though the guesses failed. So, I don't know. Maybe we should thoughts for the Nisei team. Maybe we should bring back Infiltration, and maybe 419 will play it.
Expose for 0. Good enough. Get an Amakua counter. Card in server 1 again. We know it's on top of a Mana Garm. We're going to gain 2 credits. Let's see if we pay here. We have been for a while now. Janktivist up on 16 credits again. The diversions haven't been coming in. Not that they'll be that easy behind both a border control and what we're assuming is a Chrysium.
Yes, we saw that it was a Chrysium. It's interesting though that how many bones do we have in this list? We have 2 bones. So I imagine that big unit is trying to hold off until we find a bones before we run HQ, because we don't want to pay 5 real credits to trash this Chrysium grid.
And you definitely can't pop that border control. I don't think you can end your go like click 1, click 2 through the turn and have no ice in front of HQ. That seems like a big issue considering how this game is going. Like, we're 23 cards in R&D. We've seen 1 agenda so far. It's a sandbox. In fact, make it 2 in server 1. We're not paying for that expose. A 3rd ice there out in server 1. This deck, mind you, only runs 2 border controls. Obviously a very powerful card, taxing your clicks and your credits as well if you have to go through the server twice, making that Mana Garm even more powerful. Unit is thinking we're going to straight in with Inside Job. That gets through generally 2 pieces of ice, or forces, 2 reses at least.
Yeah, I think we were expecting this Inside Job to
on the outside.
We've gone through.
That Braun getting through for free, forcing 6 credits just so the Hagen can be rezzed, and it'll come in at 3 strength once the paperclip comes down, so you're breaking this for only 3 credits. Now the money is getting tight here. There is no border control, so you both have 3 clicks and 5 credits. Actually, you only have 3 clicks, so that sandbox is going to go. You're going to have to pay half your turn to deal with the Mana Garm, and you're going to still have money to trash the Mana Garm as well if you want to go down to 0 credits. Actually, 1 after the Paragon.
I'm very surprised that Janktivist decided to let the expose happen. I guess they did their math and decided that they needed that extra credit.
Yeah.
But up until this point, they've almost exclusively paid for the 419 trigger, and that's what's led to the 3 falsified whiffs.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was a chance there where if you just prevent the expose, the big unit might not go in because they'll recognize that if they inside job, run through this server, and they end up hitting something like an advanced assembly lines, they will have spent a lot of resources.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's interesting that we just went right ahead and showed them that it was a sandbox, especially considering that there's only 13 cards left in the deck, and we know that there's 2 inside jobs. So there was probably a good chance that one was in hand.
Now, of course, we still need 2 more agendas on big unit sides. Janktivist has no points in their score area just yet. Dirty Laundry going to hit Archives. That's a 4-credit play on top of a Scry because of the Paragon. A new card in Server 1, and you've said this before, Sokka, but that Tranquility Grid, there's been many times it could be trash, and this card has made so much money for Janktivist throughout the game.
I would argue it's the card that's keeping this corp in the game right now. Because otherwise, this corp has to click for so many credits.
And there's the bones you're saying right before we're going to go for that Chrysium Grid, and I think there must be at least 2 agendas in hand. Maybe only 1, but I'd be surprised if it was totally clean. Border Control is only 2 credits. Seamless Launch in HQ and the Chrysium Grid is coming down. Miss Bones giving you 12 credits for 2, but you can only use them to trash installed cards, and that Chrysium is now wiped, a card that prevents successfuls. It's a Seamless Launch, so card being jammed in last turn looks like it's a sandbox, going to purge for gain 4. We haven't seen an Amakua just yet, 1 in the heap, so maybe with cards like Macrophage and the CVSs, we don't want to rely on it, but now the diversion of funds is saying, hey, do you want to border control this? I don't think you do.
Yeah, you probably let that go.
So Janktivist down to 1 credit, Paragon triggering, gaining 5 as well off the diversion of funds, a huge swing. Janktivist down to 1 credit. Now you can always purge, it's better than clicking for credits. You can also jam into the remote server. You did bring back the Seamless Launch with the precision design, and that's the political operative. Do you ever just hit the Tranquility home grid before they install? Janktivist not even giving them time. Jamming in a Rashida in server 1, and the Rashida unfortunately is pretty hard into the political operative. At this board state, do you think you would pull up the Rashida, or would you wait until the 2nd or 3rd Managarm shows up?
I wouldn't. I think that the only way. Oh, sorry, the void is
Void's
trashed
gone.
already.
Yeah,
missed when that happened. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I think you probably do pull up this Rashida. You slow the corp down. You get your Rizeki drip for another turn. Centrals are really weak, and you're just looking to get your turning wheel down and start picking off singles out of HQ and R&D here. So I think you probably would.
Access again Macrophage. That's the 2nd Chrysium Grid. Now Miss Bones has definitely paid off. 2 credits left on her. She has made 8 credits worth of value. That's absolutely wild. Janktivist. Now 4 credits we see in hand. We have a Macrophage. We have a Seamless Launch returned. And we have a Rashida in the remote server. So again, how Rashida works, if this is rezzed, there's a paid ability window before you pass the start of turn trigger. So big unit can always respond by paying 1 credit and using the political operative to trash it. So we'll see if Janktivist forces the issue. I have no doubt they will.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the big unit goes for this here. I think with the Void gone, you do.
Mm-hmm.
There's just the only way the Void comes back is if Janktivist finds the 1-of Spin Doctor, so you have to. It'll be a long road to do that, so I expect this to go, and it does. So the call up hits Rashida, and Janktivist is going to have to get money and cards the hard way.
So Janktivist does eat the pull up, and again, as you said, there's not too many good relevant targets. We're looking at actually 2 more Rashidas, which is good. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone pull up at advanced assembly lines, but technically a play, I reckon. Server 1.
You'd have to pull up it if the corp lets you.
Yeah, because you can fire it right in the same window you res it. But we're going back in border control. Hey, did you go to 5 credits? Maybe you can res something in server 1. Not a lot of resibles in this deck, so enjoy 0 credits again. The rich get richer. Now, big unit hasn't dropped a turning wheel just yet, which would have been getting a fair few counters throughout all these diversions and all these pokes, which is the only multi-axis I think in their list besides probably 1 legwork we also haven't seen so far.
No legwork.
No legwork.
Just 1.
Beans, okay. So with a card in server 1, there is no way to score this out. This isn't Audacity. It's not that unless you have an upgrade, you can install it, gain 2. You could do, in theory, seamless. So there are actually some plays with the right hand you could score out an agenda on 0 credits. But big unit is just charging it again. 20 credits with all the breakers. I don't think they mind paying 5 to get through the Brawn. It's another 3 for Hagen and then another 2 for Magnet. So still, that's a fair bit of money.
I'm kind of surprised you run this, but I think 419's economy is looking really, really good here.
It's just a spin doctor.
That's very nice for Janktivist. And the fact that it drew a run as well is really good for the
That's
corp.
huge, the amount of money sunk on this. And we'll see if the Tranquility Grid stays. Again, it has been so far, and we see 2 cards going to be shuffled back in with the Spin Doctor. And Noetic now looks like it's an option Janktivist is highlighting without the pull-up. Definitely gets a fair bit stronger. And
There's
assembly
no
lines.
way. There's no way that this doesn't get trashed the third time. It only costs 2 credits.
Yeah, with the bones. Yeah, there you go. Okay, it's gone. Janktivist, you got away with that for way too long. And now it's so awkward because you have to pay for the exposes yourself, and your economy doesn't support that. Rashida, though, going in, we know what that is. No reason to snap res it with 3 falsifieds in the bin, the card that can name and get value. Clicking for 2. Well, how many doofs are we in? 2 or 3? I think we're just 2 doofs in.
2 doofs in, yep. 2 doofs. Turning Wheel's a big card. Pull-up is all gone, so there's no more tricks that 419 has. There's the one diversion, and then we're mainly just looking to carve out the rest of the economic value of our cards and try to convert that into Turning Wheel accesses.
So Class Act again draws you 1 more every time you draw, and at this point with only 6 cards left in the stack, we've definitely seen the Turning Wheel and definitely bottomed it, but hey, it's shown up again. Turning Wheel coming down. We're only paying 2 credits to get an access here on HQ. Gonna build the Turning Wheel counters, get the Paragon triggers. Good old run-based criminal, feels good. Skunk Works accessed from HQ. Not installed, mind you, that's held within hand.
That's an interesting decision here, because you kind of do want to trash that because you don't want that to go in the remote, but at the same time, it's costing you 3 credits. It's getting a card out of the corp's hand, which is actually good for the corp because we're about to fire Rashida and overdraw.
Yeah, so this the remote seems like so much more of a problem than paying 3 credits right now.
Yeah, I think Janktivist, like it's such an interesting decision because I think the big unit wants to trash it, and I think part of Janktivist also wants the big unit to trash this. So that's why we're thinking here, because I think the big unit knows that paying 3 credits on this run is actually a decent amount of money.
Yep. And in terms of the money, right? Like this deck does have the Rozeki drip, but in terms of like burst economy, we've seen all 3 bravados. We've seen all 3 sure gambles, dirty laundries. We're looking at only 2 so far, but the money is limited at some point. That is going into the bin for 3. Turn will get a counter. Rashida is going to fire off. Janktivist is going to start to turn with a lot of cards in hand. And mind you, 6 hand size. There's no doubt at least 2 agendas in hand at this point. Well, probably.
Answering some chat questions. This is game 1 of the finals. Janktivist is coming up from the lower bracket, so the big unit has not lost yet. Janktivist has lost once, which is actually to the big unit in this exact same matchup. So Janktivist needs to win here to force a game 2. And there is only 1 Spin Doctor in this in Janktivist's PD deck, and it's already been used.
Yeah, a lot of the influence getting spent on stuff like Crisium Grid, Border Control, and Anoetic Void. A lot of huge hits in terms of influence. They're spending 4 on a single Anoetic, and then it's what, 3 for each of the 2 Border Controls?
Yep.
Something in server 1. We're going to pay to expose it on 6 credits. The last diversion, which you have to imagine exists at this point in the game with only 4 cards left in the stack, can really slow down here. With 1 credit, you can do seamless, click for credits seamless and still score out if you end your turn on 1? Or begin your turn on 1?
Yep. Yeah, we'll see if this 3rd diversion, I think if the big unit has the 3rd diversion, you would definitely play it here. You could also, like, inside job the remote is a good way of checking the remote.
Huge.
Pay 5 for the run.
Yeah. Saves you 3 credits on the run. Dirty laundry, though, going into R&D, the turning wheel counters will be built up. If there's no steal here, Paragon as well getting a trigger and a scry. The value of that scry getting a bit worse over time as the deck is only 4 cards tall. But that's the last laundry.
The laundry makes sense. I think the big unit recognizes like we need to get accesses and we need to close out this game before Janktivist gets a bit more money. If you don't find another agenda and Janktivist gets second ice R&D, second ice HQ, and has enough money to res that, then you might start running into problems because you still need to score twice.
This is the version. Do you just crack border control here with no clicks left? It looks like
No
we're just
clicks
cracking the
left.
border control with no clicks left. That means you can score at even a food in this remote. Not that you'd want to. It's not tempo positive. But we're going to start with a single seamless. Do we see a second seamless? No, we're just going to score at. It's a Luminal giving you the turn back to fix at HQ. That is a huge score right now. And Janktivist now only needs to score out another global food initiative if they want to get away with a 3 agenda score pattern. Huge here. Janktivist trying to figure out what to return to hand, mind you. And the Anoetic isn't in the bin. You could always bring the border control back. The Crisium could be a real problem. You'd have to res it for 3, but we no longer have a Miss Bones. I think there's one more left in the list. What do you
I think
pull
you actually
here?
want. So there's no reason to pull the border control because we've already used all our diversions.
Yeah.
Unless you want to border control the remote, which I also think is unnecessary. So you're really actually just looking for sentries because that's the worst breaker right now. So we're looking to like install drafters and Ansel everywhere. So it looks like they pulled Seamless Launch and they already had a nice in hand to replace it with, which was nice. It's
Preventing
interesting
the
though.
expose as well on the HQ ice and then jamming something in the remote. But sorry, Sokka, you're saying?
It's interesting because Luminal gives you the clicks back for your turn. But I think if you had like, for example, double seamless, and if you double seamless and score like a second sandbox, for example, and you still have the click to Ice HQ, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, still good.
But I think this is still great. And the amazing thing is that there is a CVS in Archives, so I think that's why the big unit hasn't been running Archives because that's a free 4 credits for the Corp. So
is there 2 CVS in the list or is there 1? Because I know there's also a macrophage, which, you know, the link of 419 helps with that thing, but if you get that purge on res, it is kind of nice.
There's only 1 CVS in Janktivist's PD. It's a good card, especially when you have sandboxes scored, and it's like relevant because there's viruses running around. But unfortunately, in PD, deck slots get quite tight, especially if you're also including Crisium Grid.
So server 1 again. The one thing favoring Janktivist is both of the global food initiatives are still in the game, so that is the one agenda that Janktivist wants to score out to close the game here. And on 5 credits to 6 credits, you know, to do seamless advance, you only need to keep 3 credits. All diversions are out. There's no Amina, so Janktivist is not going to lose credits unless they, you know, res something, they do something and agree to that. But big unit there, only on 6 credits. Again, a lot of the burst economy is out. We've played all the laundries, all the gambles, all the deuces, all the bravados. I don't think it's an overclock list, so nothing too explosive. I think the big deal here is maybe that one inside job and the boomerang. Boomerang not saving.
Looks like
sorry?
We actually discarded both our boomerangs.
Oh, it's only 2 and they're out. Okay. Oh yeah, check that out. Okay, so those aren't coming back. It's the inside job, which if you inside job a Brown, you basically spend a click to save 3 credits and make a run, but here we're charging HQ. It is the macrophage now, much more powerful, and here you have to kind of enter the tank. You're not breaking this with Unity. And so the values of these subroutines, there's only the first one and the last one that really matter. The first one, Trace 4, will give 4 credits. At that point, big unit might be able to check archives because it's only the first purge a turn that gives Cyber Sandbox 4 credits. So we'll see if they boost into this. It's 3 credits after Link.
That's interesting. Why didn't we just break this?
How bad is the Unity math?
It's 2 credits for strength. It's amazing.
For each installed icebreaker, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Let's go, Unity.
It's 2 strength and 1 credit for the Trace 4, which is the same thing as paying 3 for the Trace 4. So based off the fact that the sub was firing, it looks like the big unit was just letting the 4 credits be gained anyways.
Yep, so the purge went through. Again, the other traces don't matter too much. Removing a virus, trashing a virus doesn't matter. Removing it from the heap doesn't matter. But paying 1 free to get through, we did not boost that last one. So that's probably the reason why you don't want to break it.
I see what's going on. Yeah, we're just gonna, the reason that you let the...
Because once it's fired, you can just go through it now for free if they don't want to boost. And again, Janktivist, if they know they have the food in the remote server, they actually can, to some extent, boost it. They only need to keep 3 credits. Again, a seamless launch for HQ, the one card that we know for sure. We haven't seen any of the heap so far.
Really, we're threatening. There's no seamlesses in the face up in archives. So there's 3 seamlesses somewhere, and if there's 2 in hand, which we know there's at least 1 in hand, this could be just double seamless GFI, and
Now with
Man, if
7,
that happens, that's pretty crazy.
so we still have the turning wheel tokens here. They've been building out throughout the whole game, let alone this turn. If Big Unit whiffs here and they have 7 credits, they could still inside job the remote server. They would have 5 credits. That's 3 for Hagen, 2 for Magnet. So they could still contest the remote server if they have an inside job in hand. And
Yeah,
it's a sandbox
4.
there. So an agenda hanging out in hand on game points for Unit.
Oh, we used a turning wheel. We used a hit of turning wheel there for
So
that.
one turning wheel,
That's
yeah, you see
interesting.
2 cards. So it's seamless and sandbox.
Let's see if we inside job here, because we totally can. Hagen only cost 2 instead of 3 there.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So it's only 2 plus 2 plus the inside job. And that's what's happening.
Oh,
If this is the food of
doing
the
it.
remote, Big Unit might just have it here. We have to figure out what's in this remote. We have only seen 2 Rashida's assembly lines. I don't even know, but we're going through.
So this is huge.
This could be the
because
entire
if-
finals.
If this whiffs, food going into the remote next turn is now safe. So let's see if.
Oh no, that's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign.
That single inside job we've been talking about for the last couple turns. Good game,
Oh!
champ. It is the food. Just hoping they would not find that sandbox and that the food could sneak out. Big Unit takes it, our American Continental champion. We've seen Big Unit just go undefeated in so many top 2 tournaments, I guess, this year already. Well played to both players. Quite a game.
Well played.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was very nice. Big Unit keeping up the pressure there and really understanding what they had to do to close the game out.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what they had there. They got their economy up. I don't know if you saw the end screen there. It was like 130 credits to 70 credits, and so much of Janktivist's money was coming in there off the Tranquility. But yeah, that was a pretty amazing game. Janktivist almost having it there. I'm pretty sure we had the double seamless in hand. So if that agenda wasn't stolen, obviously, even if they missed the sandbox in hand, that's going to be it. Good game to both of them. That was awesome.
Yeah. All right. I believe we are gonna have them both come out on stream and have a chat with them.
Yeah. So just want to double check. So the Big Unit, that means that it was Sports Medal and 419. So I think no big surprises making that all the way to the finals. But yes, congratulations to both of them. We'll see if they'll jump in. We'll talk a bit about their deck lists, ask them some questions about the games, if they can make it their way in. I have no doubt some of them want to do a little bit of maybe stretch their legs and pop off a bit, but that's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a quick minute. I will be right back.
Yeah, dude up. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully you've been enjoying your Continentals experience. That is, we have an American 2021 Continental Championship. So I have a channel called the Metropolitan Grid, and I was involved in Fight Night. We streamed the Snare Bear side of the Fight Night versus the Process, if I'm not mistaken, and Big Unit. The way that the format works, one player goes up for the team and they play against every other player from the other team until they lose and they're out. And Big Unit was the first player to start that tournament, and they never left. They just won against every single player in a row. So definitely a pretty good summer of Netrunner playing from Big Unit 3000. I'm excited to see what they think about their deck lists. The Sports Medal list it's definitely a interesting tune. We got more ice than we might have been expecting to some of the older lists earlier these couple months. You see the Bass and the Jeeves and the Magnets. The Magnets have been doing a lot today, which is absolutely fantastic. And then a 419 list, which is just the good stuff. And that gets you there. You see the political operative, the tech cards, they're getting there. The single Earthrise Hotel as well, which is, I think that's really cool with Paragon. Maybe Paragon also helps with your draw as well. Stream can't count? Uh-oh. What have I done? So we're just going to wait for a bit to see if we can get people into chat, to see if we can talk. Otherwise, appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining. We have the Intercontinentals coming up as well. So the top 4 players are going to be invited from each Continentals. Let's just jump over to Cobra. The top 4 players will be invited to participate in the Intercontinentals, which I believe will be next weekend. So that'll be Cable Carnage, TF34, Janktivist, and Big Unit from the Americas, and then the 4 players from the top of the other Continentals will be coming together next weekend. And it's a bit of an interesting format. It's this sort of 3 life format in which they'll be playing against each other, and once you lose 3 times, you're out. It's a really interesting format because the length of the tournament can change pretty aggressively based off of how many people win. We had a lot of fun last year, and some people brought really spicy lists. We were seeing some like Boom, Asa, and other fun things. So hopefully you can join us for that. If you're watching, of course you are watching right now on Nisei's Twitch channel. If you want to follow, hit that bell icon. You'll get notifications when Nisei goes live. So that definitely helps you a lot. So when they'll be live next weekend on Sunday. On top of that, there is the Eternal Tournament. We still have this, right? So this is the Eternal Tournament. Oh, there you go. That is on the day before that Lost Geek has been organizing. That is on the Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, the 4th. If you want to get involved in this as well, Eternal has been having some really interesting changes to balance. So get involved as well. There's a lot of stuff going on next weekend, whether you want to participate or watch. That should be all on Nisei. So do give Nisei's channel a follow. You can also subscribe if you'd like. That does financially support Nisei, which is definitely appreciated.
Hey.
Yo, welcome.
Just back. It looks like the Big Unit and Janktivist wanted to play the other side of their match for fun.
Oh, no way. Are they going to do that? It looks like they're going to do that. Okay.
They're right now, I believe.
Do we got a show match?
We got a show match at the end of this?
All right. That's cool. And it's already started. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Welcome to the finals. I'm kidding. The show match finals, mind you, Big Unit did take it, but this is them running back. So we have a sports metal deck versus the Max. All right, this is awesome. We got a bit more Netrunner today. So this is a Max list. We're looking at an APOC Max. Do you know if Janktivist is on the Janktivist? I think is on the amped up version, right? On the clone chip amped up version.
Janktivist is on 1 amped up and is on 2 symbol chips and 2 clots. Yes.
Excellent. And the sports metal is playing a bit fast and loose. You know, this is already a celebration. We have an Audacity coming off the top of the Tranquility home grid. Going to discard your whole hand to score the Vitruvius, then draw 2 right after. Sports Metal's ability, draw 2 or gain 2 after an agenda is scored or stolen. Liberate is coming down, getting just enough money to contest the Tranquility home grid. We've seen how powerful that card is. And just Clot being pre-played to the table again. Big Unit definitely running multiple copies of CVS. I'm assuming 2. Usually it's 2. And that will stop the fast events with 7 credits. Technically, there is a threat already with Biotic Labor Audacity. Mind you, you only need 1 credit to score out there. Server 3 and Server 4 coming down as well. Simulchip and Daily Cast hitting the bin. Now, in this matchup, how often are you trying to Apocalypse, Sokka?
You'll Apocalypse, for me at least, because I don't play the clock version.
Okay.
So I'm like zeroing in on Stargate. So you'll Apocalypse if they put 2 ice on R&D. And that's pretty much it. Nowadays, like before, you might play certain versions of sports that like to spam the board. And there's still people who do that, like they res Jeeves and then go install 4.
Mm-hmm.
And some people will install a Vacheron in one of those 4. So that's where like playing APOC is really good, is that you can actually just APOC the Vacheron off the board. Yeah, I think it's very rare that you play APOC, I would say. And most of the times, especially because we don't have too much ice, we're just going to be running R&D, hopefully with Stargate. But in this case, we're doing that with Imp, and it looks like Janktivist is finding all 3 Hyperloops in a Mega Pre.
Yeah, we're playing super fast and loose. I don't think any player has spent more than 15 seconds, no joke, on their turn. Picking up a Mega Pre from the archives, which is turning on the Mega Pre that just got Audacity out. On top of that, we found all the other 1-pointers besides the last Mega Pre. Slamming R&D, that Imp lets you deal to Vacheron if you find it. In fact, you can even trash 1-pointers if you think it's necessary. But 23 credits to the Big Unit. We're going back in, trashing Rashida for 1, trashing a Magnet at no additional cost. We can go back in and see another. I don't know whether you want to wait until you have an Imp counter so you don't have to deal with those 2 Vacherons, because we're already on 4 points. With 23 credits, it's just a matter of cards. But Biotic Labor as well, triple advance. Let's go get that other Mega Pre on game point.
That was an insanely good draw, finding the agenda and the Biotic there for a Big Unit.
16 credits left. We've played 2 Audacities, 1 Biotic Labor, but this could be the final turn. Janktivist needs to figure out how to threaten Clot to stop that. We've seen 1 Clot in the bin, 1 Simulchip. They're rebirthing into Omar, opting to maybe to get some axes onto HQ if they need to. Hitting the top of R&D here.
This is just Vacheron off the top, Impids on Archives.
Amped up for value. The Apocalypse not mattering too much. Finding the biotic labor in HQ, obviously a huge issue. Imping it. So there, it's one less option there. And it's important to know Audacity requires 3 cards in hand. Losing the APOC does for the brain damage. Not that the APOC matters too much, but definitely lowering the options. Botulus up on the HQ ice. Again, magnets are in this list as a 3 of.
Going into HQ.
It's a drafter. One of these subroutines has to fire. So unfortunate. Especially because it's last click. You can just install an agenda on the table, let alone you can bring the Biotic or Audacity back into hand. So we'll have to pop the MK Ultra. And it's Rashida from HQ. So just fewer cards in hand puts you away from the Audacity. It makes it less likely that you have all the combo pieces, obviously. But we only have to score a single 3-2. Red level clearance, start to draw 2. See what we do with the rest of it.
2 Audacities, 2 Biotics in the bin already.
Yeah, that last Biotic just being imped. Yeah, just so this is clear for people tuning in, this is not game 2 of the finals. This is just a show match. Big Unit did take it as the winner, going undefeated in the top 8, but the 2 players wanted to see what the other side looked like. Spin Doctor hitting the table. Drawing 2 off the top. Big Unit, again, just needs to find one of those combo pieces. And again, the Spin Doctor will help put them back into the deck, but 2 Biotics, 2 Audacities really lowers the options. This deck probably has a Bast Turboga in it.
The Big Units deck does. Let's see. It does. It does. It has 1. It has 1 Bast, 1 Jeeves. Interesting.
So that means the red level clearance can become fast advanced tools. We're playing our second red level clearance to draw 2 more, just burning through the deck. Gaining a click back, 1 click left here.
So what I imagine is the situation here. Oh no, there's 1 clot in the bin. So yeah, like we're digging for, like, we've got money. We're digging for our CVS.
Just to be able to beat the clot.
Which we don't have actually. There's no CVS. There's 1 R clock down. There's no CVS.
Wait, the list has no CVS? Wild. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're no longer milling. Again, we are Omar. We're not Max, so nothing coming out the top. So we're playing I've had worse to draw. Injectivist money is drying up. We are dirty laundering through. Again, this bot just has 2 counters, so the drafter is free this turn. That's another drafter found in HQ. Dirty laundry gaining 5, and the clot just being cast from hand. Big Unit here can just spend the turn to purge. Again, there's no Cyberdix Fire Suite trick, so they could do purge, and then if there's 2 clots in archives, the arc lockdown will make things pretty easy. So Janktivist needs to labor rights one of them back into their deck, or throw in a simul chip and preemptively pull it out, trashing the imp, I reckon.
Yeah, there's 1 simul chip left, and it was a very interesting early rebirth because now there's 13 cards left in the deck, and your ID is not dealing with those cards for you. So Labor Rights has a lot worse value with cards left in your deck.
Spin Dector being popped before the mandatory draw. I imagine we're going to be shuffling in some Biotics, maybe Audacities. Audacity seems like an easier card to play. But red level clearance as well lets you deal with the Bass line if that's a possibility. We'll see. We got to pull 2 back in here with the Spin Doctor. So we're going back for the red level clearance and an Audacity. So flexibility of that clickless card draw, let alone the install. But of course, the power of the Audacity. This 4 influence card shows up as 12 influence in almost all the sports metal decks that you've been seeing today.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got two Vitruviuses and 1 Luminal. So there's 3 agendas that the Big Unit is looking to score. We're just going to purge here, which makes sense.
Clot being returned to the heap.
Put the ball back in Janktivist's court. Janktivist needs to either try to win the game or try to reinstall this clot.
So that's only 1 simul chip unless you want to labor rights and then aggressively draw. So that's kind of, doesn't seem that consistent.
I mean, if the other simul chip is in the deck, I think that's what you got to do. But that's not even great either. So it's unfortunate we don't have an imp counter because Vacheron isn't live for you. So if you want to go for the win, you have to steal 2 out of the 3 agendas left because all the 1-pointers are gone. So the only agendas that are left in the game are 2 Vitruvius, 1 Luminal, 2 Vacheron.
There's the Bass. Access from HQ. 4 credits is a bit of a trash cost. Can't afford it. No clot on the table. No threat. So the big unit could have it here again. The types of agendas they need access to is a bit more limited. They do... This is not a fast break list, is it?
There is no fast break.
No fast break. So unit has to figure out what to do here with 3 credits and 3 clicks and 11 credits. There's 2 red level clearances probably. Mind you, there are 4 cards left in the archives that came out from an Audacity. We don't know what those are. But yeah, the amount of agendas, if Janktivist can't figure out how to Stargate or how to imp the Vacheron, it's very hard to close the game out in a timely manner. Server 8 coming down. HQ getting a second piece of ice and archives iced up as well. So big unit doesn't look like they have it here and just wants to hold on. Increase their defenses because Janktivist is only showing 2 credits. Server 8 looking like a Jeeves, or I don't know if he just put a Rashida out. Only 3 Rashidas in the bin. So Tranquility or a Jeeves would be my guess.
This is solid for sports. One of the problems with Max, and this is also one of the contributing factors to why I don't believe in the simulchip clock version, is that when you're playing against sports, like you focus so much on trying to like get through your deck so you can install your clot and install your simulchips, and then you run into situations like this where the sports metal ices up, and you're like, and then you look at your credit total, and then you look at how bad your Anarch breakers are, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah. We got a labor rates and it's shuffled back in. So trash is 3 cards and then shuffled back in and clot a simulchip and a moshing. So the moshing is the best card draw they have right now. And they're going to play a moshing there. Trashing 3 cards. It's a double paperclip into an apocalypse. And drawing 3 more, throwing out a black orchestra to follow. Mind you, they did take a brain damage somehow. How do you take a brain damage? Oh yeah, because of amped up, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Asking about the Jeep G. That's a Bass. Of course, it's the Chiriboka in the remote. We can install here on Audacity out of 5.3 if you need to, but it's just the Vitruvius. Easy on the table, so unit is going to take it there. I think they played that one really fast and loose. I don't know if you saw how quick the first turns were, but big unit will take that sweep. Congratulations again to both of these players. Putting on a huge performance, seeing what the sports metal can do, seeing what the precision design can do as well. It's always really exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting going into next weekend. We got a good set of competition on Sunday, and yeah, like as I think I mentioned this before, like it's such an exciting format, and I think as a spectator last year, it was a joy to watch because it's so much more obvious as to like where everybody's at, how many lives they have left. For those of you not unfamiliar, it is a triple. You have 3 lives and it's survival. So you play until you lose 3 games. So it's a very, very cool format to watch.
Do you know? So, is it open deck lists going into the Intercontinentals?
I don't know. I imagine it will be.
Okay.
But I don't know. I haven't heard any information about that. But yeah, as I said, like I imagine it would be.
Because that's an interesting thing too as well, and I don't know whether you wanna spoil this socket, but going into Intercontinentals, do you think you'd end up playing the same decks you played at APAC? Do you think you would like try and tech to whatever the Intercontinentals meta is? How do you look at it?
So, and it's interesting that you actually mentioned open deck list because that'll be a big factor, is whether or not deck lists are open.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think at the highest level, especially when deck lists are open, you want to have cards in your deck to threaten the possibility of that card coming into play.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, it might not be a card that you would play if it wasn't open deck list because it might not be that good of a card, or it might not be that consistent of a card. But in an open deck list format, if you have a variety of threats, the runner, they either have to choose to respect all of the threats, or they have to accept that some of these things might happen to them that they don't want. And so it'll be interesting to see if it's open deck lists or not. But as I said, I imagine it will be. And because it's open deck lists, I think what you choose to play for Corp will matter a lot, because generally open deck lists affects the Corp in a negative way more than it does the runner.
Right. Cards face down, all that.
Yeah, I think sports is still looking really strong. might yeah, like as I said, I don't know. I don't want to say too much, but there's at this point nothing's like set for me yet. But yeah, I think sports has been doing well. Max has been doing well. I expect those two to still show up. I wouldn't be surprised if those were the two decks that I brought as well.
Do you treat the Intercontinentals like it is a very prestigious tournament that you'd be very proud to win? And obviously, I think anybody would. Or is it more like a show match that's for fun? What is your, like, it's hard to tell because there's like really good prize support for that event too.
It's both. I think Intercontinentals and the way that it's set up in the format of survival is much more geared as a show.
Yeah, it seems like it's structured like that to be more as
Yeah,
a performance.
I actually really like that.
Yeah, I think it's
actually
great.
really like that. From a because as like as I said last year, I experienced it as a spectator, and I heard a lot of great feedback from other people who were spectating that it was like a really exciting event to watch. So I'm excited to be a part of that and to try to try to go through that experience. I also think like from like a straight like competition perspective, I find that it'll be a lot better in the sense that like there's no 2-for-1s, there's no like that kind of like warping of standings.
Yeah,
so it's just a straight like don't lose 3 games, and it'll be fun to see how far I can last through that.
Yeah, the gauntlet. No,
Yeah.
I remember last year also the decks I think that were showing up were some very flashy ones. I remember seeing a lot of like Boom Asa in different versions, and it was just people throwing the absolute like throwing rockets at each other. It's always a good time.
Yeah, totally.
So we're just waiting to see whether we can get the finalists to join us on comms again. Huge shout outs to all the Nisei folk working behind the scene. There's a huge list of people we have to thank before we wrap the stream up, that's for sure. So we'll just wait for a couple more seconds to figure out if that's a thing we can do. Of course, we can ask the players about their decks and the days they've had. There's a lot. Again, this is only day 2, or excuse me, this is day 2. The full day 1 was yesterday of 6 rounds of Swiss to get to our top 8. In fact, we had a top 10, and we had some elimination cuts, and then continue on to today for the double elimination. So again, these Netrunner tournaments, it's a lot of effort. There's a lot of like, you know, it's hard to keep focused on some of these decks and some of the lines of plays that are hard to identify for such a long period of time.
One thing that I'll mention about Intercontinentals as well is that it'll be, from a deck building perspective, it'll be like there's a lot of like high end players who have a good understanding of the meta and understanding of the decks that they might see. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how much people will tech against the meta, and like how drastically they'll change their decks to do so. Because you might, like with all these APOC decks running around, you might play something like PE, right? Like you might play something like that to try to counter Max, and it'll be interesting to see how many people will change to a deck that's maybe isn't seen to be too good, but in like a situation where there's so many good players who are playing like this in this kind of meta, where we've already seen 3 big tournaments, you might see some off meta decks to try to answer those things.
If I'm not mistaken, we might just be joined by the Big Unit 3000. How's it going?
Hey guys.
Hey, it's Jonas, right?
It's me.
I feel like it's just been a couple months since I've last interviewed you for going undefeated in a big tournament. Congratulations on the title. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I am shaking uncontrollably right now, but I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. Yo, those games are really fun to play. Huge shout outs for putting on that show for us. So you went in today with a sports medal and your 419. Do you want to talk just a bit about your list? I think everyone's a bit familiar with the sports medal shell. We've seen that list performing now for a couple months, or maybe just 2 months at this point. But there's been some changes to the meta. Things like Arc Lockdown showing up, people playing more ice. Can we talk about the ice? How'd you get to this ice suite?
So the ice is just the ice that I felt were the best ice in the game. I felt like Max was a huge player, and so I felt like, okay, I need to put some magnets in. And if you got magnets, then that means that I guess you can throw off Botuluses, and it's still a gear check and stuff like that versus other decks, but like I really wanted to be able to hate out a lot of max stuff and hate Botulus in particular. But the rest of the ice are just, the same old HP ice that you play everywhere. Vanilla, Drafter, Gatekeeper.
Right on. And that arc lockdown, obviously, that's a max thing. I take it in open deck lists, people are probably expecting it a bit more as compared to the Swiss rounds. Did you see a clear difference of people playing around that, or do you think your opponents knew what they had to deal with in Swiss?
Oh, I mean, I played against everybody that I played against is really, really good. Obviously, they're playing against it. They're saving their breakers in hand. But there's a lot of stuff. I mean, you can't control your mills a lot. And so, like, some of the times, like, you have to use it as like a tempo play, like against somebody I arc locked down to rebirth to prevent, I guess, like rebirth Quetzal and stacked like a vanilla someplace or 2 vanillas someplace. I mean, you can, I guess, I also arc locked down, I guess, 3 overclocks.
Nice.
When
okay.
people, and so that way, they can't get into a remote if you're trying to score without having to use costly biotic labor or something like that.
So also when it comes to the assets, I think people have different ideas of, the counts of Bass, and whether Bass should be in there or Jeeves. You ended up on one of each, and I think it's obvious the lines of plays that those cards enable you, but why did you end up playing one of each of these as opposed to maybe like we've seen other options like Fast Breaker?
I like them both because they can get I guess a little bit of extra clicks and stuff like that, and more importantly, they serve as kind of bait. Sometimes you can just shove like in a hyperloop or a mega pricks or something like that, and score it off the board without having to use a fast advance tool. And so you need some of those kind of other bait assets that also have utility otherwise. And so 1Gs, it's unique. It's always going to be somewhat effective. It's got a 5 trash cost. It's going to be good. I like base at least one of because it does have some sort of marginal utility where you can shove it in like a remote that you built with Tranquility Grid in it. Mm-hmm. And it's also got some sort of weird like red level clearance synergy as well. Yeah. So, it's a little bit of extra like spice, if you want to call it that, to kind of, give you different lines.
I have a question to bounce off that.
Yeah.
You have 1 hedge fund, 12 ice, 3 vanillas, and no CVS. Did you run into any 419s with Turtle over the weekend?
Not really. Maybe I did. I can't remember 419. I think it was just max all the way down for me. Maybe like some other anarchs and stuff. But I was not really worried about Turtle at all because I thought that, yes, okay, so you throw down a Turtle, you got to be able to get through magnets, you got to be able to get through 6-strength gatekeepers and stuff like that. And, okay, so you get a Turtle down and you get it to, 3 counters and stuff like that to get through magnet and drafter. Yep. But you can't deal with fast advance at all, and you still have to pay the money to get through and stuff like that. So you still have to build up some sort of rudimentary economy. That just let fast advance get through the whole. Just go fast is basically my strategy for that. I didn't really want to bother with cyber decks, but that said, I could certainly see it, slotting in. It's definitely a good card and it can definitely, give you other lines too.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, also we're joined by Janktivist. Janktivist, how's it going? Congratulations on not only like the top placement in Swiss, but also the finals today. How are you doing?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks so much. First off, big congrats to Jonas. Big thanks to the whole Nisei team, to you all for streaming, and for everyone who played. I'm doing really well. I had no expectations really for this. I thought I was going to do okay. I was on tier 1 decks. I'm like, how bad can I mess up tier 1 decks? I just think I got pretty good accesses. Some things broke my way the entire weekend, and made a few good decisions here and there.
let's talk about those tier 1 decks, because we saw largely just two HB archetypes that are represented in the top cut. One of them being the precision design, one of them being the fast advance. Did y'all like? Is it based off of where you landed? Is that just a preference, or are y'all convinced that one of them is a superior matchup into either the meta or just in general? Janktivus, why did you end up on PD instead of sports?
I just practice PD a lot. I've been on PD for a few months. Not necessarily thinking that I was prepping for Continentals, but just I found it. I liked it. I did a lot of practice with Rotom and Osblade. It's Patrick and Laura, and we were just jamming a lot of games on that. I'm mostly playing on PD, Rotom's deck, for the record. So I played a couple games of sports, and I was just thinking, this is a great deck, but I'm just more comfortable with PD. It may be, a thin slice worse, maybe, but I just thought, let me go with the deck I'm more comfortable with than a deck that I think might be just slightly better, but that I'm not confident piloting.
I noticed that you cut the one cost ice that shall not be named.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably should have kept it or vanilla or something. I talked with Patrick about that. He made a really, really good case for it. But I was also only on 14 ice, which I think is one lower. I went with a third Tranquility Home Grid, just so I can almost always be jamming, and just really, if I'm on game point, try to keep running my opponent through expensive server.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think over my experience with PDs that I found is that Tranquility Home Grid is it's not only is it really good, but it's also really important for PD's game plan. And cutting some of those and not finding it early enough can cost you a lot of tempo, especially if you're against 419 who's getting in your face early.
Yeah, and dropping down an early Miss Bones for 419 is really, really tough, because they can pretty effortlessly trash those and everything. So when that happens, I think you have to get like a little bit creative, and having that third one also helps in those situations.
It's actually I don't mean to like harp on play choices, but I know that we were seeing in the last game that y'all played in the finals that there was a Tranquility Home Grid that Janktivus, you stuck in the remote early, and I think Unit, you ran into it multiple times and opted not to trash it. Obviously, it's pretty expensive without a Miss Bones. Can you talk about your decision there? Because ultimately it did pay out, but and you took it down eventually. But how does it look like? How do you deal with Tranquility Home Grid? Because it seems like a pretty innocuous card, but obviously it pays out just immensely.
So yeah, it's a great card, and if I could trash it, I certainly would. The problem is with that, I can't give him a window to be able to score something in that, and
Right.
so I just did not have the money to trash it and be able to contest the remote again next turn if he shoves like an agenda and Skunkworks or something like that in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I just had to sit there, wait it out until I found the bones. It took a while to find the bones in the last game, but it's a really, 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 really good card, and I definitely think that having 3 is right in there.
So we've seen Anoetic Void, one of the cards that came out of System Gateway. It reminds us perhaps of some of the strongest defensive upgrades in the game. And while it exists as a one of in precision design, maybe it's not too consistent. We did see the political operatives showing up in the 419 list, which is definitely good tech. But if you're sitting across from that and that Anoetic shows up in a remote server, as a criminal, what would you recommend to maybe newer players that are trying to figure out how to deal with an Anoetic Managarm remote?
That is a tough one. Like the biggest kind of way to deal with Managarm and Void is to stop that from happening in the first place.
Okay.
And to do that, you need to be able to pressure other servers. Like if you're a 419 or something like that, you need to play Diversion of Funds or set that up. So when you play that, get them low enough, then you can start running that remote and say like, okay, now I can finally contest it and trash all of that stuff there. But it's really hard, if they've assembled kind of Exodia in that remote there. And again, that's why I was playing that one political operative, is because, if you've got that, then you can just trash the Void and click through the Skunk or something like that.
And this is another thing I just love seeing. We're seeing criminal lists getting published. They're doing really well in tournaments. They're running, fewer than 3 daily casts, which for some people seems like, a big sin. Is that just slots, or you think you want something more proactive than 5 credits over 4 turns?
I mean, yeah, I needed to be able to fit in enough money, enough draw, and enough, I guess, tech, as you would say. And so the tech that I picked was Political Operative and Citadel Sanctuary. And those both worked really well versus PD and like NBN lists in particular. But yeah, you can put in more daily casts, you can put in more career fairs and stuff like that, but you really want to still stay to 45 cards, because if you don't, you're still diluting your deck. So I had to make a cut. I would have loved to have been able to play more econ, but you got to make do sometimes.
And sorry, go ahead, Saka.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, what I know we've seen Unity going around, but like, what brought you to the Unity? Because from my understanding, I thought a lot of people, especially in North America, did not believe in the Unity, and I think I am in that boat as of right now. So you want to talk a bit about that?
I mean, I just like Unity because it solves cheap gear checks. It it can deal with Gatekeeper after it's been rezzed for 2. It can deal with Magnet for 2. It can deal with usually for 2. And when things get big later, you can do weird stuff like deal with Mausolus and Macrophage and stuff like that as well, in interesting ways. And
So, isn't that mainly
is the 3 number in the corner? It costs 3 to install. It doesn't cost 7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, in most of those situations, the credit cost is actually about the same. It's just the install cost that makes the major difference.
Yeah, and you need to be always pressuring user crim and keeping them low, and making sure that they don't have any kind of openings to escape.
I think the one card that also I definitely need I had no expectation to see this, but Paragon is showing up, and of course Penny Shaver came out in System Gateway, our Desperado of new. Why do you trade that scry ability, the clickless money credit? Like, which of the differences between those 2 consoles pushed you in this direction?
I played a lot of Penny Shaver, and I just never really felt like I had the clicks to clear it, and I also felt like the clicking, or I guess running archives a bunch of times with Turtle and Penny Shaver, I've often felt like that's kind of a trap, because it opens things up, and okay, yeah, now you can maybe doof with Almakua, but there's a lot of stuff that just kind of hoses you, like if they score a sandbox, or if they score or if they have a CVS or something like that in the bin. There's just a lot of ways it can go wrong. And if they have an Amani Sanai and you leave credits on it, then you get really, really unhappy.
Yeah, I think that's a really big deal. I think a lot of players might just see, the shiny new card that looks, from a distance a lot better, but to actually take the time and figure out which one might be the right one to pursue for the deck and for the meta, which is really cool to see.
Yeah.
But I guess, Jonas, I have a question that then sort of related to that. Were you expecting, I guess you were expecting more PD and sports instead of, decks that are going to go very, very horizontal? Because I could see maybe Penny Shaver good for those horizontal decks.
Yeah.
But I don't really know.
I was expecting PD and sports, and I was also expecting some sort of a counter max, Jinteki pick, which, I feel like a lot of people were playing in somewhat punitive PE or Polana or whatever. I was expecting a lot of Obokata decks as well. And so I figured, 409 does, with good play, it can do okay against sports. It does very well against PD, and against the rest of the field, I feel like I can at least get through Swiss pretty well with it. So I think Max might have been the better choice for the tournament. I just didn't feel all that comfortable with it.
That's the war, right? From the first big tournament to the second big tournament. Now this is the third big tournament, and like we've had APOC Max dominating throughout, and you're seeing a lot of people picking it up. It's like which tournament is everybody going to show up with like tech against Max?
I mean, they've tried it. They've tried the arc lockdowns, and they've tried the, just waiting them out and grinding them out. But it's really hard to, beat a competent, a very strong Max player on Max, because they just have so many options.
Yep.
I was expecting some more Ag Infusion than there was as a good counter to APOC Max.
I think we saw a bit of it in Swiss. I think there was one deck that just barely missed the cut to make it to the top 8, but it was, I think it was more represented this tournament than some of the other ones this month.
Yeah, and like that's what it is that like when you build a deck that's trying to tech against Max, it is generally worse against 419. Your deck is either just not favored against 419 to begin with, or the cards that you're trying to use to tech against 419 is a dead card to tech against Max is a dead card against 419.
Yeah, and it seems that the Max deck, and this is coming off of conversations with some of the people who really put it together, was really designed to handle sports and PD probably like equally well, but not going all in one direction or the other, because the more one way you're going to go with your tech, it's going to hurt your other matchup. So they made it so like it's pretty good against both. Actually, until I played the fun game with Jonas after he won, Max went undefeated on the day, on the tournament.
Get out! Well done.
Dang.
That's awesome. But hey, once again, huge congratulations to both of y'all. Again, if you're just tuning in today, it's important to know that yesterday there were 6 rounds of Swiss, played a lot of Netrunner just to get here, to get through the whole bracket, to finally have a Continental champion. So congratulations to both of you. Thanks so much for taking the time to come and talk to us and talk to everyone in chat. And obviously for participating in this tournament. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, thank you so much. And congrats again, Jonas.
Congrats, John. Thanks, guys.
Of course. And I think that's going to wrap it up for our American Continentals 2021 coverage. Again, Intercontinentals is next weekend on top of the Eternal tournament. So do get involved into that stuff if you want to watch it, if you want to get involved with Eternal, and all that stuff you can find on Nisei.net. If you want to follow the Nisei Twitch channel, hit that button and you'll get a notification. It's just that bell there. You get a notification when they go live. Again, huge shout outs to so many people who participated in all of these Continentals across the month. I think we've had, it's probably about 200 participants across all the tournaments, which again, while we do focus on the top 8s, on the most competitive Netrunner playing, just getting involved, meeting people, and just sharing your love for the game is of the utmost importance. Again, there's so many people that are organized this to get this involved with all the entrants. We have, I'm going to miss names. I got to just thank the whole Nisei team as a whole. We've seen PSK just running around organizing everything. We have all the judges working on this. Now the judge program seems to be a bit established. There's even prize support for getting involved in the judge program, which is awesome. Really cool to see. Obviously to Vesper and Manver for organizing, helping on the stream side. We had people who were casting and streaming across all the days. So thank you to that. I was joined today by Sokka. Thanks so much, Sokka, for taking the time. This is really cool.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, and thank you for holding down and managing the stream for the last 2 days and going through the entire long 2 days of Netrunner.
Cheers! It's absolutely my pleasure. I just love to talk about this game and get excited about this. Also, a huge shout out to Holly and Lost Geek and to Zeroth Maxima who joined for casting. But that is going to be it for today. That is the weekend of Netrunner, but do tune in back to next weekend for the Eternal tournament. I'm not sure if it's streamed. You definitely can get involved, and you can find all that information on Nisei.net, and on top of that, Intercontinentals will be that Sunday. So take care, y'all. Thanks for watching. Ciao.